Microsoft is laying off 10,000 people. Stellaris is coming out with a new story pack update. Employees at Ubisoft are calling for a strike, and the rest of the gaming industry is laughing at the company because they're trying to be acquired. Then we talk about the battle chess-like MOBA called Noira and Forspoken's ridiculous PC requirements. Then we've got an update on the Activision Blizzard NetEase fallout and China's response.
Nick here, and if we, a humble group of podcasters, can defeat our horrible audience surplus, then surely you can watch us and defeat your own boredom and play your favorable lie.
Hi, I'm Josh, and that's top shelf thinking.
My name is Andy, and this is Video Game Tango!
I was
gonna huzzah, but that works.
Okay, well, huzzah!
Huzzah! Oh, I should have just said huzzah.
We're back!
Wahoo!
It's time to talk about things. Maybe some video games.
Who that was.
No. I want to talk about the
Bolsheviks.
geopolitical. No.
Our political climate as it stands currently, yes. Quite, indeed. Hey, so guess what?
Chicken butts.
We're gonna talk about a game all about political climate.
No, I want to talk about Microsoft. And
Okay. Apolitical.
So, Microsoft has announced that it's going to have to lay off up to 10,000 employees.
They have that many beds?
I don't know if they lay them out. I know they lay them off. So, they announced this week that they're going to have to let go of 10,000 employees. Now,
If you haven't seen us on Twitch, it's worth it.
I think
There's video addendums. Highlight.
I think it's not necessarily a funny thing, but it in a non-traditional move from Microsoft. I feel like they're doing it in the most right of ways that layoffs can happen. These people are going to be losing their jobs. It's about 5%, roughly 5% of their workforce, of their total workforce. So I'm going to read directly from Game Rant here. CEO Satya Nadella discussed the layoffs as well as outlined what he feels Microsoft has to focus on to ensure that the company will be equipped to deal with the current and future recessions while maintaining growth. Between its gaming division, software developers, and operating systems, Microsoft continues to be a world-renowned brand that influences both gaming and the working world in a variety of ways. With over 220,000 employees worldwide, the announced layoffs are less than 5% of Microsoft's total workforce, but still cost the company $1.2 billion in severance expenses in 2023's second quarter. The CEO wrote that those costs include severance pay for qualifying U.S.-based employees, which would be higher than normal market value. 6 months of continued healthcare coverage, career transitional services, and 60 days prior termination notice, regardless of whether a state requires it or not. He also wrote that employees affected by the company layoffs outside the U.S. would receive benefits that align with their country's laws. So essentially, I think what they're doing is they're taking California law and applying that nationally and somewhat internationally. California having probably the strictest of the labor laws. In giving them 60-day termination notice. So they are still losing their jobs, but it comes with 2 months of warning. They're getting, severance pay and 6 months continued healthcare coverage. So, while it's not good news, obviously, if they're being honest in helping them trying to transition into other jobs, and giving them continued healthcare coverage and severance, I think, I think most people could make that work, right? So
it is absolutely bewilderingly mind-boggling that they will make more money by spending $1.2 billion.
It's fucking crazy.
Laying off 10,000 people.
Yeah.
I mean, because they wouldn't do that if they'd make more money if they kept them.
For sure. Yeah. No, I mean,
they can afford $1,200 million in fucking layoffs.
It's weird. We're seeing Steve Ballmer pretend to be Dr. Evil here in the short. If you're watching live on Twitch or in the VOD on YouTube. But in all honesty, like kind of a good move from Microsoft. They're recognizing unions, allowing it to happen in their existing company, giving the green light for unionization in companies that they're looking at acquiring. It's just this is a very different Microsoft from like 1990s, early 2000s Microsoft, man. It's weird.
Yeah, they learn to follow the law.
I mean, not just
barely.
not just the law, though. I mean, they are giving more than what the law requires. So at least there's that. It's not.
No, I just meant 90s Microsoft was much different.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Now they are still being sued everywhere. People trying to block this Activision Blizzard acquisition, but that's very Microsoft. That's 1990 Microsoft.
That's on brand.
That's on brand. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, 10,000 employees now. That is across all divisions. That's not just
from gaming,
etc.
Software dev. Yeah.
Yeah. So
everyone who looks like they might unionize in the future.
Yeah. Right. Well,
we're just gonna give you this awesome payout, and it's called "fuck you" money.
Sir, you look a little hippy dippy.
You look a little like you want human rights.
Yeah, we don't do that here at Microsoft.
We'll recognize the union, but there won't be anyone to be in the union.
Proletariat says what?
Gotcha.
Hey, guess what? You got 2 months to get the fuck out.
Yeah, chat. Unions aren't always a bad thing. In fact, they are almost always a good thing.
Traditionally speaking, they're almost always a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless it's a police union.
Exactly why I said almost always. Well, I wish all those people luck. Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, you worked for Microsoft. That's pretty big on a resume. Yeah. No matter where you're coming from, you should be able to find work in a similar line of work.
I think it's just obviously, and these aren't all going to be from one place. It's not like 10,000 people in Seattle are being laid off, right? It's spread out across the world. Yeah. And like 10,000, God, yeah, it sounds like, man, that's a lot. But like when we were saying here, it's about 5% of their workforce. And that's still a pretty big number, but they're going to, obviously, like you're saying, they're going to make more profits doing this. So it does suck, but I mean, that's pretty fairly generous, I guess. I mean,
yeah. I mean, it's still big business. We're still talking about big business here. So they're still working on acquiring Activision Blizzard. They're still working on acquiring new AI tech. They're still going to be hiring people for new departments, it's still Microsoft, right?
Yeah.
So as much as it sounds like we're making them out to be the good guy here, there are still, unfortunately, 10,000 people losing their jobs while money's being spent, here and there in search of profit.
They probably just did the age-old, so what do you say you do here? Shtick for 10,000 people. And they're like, okay.
I file the TPS reports. That's fake. TPS reports.
Oh.
Nick, you got news for us.
I do. So we had a little teaser for Stellaris a couple weeks ago, and there was this weird color-coded bar at the bottom. And people looked into it and realized it was like Morse code or something. And it teased this next story pack that they're releasing, the First Contact story pack. That's a mouthful. Largely decoded, the message that was hidden in there: contact is coming. Quote, for countless ages, your people have looked to the stars with wonder. Is there anyone else out there? When we meet, will they be friends or enemies? Will we be the ones to discover them, or are they already here hiding in plain sight? This content pack is going to focus on overhauling the pre-space age, quote-unquote, primitives in the game. So any of the alien races you can find that are anywhere from Stone Age to modern human age before they join the galactic community. And adding a whole bunch of new content regarding systems relating to awareness and diplomacy and espionage and learning insights from observing civilizations, as well as a few new origins marked as challenging, payback, and broken shackles, revolving around the struggles of empires against the oppressive Minimar specialized industry, while a third standard origin, Fear of the Dark, examines the fine line between paranoia and prudence. So heavily narrative-focused origins where you're going to start as primitives or heavily related to them. They're going to add in some new low technology civics. There's been some mods that have done this before, starting like a start of the game 100 years before the actual start time, and you have to get all the text and whatnot to get to space age. But it's nice to see it done first party without jank. Apparently, also, no one really caught on to this, but they're going to be cloaking tech added with this update.
That's neat.
I don't know exactly how that's going to work, but that's going to be a huge shakeup to how combat works if you don't have full proper knowledge of where your enemies are.
Yeah, that's
very exciting.
That's a neat spin on the game.
I think it's a good mix because, you know, you get these narrative-driven origins. They're really fun to play through the one time. And then you're like, okay, I've experienced that very particular narrative origin. So by adding in a default mechanic, something related to cloaking, I think that's a really good idea. So next Thursday, they're just going to discuss the vision and themes of this story pack in greater detail. And I'm sure probably next handful of months, we will see the drop of the pack itself. So very exciting. The Mod Jam also just got done, the Stellaris Mod Jam. They do one every year. And this one, they had mod authors give them a couple weeks to make up new endgame crises. So there's a whole bunch of mods where if you want to play with different endgame crises in the standard 3, also available for free.
Super cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh.
Yeah. So last week, we talked about Ubisoft having a rough go of things, and we talked about that email that got sent out. Well, some people took some issue, took umbrage with that email. Solidaris Informique, a union in France, in Ubisoft's Paris' division, has called for a strike after Guillemot, I'm butchering that poor Frenchman's name, with his dismissive comments, also calls for better pay in the company, and in particular, a 10% pay raise to account for the inflation crisis and the implementation of a 4-day work week. So I'm going to go ahead and read their statement in full here. They're calling for a strike Friday, January 27th afternoon. According to Guillemot, the ball is in our court, but the money stays in his pocket. In his latest statement, Mr. Guillemot announces a worrying future for Ubisoft. If the request to employees to be especially careful and strategic with your spending is ironic, considering the company's editorial strategy of the last few years, it is not funny. When Mr. Guillemot speaks of attrition and organizational adjustments, it means staff reductions, discrete studio disclosures, salary cuts, disguised layoffs. On several occasions, Mr. Guillemot is trying to shift the blame once again onto employees. He expects us to be mobilized, to give it our all, to be as efficient and lean as possible. These words mean something over time: managerial pressure, burnout. Mr. Guillemot asks a lot from the employees, but without any compensation. Have salaries kept up with high inflation of recent years? What about the 4-day work week? So here are their demands: an immediate 10% increase for all salaries, regardless of annual increases to compensate for inflation. With the hundreds of millions of euros obtained from Tencent, there is money in the coffers for the employers. Mm-hmm. If the improvement of working conditions, with in particular the implementation, of the 4-day work week, transparency on the evolution of the workforce, both locally and globally, a strong commitment against disguised dismissals and condemnation of abusive managerial policies that push employees to resign. And because of Mr. Guillemot and his clique only understand the relationship of power, Solidaris Informatique is calling on the employees of Ubisoft Paris to strike Friday afternoon from 2 until 6 p.m. I, for one, stand in solidarity with these guys. So hopefully they will add some pressure to Ubisoft here and make them make some better choices.
Ubisoft has just kind of been shitting the bed left and right for a few years now.
They're floundering a little bit. We talked in depth kind of about like why we think that they've been floundering and why we think they've started to see a kind of failure as a company. And yeah, they still employ thousands of people. And you know, you do have to you do have to remember that thousands of people work for them, and you have to humanize that, right? So while Ubisoft, the conglomerate that it is, has been floundering, you still have a workforce of people that really dedicate their lives to making these games happen. It's not their fault that they're put into massive amounts of crunch and required to put out the same stale experience year after year.
It's never the bottom employees that are the problem, you know.
Yeah.
I really see Ubisoft getting bought in the next decade.
Well, I'd like to talk about that.
As it turns out.
I did not mean to do that.
Ubisoft reportedly got laughed at while trying to propose mergers and acquisitions.
Oh.
So,
I mean, we were kind of talking about that last week too, right? Like,
yeah. So this article comes from Kit Guru. In recent years, we've seen a renewed focus by major gaming companies to merge with or acquire smaller developers and publishers. Ubisoft has supposedly been proposing a number of potential acquisitions and mergers with various parties. However, they reportedly mostly got laughed at. Ubisoft definitely already did the rounds proposing acquisitions and mergers with other similar companies, and it mostly got laughed at. It's just too unwieldy. Its strength was its distributed development structure, and now that is an albatross. So this is something that we talked about previously. Yeah. Too many acquisitions, too many titles, not enough focus on making new content, and they were not building from bottom up.
Yeah.
They got success, and they just started building that platform wider. The structure wasn't there to continue making these massive games, and now the expectations are that we're still going to get Far Cry 7, that we're still going to get we're going to get these games that people are buying routinely, right? They're still seeing sales. They're not as high as they used to be, but it's still expected by its players.
House of Deluxe Edition cards.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. And yeah, at this point, it looks like nobody is willing to acquire Ubisoft. So it's funny that you bring it up, that acquisition may be in their future, but maybe only after they fail.
I mean, knowing that, I addend the statement that it's more likely they're going to have to start selling off their IP rights, the publishing rights to certain.
Well, they have been, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if no one's going to buy them out, they need to make money. So
if your
pass on the
structure
rights to these
if your
games.
structure's so bad that another company's like, that might just tear us fucking down if we bring that on. No.
We like earning money, not losing it.
Yeah. When you can say, hey man, we make Far Cry, we make all these great games. We make all the Tom Clancy games, and people say like, no thanks. You've been doing something wrong for a little while.
You do you, bro.
Yeah, like that's... Man, look at us being kind of ahead of the game, though. I mean, we were talking about this last week. I like that. Yeah. Now it's being laughed out of the room, huh?
Yeah. We even talked about the potential lack of acquisition last week. I mean, boom! Look at us go.
Perfect.
Reporting the news before it happens. Motherfuckers, that's what we do here. Well, Nick, I got a game.
It's not Blackwake or Holdfast, the two games that you guys have been saying for weeks you want to play now.
Yeah, I do want to play those.
Yeah, we should probably get around to playing those. But no, I was just poking around, and I found something I felt was kind of worth talking about. There is a small company by the name of Atypique. It's a French company, 7 employees, that has been working on what is seemingly their first and only game. It was released quite a while ago and then went free to play, I think, November of 2021. And they've been slowly chugging away at it, adding updates. And the reviews, if you read the majority of them, they say the game is fantastic when I can play it because the user base is so low that it's hard to find games. So I figure this game was kind of up my alley. I still need to play it to figure out exactly what it's all about. But if all it needs is players to be good, maybe there's something here. So this is Noara, The Conspiracy, a game actually based off a book the head of the company wrote. And it's described as a new subgenre of MOBAs called MOCAs, Multiplayer Online Chess Arena. It's kind of a mixture of an RTS and a card game and teamfight tactics and chess. And that you have the MOBA-style arena, multiple characters fighting for some kind of goal. But you have an offensive turn and a defensive turn, and your pieces act like chess pieces. They have certain ways they can move, certain ways they can attack. But when your opponent is going, you have the ability to somehow react. You can dodge or defend or deflect and do various things while they're attacking. So it's not just watching your guys get hit on their turn, then you attack them on their turn. I had about 20 minutes before the cast to watch some of it. I think I kind of wrapped my head around it, but without playing it, I don't know exactly how it works. But it is a pretty novel concept, kind of half RTS, half turn-based teamfight tactics style game, which teamfight tactics in that whole genre, I wanted to like it. It wasn't really my jam, but I know that a few of us, Andrew and Russ, really, really liked it. And it seems like they're doing something interesting here. And I'm a huge fan of MOBAs. So it is free to play. It doesn't hurt trying it out. I have no idea how their online store works, other than they said that their freemium content is all cosmetics, which is always a good sign. I could be wrong. But yeah, it looks pretty neat. And I'm hoping that if it is good, they will start doing some marketing.
And also, I mean, based on the video that we're watching here in the live stream, it seems like there's a couple ways to win, and one is almost like a PvE focus, where like you hunt for treasure, and the other one is you engage in PvP.
Yeah, it seems like their main game mode, you have these treasure chests that drop down, and if you open all the chests, you win, or you can kill the enemy. But opening the chests it takes like real life time while your opponent has an opportunity to act. But it looks like there was some interesting counterplays. If you can predict what your opponent's going to do, you can essentially pre-fire or like pre-dodge. And they found an interesting mechanic where, because if you have a enemy turn, player turn, pieces can't go at the same time. In this, they can. So if you were to say move to a square that your opponent is also moving to, there's a kind of Magic the Gathering stack logic where you push them out of the way, or they dodge, or you can collide multiple enemies into one another, like in a cascading effect. And I thought that'd be pretty neat to try out.
Yeah, that sounds cool. I mean, it's a set of different mechanics on an already established genre.
Yeah,
and I like to see that. I mean, if we can see a little bit of nuance come to the MOBA or the battle chess style games, it does. Yeah.
I really am I mean, I could rant about this for hours. I'm a firm opinion that the core gameplay of a MOBA with a duo lane and a solo lane and a mid is just inherently broken.
Yeah.
And so to do something different, but in the same vein, I love system exploration and discovery. I've never been a system mastery person myself, so I don't know if I'll be playing this forever. But if it's good, I'd like to really explore this mechanics they've got going on with simultaneous turns. It's an interesting idea.
Yeah, I think I might also check it out. The reason personally speaking, I don't care for MOBAs. Yeah. And I've played them. I've played most of them, especially since most of them come out free to play. So I've given most of them a chance just to see, like, hey, is this a thing that really lights my fire? I've played plenty of Dota. I've played plenty of League. I've played a little bit of Smite, and the MOBAs that we've come to know and love. But it didn't take me long to realize that gameplay loop wasn't really for me. I loved it. I loved Dota, playing Dota maps, modded maps for Warcraft 3. And by the time we had League of Legends coming out and Dota 2, and these ultra formulated, 3-lane mechanic MOBAs, I was already kind of over it. So while I found them fun in the beginning, it's not a gameplay loop that lasted for me. So to see some nuance in there and something that might take, like, while MOBAs take skill and knowledge, it feels like this is a little bit different paced, and it isn't going to be like as spammy as MOBAs can be. So I like that idea.
It's not the first to attempt to do a simultaneous turn-based MOBA. That would be Atlas Reactor, which I did get to play a bit of before they shut down in 2019. But that game was more so that you choose your actions in advance and then they all play out at the same time.
Yeah.
So predicting what your opponent was going to do was very, very important. And it was very, very unique, and I loved it. But of course, it was super niche, so it lasted all of like 4 years.
Yeah.
Which is probably where this one's going to head.
I mean, in all likelihood, hopefully what they can do, like, I know it's a small team.
Yeah.
You said of 7. They just need to get this into the hands of a big streamer. Like, at the end of the day,
they just need to do some marketing.
Yeah, that's what it requires, and that is not cheap.
No, it's not. It's an unfortunate also oversight that a lot of the small indie devs have, that they don't budget for marketing.
Yeah,
you can have the best game in the world, but if no one knows to play it, some of the Steam reviews are like, "I love this game, but I literally was digging through my recommended games Steam for like hundreds of pages before I came across it. Like, this game has been out for since November of 2021. How am I just hearing about this now? You know, so
well, maybe hopefully that means that the marketing department has gotten its stuff together. But yeah, it's interesting. Like, your budget doesn't have to be huge. It doesn't have to be the traditional media package anymore. You just get in the hands of a few prominent streamers. Now, that is not inexpensive. Like, if you give it to Shroud, you are going to be paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in order for the biggest streamers on the platform to play it. Sure, you don't. Yeah. Get some mid-sized streamers, people that stream to 2,000-3,000 people, and a coupon code for 50% off of your game. You will get that. I mean, obviously, this is free to play, so it doesn't really apply. But if they have an in-game currency for tokens for purchases, we don't know yet. Something like that.
That's true.
And then if your game is good,
then a big streamer will pick up on it.
Exactly.
The craziest games blow up on Twitch, just like any viral thing.
Well, I mean, Apex Legends. Apex Legends was out already and didn't really bring anything new to the genre. We already had battle royales. Now, it was tight. It felt a bit like Titanfall. The gameplay loop is traditional battle royale, but it's it brings its own flavor. Sure. I'm not saying it's not completely recycled, but Fortnite was out. We already had PUBG. We already had Warzone came out in the same year. So it's not like we didn't already have massive battle royales. But what Apex Legends did to make it kind of the king was put it in the hands of Twitch streamers. And they had a budget. It was a big ass budget. It's EA money, right? It's Respawn money. So it was in the millions of dollars of budget, but they put it in the hands of streamers. They paid them to play for a few hours, and that game blew the fuck up. Yeah. So all it takes is choosing the right platform, a few grand, and I think they could have that audience that they're looking for. So just my opinion.
I will give this a shot before our next podcast and get a review on it if I can hopefully get into a game.
Yeah, right.
They have responded to some of the comments saying people can't do games, saying we just went free to play literally like very, 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 very recently. It might have been within like this week. So give it some time. They have a Discord that you can go to try to form game teams and whatnot.
Cool. Yeah. And free to play is probably the play.
Yeah. And the system requirements, I was looking at them, are really not that bad. They're recommended 8 gigs, GTX 1080, Intel i5. That's pretty kind of medium range. Yeah. You get away with 4 gigs of RAM, a Core 2 Duo, GTX 760. So,
well, you know what you can't get away with those specs.
Just lead us.
You sure did.
You sure did.
I'm on accident.
You are
fire,
on it, dude. You are on it. Okay. So last month, we learned that Returnal, really cool looking game. Kind of iffy on the name there, but whatever.
Sounds like an anal surgery.
That's Retainal. That's a totally different thing.
Yep. So it released for PS5 in April of 2021 and is coming out on PC in 2023, with the recommended specs asking for a knee-buckling 32 gigabytes of RAM.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I'm like, now 32? that is just the recommended amount. The minimum is still a hefty, big old boy of 16 gigs, just to get, I think like 720 and 30 FPS.
Yeah.
Now, now that is a port, right? So it is a port of a. So you can say, well, it's not like optimized for PC. Well, sure. So right. So you could make that argument.
No. and I'll tell you why after you're done.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Now, Forspoken is getting a simultaneous release or near simultaneous release with the PS5 and the PC. Now, for its minimum required specs here, I'm just going to skip right. You're going to need a Ryzen 51600 or 3.
No, you'll need a Ryzen 5 1600.
1600. Oh, there we go. An Intel Core i7 3070.
3770.
3770.
You want me to go over these specs real quick?
Yeah, you hit them up because I'm having trouble.
So for minimum specs, you'll need an AMD Ryzen 5 1600 or Intel Core i7 3770, both at 3.6 gigahertz or 3.7 gigahertz or better, rather. You'll need a minimum graphics card of an RX 5500 XT, 8 gigabytes of VRAM, or the NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1060, 6 gigabytes of VRAM. You'll need at least 16 gigabytes of RAM, and that is for a display resolution of 720p at 30 frames per second. They do in the minimum resolutions, they do say that you can use a standard hard drive. That goes away in the next set. Recommended is going to require an SSD. It also requires a Ryzen 5 3600 at 3.7 gigahertz or an Intel Core i7 8700K at 3.7 gigahertz or better. It also requires an AMD Radeon RX 6700 XT at 12 gigabytes of VRAM or an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3070 at 8 gigabytes of VRAM. That is, and 24 gigabytes of RAM, mind you. That is for a display resolution of 1440p at 30 FPS.
Wow.
Yeah, it's bad.
For Ultra, this is a fun one.
You could just sacrifice your father.
And your mother. So AMD Ryzen 5 5800X or an Intel Core i7 12700K. An AMD Radeon RX 6800 XT 16 gigabyte version or an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080 16 gigabyte version. You'll also need 32 gigabytes of RAM, and that is for 4K at 60 FPS. You will also need an NVMe SSD of 150 gigabytes or greater. So they throw out
50 gigabyte SSD just for one game.
You need an NVMe SSD, so you need the fastest of the storage.
That's fucking ridiculous.
This is Returnal or Cool Boots?
This is Cool Boots. This is Forspoken.
This is Forspoken.
Okay, Forspoken.
Yeah. So now, okay, let's go back to I will tell you why.
So, well, I mean, just to like put it right next to it, Modern Warfare 2 2022 asks for 16 gigabytes of RAM to run at 4K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
okay, lay it on me. Why?
Because of bad optimization. In the system
PS5
requirements
has
here,
16 gigs of RAM.
yeah. So in the system requirements here, the minimum spec system is already more powerful than the PS5. So the Radeon RX 5500 XT, and I don't have the information in front of me anymore, runs at more flops, faster cycles per second than the integrated GPU, or otherwise known as APU, in the PS5. AMD Ryzen 5 1600, it doesn't quite have the processing power of the PS5's AM4 processor. But these are all AM4 platform processors that they're recommending from the get-go.
So it's not too far off.
It's not too far off. So here's the thing. As far as optimization goes for the PlayStation 5, they are already using the AM4 and the Vega platform that AMD created. Most of these graphics cards here are post Vega. They are superior. They are the Navi edition of their graphics chipset.
Okay.
They're also using AM4. Now there's Intel variants sprinkled here as well, but those should be they're sharing equivalent workload processors here. So what they're sharing here between AMD and Intel, those are essentially they're just Intel equivalents, which would make sense for the PC. So the fact of the matter is, it seems like Forspoken, for some reason, is being really poorly optimized for PC and really, really well optimized for its console companions. Because you are essentially using off-the-shelf tech to make the PS5. Now, their NVMe SSD is kind of the killer thing of the PS5. It does run faster than modern Gen 4 NVMe SSDs for PC, but only slightly. Gen 5 SSDs are out, NVMe specifically. They run on PCI Express, and they are faster than the PlayStation 5's storage. So the PlayStation 5 really doesn't do much to compete with its PC counterpart here. It's using nearly off-the-shelf tech. It's a little bit specialized because AMD they mashed a CPU and a GPU together, right?
Yeah.
But that's not uncommon. They already do that, even in partnership with Intel.
So something like that makes sense for me for like Returnal, right? Because it's being ported over, so they're just like, okay, well, but this is being developed like right alongside for the PC. So why I just don't.
Well, in all honesty, it's probably laziness. They're probably building it for PS5 because that's where they're going to get the majority of sales. and then they're porting it for PC.
So one thing is that this is being developed by Luminous Productions, a renaming Business Division 2, a subsidiary of Square Enix, whose previous only game that I can see is Final Fantasy 15. So it's a Sony division working on the Sony PlayStation, who's made one game that was all about graphics and next to nothing else.
Okay.
This division, Luminous Production, was made, quote unquote, to create a new AAA video game studio for a global audience using Square Enix's proprietary Luminous engine. So combine the fact that they've only made one game, that game was balls of the wall graphics, and it was PS5, tells me that maybe combined with lackadaisical effort on optimization, maybe they just don't have good veterancy and experience optimizing shit for PC.
Yes, so that is a good point. I had not read that. That's a good point. So Final Fantasy 15, let's talk about that when it came to PC. Final Fantasy 15 had a huge in-engine bug that caused it to run at less than a quarter of the frames per second that it should have been. And that persisted for nearly a year after its release. Gamers Nexus reported on that months before it was taken care of by Business 2 from Square Enix. And still, it took them months to implement a fix.
Wow.
That happened because there was a specific NPC type that had difficult hair to render.
Oh.
And what they didn't understand is that that texture continued to render no matter how far away if you were from the model at all times. And these things were herd animals that were in the background while you were doing your driving thing in Final Fantasy 15. So that actually tells me a lot. That tells me a whole story, in that it does seem like it's like they put it in the wrong hands for its port, especially since Sony in particular did such an excellent job in its port of God of War.
Yeah, I was gonna say God of War runs like it ran beautifully on my old rig.
Yeah,
like
with a GTX 1070, 16 gigs of RAM, and a Core i5.
Yeah, like it.
Fourth gen Core i5. So let's talk about that for a minute. We talked about God of War for the PC and what its specs were, and at the time we thought that was going to
be hefty.
It was a bit hefty, especially considering that it was a PS4 title. What we didn't factor in was that it was going to have such good optimization that you were going to be able to play that game on anything. It's wild. That game plays perfectly at 60 frames per second on like medium settings on the Steam Deck.
On the Steam Pad.
Steam Deck. So, maybe Sony should take a lesson here, and whoever did the port for God of War should be doing all of their ports, especially considering that that Sony's committed to putting more of their games on the on the PC. So I don't know.
Definitely.
I understand this is Square Enix, right? So really, Square Enix is the one you got to point at. But like, maybe Sony should should point them in the direction of somebody that can do a proper port. The settings
for the much anticipated Last of Us coming to PC in March are very reasonable. They're reasonable settings.
Yeah, that's fair. But that is a PS3 game.
Well, isn't PS4?
It came out originally on PlayStation 3. There was a remaster on PS3 later on. Then there was a remaster on PS4, and there is soon to be a remaster for PS5. So there will also be the PC release coming soon.
So which remaster are we getting?
We are getting the PS5 remaster, as far as I know.
Okay, cool. So it's bells and whistles.
Yeah. So I mean, but it is an engine that they've kind of perfected at this point. Like these guys know how to do upscaling and ports.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I want to give them all the credit for this. The Luminous engine, when it came out, was amazing, and I was reading about what it can do.
Sure.
Very cool. It came out in 2012.
Yeah.
You've had over a decade now to master your system and update it and whatnot, and hopefully. I mean, it's kind of a lose-lose. Either the bad port optimization is due to the engine or it's due to incompetency, right, on somebody's part.
You can only blame the engine so much.
Yeah, exactly.
Not only that, but Square Enix has been making good use of Unreal. So, I mean, maybe you should have just made these games in Unreal, committed to Unreal Engine 5 when everybody else did, including other parts of your own company. I don't know. So yeah, Josh, that was you. I got a thing.
You got a thing?
Ooh, thing.
Speaking of Activision Blizzard, I'm just kidding. But speaking of Activision Blizzard,
Oh, the sub double bluff. He got us.
World of Warcraft is over in China.
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
So NetEase pushed for an extension from Activision Blizzard to allow them more time to come to a conclusion that would allow them to continue distributing as the publisher of World of Warcraft in China. Activision Blizzard denied them their extension. Now, it's interesting, especially considering that NetEase is essentially a company that has gotten big on World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
So World of Warcraft was a very early publication for the Chinese distributor that we know as NetEase. Since then, they've become a major game developer.
Yeah.
But World of Warcraft has been their bread and butter for quite some time. It's what has allowed them to grow into the company that they are now.
So much that every one of their 9 million games they've made are all basically World of Warcraft.
Right. Yes. Now, they've really gotten the shaft, and so have the Chinese players. So obviously, Chinese players are no longer going to be able to play World of Warcraft, and that happens this week. It's done this week. Activision Blizzard said that they were going to give NetEase the tools that allowed players to download their characters locally to their own machine in the event that they were ever going to strike a deal either with NetEase or even in the chance that they made a deal with another company. That they would introduce a tool that allowed people to download their characters locally to their machine so they could bring them back when World of Warcraft, comes back to China. In the event that it does, right? This is all
cheating.
Well, it would be if the tool worked.
Oh.
So Activision Blizzard gave NetEase the tool. NetEase implemented the code to allow players to do that. It was essentially a button at login that said, hey, download your players because we only have a few days left. Or download your characters, rather, because we only have a few days left. Nobody's been able to get that to work. Nobody's been able to download their characters. And that is code straight from Activision Blizzard. NetEase had no part in it. They were just given the tools that allowed them to do so. So
we got your money. We're running.
Yeah, that's essentially what it's feeling like. NetEase, they are huge fans of Activision Blizzard. They've been playing World of Warcraft. Like the dev team plays World of Warcraft. There's a reason that it took off the way it did in China, and it's because they were actively expressing their love and enjoyment for World of Warcraft. So here I've got a little bit of a video for you. It's a short one, and it takes a little bit of explanation, but there's a part that's totally understandable. Hey, look, that's a giant statue of Gorehowl in the yard of NetEase that the developers are starting to tear down with hammers.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Sign.
it's really sad that it's going away. Now you'll see a couple times here for some reason they're showing pictures of what looks like maybe green tea. That is exactly what that is. Green tea in Chinese culture is apparently supposed to be a hoe. It represents a very stately, proper woman in the streets and a hoe in the sheets. That's why they can continue to show cups of green tea being distributed to employees, is because they're essentially calling Activision a slut.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. And that it's really rough to translate all of the thought that goes into that into English. But yeah, that is essentially what it is somebody that tricked you. Right.
Well, another death in the giant capitalistic gaming market.
Yeah.
I mean, it sucks for all the players in that market that, have spent the money and the time and, have characters that they love that they're now going to lose.
Yeah.
Roughly 3 million people.
Yeah.
It's an extra layer of shit that they were like, hey, we're going to give you a thing that you can save them. And then it just doesn't work. Like, why do that? If it's not going to fucking work, like, why do that? That makes no sense. But I mean, this is, I feel like this is clearly, for the benefit of acquisition, of Activision being acquisitioned.
Possibly.
Well, I mean, it's a little It is. I mean, I guess we're going to talk about geopolitics after all.
Well, yeah, you had that studio head.
Yeah, it's
at NetEase that said this is all the works of one jerk, and they never specified who that was and whether it was from Activision Blizzard or from Microsoft's camp.
I mean, there's a lot of worry with the Chinese government infiltrating things like TikTok, things like that, right? Like there was that whole scare and everything. So yeah, it'd probably just be easier to let this contract lapse, and then if the acquisition goes through, we'll just restart it back up.
Well, and
no harm, no foul, yada yada. But it's like
that. Honestly, that's why I think it's Phil Spencer that he's talking about. That one jerk. I think Phil Spencer may be at least the target of that comment, because I don't see a world in which Bobby Kotick says no, I don't like more money.
Yeah.
Right. Because they've already been doing the dealings with NetEase. I don't think it would be that big of an issue for Activision Blizzard to continue renewing that, especially after Blitzchung and all of that stuff. Like they cow down to the state. They cow down to the United States government as long as they don't interfere with them making more money. So it's one of those things where I like. As far as a business decision, it's a weird one considering that they make a lot of money through NetEase in China. So it has to be something to do with this acquisition. And yeah, my theory is that comment is targeting Phil Spencer because of the acquisition.
Well, an RIP to all 3 million of you Chinese Horde and Alliance players.
Zug zug.
Zug zug.
We've got stacked ranking at Activision Blizzard, Minecraft Legends, Hi-Fi Rush, Redfall, Forspoken, and Fox News is upset that your Xbox is going woke.
Nick here, and when you see some hungry dogs next to insects fighting with boating tools, remember they call that a beetle paddle battle with some poodles eating noodles.
Hi, I'm Josh, and I hate Ted Cruz.
My name is Andy. Fuck you, Ted Cruz. This is Video Game Tango. Hey!
Oh.
Look, it's
Noises.
a podcast.
I'm sorry.
Don't look,
that.
listen.
Or look. That's fine, too.
Yeah, you can do either with us.
Just don't look at Nick.
Don't look at me.
Don't look at Nick.
Well, I mean...
I looked at myself.
Oh, no. He's Medusa'd himself.
Welcome back.
We've got some more video game related news.
Really?
We sure do.
We do. We do that from time to time.
Yeah, every weekish.
Oh, I guess I'm going to go ahead and lead off here if everyone's okay with that.
Do it.
So today, the Communication Workers of America has dropped their request for a union vote at the, ironically, in this case, named Proletariat Games. That's fun. There's a little humor there. The CW,
a tiny little bit,
just a little bit. The CWA has accused the CEO Seth Civic. He kind of sounds like a Marvel villain, just based on the alliteration in the name alone. I don't really know a lot about him. But he said the spokesperson for the CWA said that he has made it essentially impossible for a free and fair union vote to occur. With responding to the union push with confrontational tactics and demoralizing tactics as well. So Dustin Yost is a software engineer there. He was also one of the pushers for the union. He also claimed that the process has to be withdrawn. It's taken its toll. An overwhelming majority of coworkers seemed in favor of the vote, supporting what the CWA is saying about Civic. Now, of course, in fairness, a spokesperson for Proletariat says that the withdrawal of the request of the vote is a overwhelming support for the workers who didn't want to unionize. So he's kind of directly contradicting what Yost is saying, that overwhelming majority of coworkers were interested in unionizing. This spokesperson is kind of claiming the opposite. He is of course also saying that the CWA is outright lying, that Civic stood in the way of a free and clear vote. Now, Yost went on to compare and contrast what happened here at Proletariat versus the ZeniMax unionization vote. How Microsoft promised to stay neutral, and they did. Activision Blizzard has fought every unionization step along the way here. They lost at Ravensloft.
Ravensoft.
D&D on the mind. Ravensloft. So they lost at Ravenssoft, and then they lost at one of the East Coast ones, Activision Blizzard, Maryland, something, I think, over there. So they lost 2 unionization battles. So they've fought it hard along the way here, every step of the way. I mean, which really leads into more problems at Activision Blizzard. So not only are they leaning on unionization votes, they have a fun little ranking system for their employees.
That sounds ethical.
Yeah, right.
This really leans into why they fight this shit so hard. Because imagine a system where everyone's working, everything's going fine, but you still, as a manager, need to decide that 5% of your people are underperforming. And this is going to hurt their wages. This is going to hurt their chance for a promotion. It's going to hurt their chance for future developments, being on new teams, better teams, right? And it's also this stacked ranking system. You have to have 5%. Like in this case, I mean, it's a random, like generally it's a number of some sort. In this case, it's 5% of the workforce needs to be deemed underperforming.
They always want to be culling the chaff from the wheat.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And what that does is it breeds an entirely toxic work environment. Because instead of having employees supporting each other and helping out each other, you have employees competing directly with each other, looking to sabotage each other's projects. It nullifies creativity because Jesus Christ, God forbid your idea doesn't pan out and you underdevelop, and then you're... Mm-hmm. And then recently, if you're in this underdevelopment thing, not only do you got to worry... Microsoft just laid off 10,000 people. That's what was it, 5% of their workforce? Good Lord, I'd hate to be in the bottom 5% in this bell curve that they have going here.
Yeah.
And that's essentially what they're judging these employees on. It doesn't matter if you're performing well, you could just be deemed underdeveloping. Now, a few managers, of course, said this is like a dystopian fucking wasteland. No, we're not going to do this. And a lot of them have managed to avoid it for a few years. Now, one guy, Andy go ahead and lead in with that guy, would you? I can't remember his name. Brian.
So Brian Birmingham, he's a longtime developer at Blizzard. He joined the company in 2006, receiving developer credits on every game from Hearthstone to Warcraft 3 Reforged and every World of Warcraft expansion to date. Most recently helping to launch World of Warcraft Classic and serving as technical lead for the ongoing game. In a lengthy Twitter thread explaining his position as one of the Classic leads, he detailed his role as a people manager with a responsibility to foster a good working environment among his team, something which his email opined was not being fulfilled by a stack ranking system which pits employees against one another. So Brian Birmingham has been on most projects at Activision Blizzard since 2006, and also has a relatively good view from where he was in his position to tell us about the ongoing issues at Activision Blizzard. So as a lead, he was one of the people that was forced to perform employee reviews in this ranked system. He has declined to do so in an email to his superiors. Bloomberg is reporting. And by doing such, has been put on leave. Since then, he's called an HR manager to talk about his conditions on returning, which is getting rid of the rank system. He was told basically, no, that's going to continue, and you are now terminated. So,
Of course.
stacked ranking, just to get a good description of it, is also referred to as a vitality curve. It's a management practice that has managers evaluate employees based on a curve against one another. While Birmingham has reportedly been able to circumvent the practice in previous years because this practice was actually instituted in 2020, an internal email he wrote to staff obtained by Bloomberg suggests he has been forced by executives to lower his grading of some employees to meet a quota meant to help manifest the vitality curve. When team leads ask why we had to do this, World of Warcraft directors explained that while they did not agree, the reasons given by executive leadership were that it was important to squeeze the bottom-most performers as a way to make sure everybody continues to grow. So, yeah,
That's just
for sure.
bullshit.
Wow.
So some of the Bloomberg report goes into full detail here, but some parts of it are, he says that if the policy can be reversed, perhaps Activision Blizzard can still be saved. And if so, he would love to continue working there. If this policy cannot be reversed, then the Blizzard Entertainment I want to work for doesn't exist anymore, and I'll have to find somewhere else to work. He's since then been let go by HR. So I've got a string of his tweets that kind of goes into detail. We won't go too long on the subject, but that details very interestingly, because it's an insider baseball on how the company has changed in recent years. So he wasn't intending to make this public, but apparently it's in the news already. So at least I'd like to set the record straight. I am no longer an employee at Activision Blizzard Entertainment, though I would return if allowed to, so that I could fight the stack ranking policy from inside. He says, I'm told the 4-stack ranking policy is a directive that came from the ABK level, above Mike Ibarra. Mike Ibarra being the head of Activision Blizzard right now, their games development. He says, I don't know for sure, but I suspect it's true. Everybody at Blizzard I've spoken to about this, including my direct supervisors, expressed disappointment about this policy. For those who don't know, ABK is the parent company formed when Activision Publishing expressed their interest in buying World of Warcraft from Vivendi in 2008. Blizzard's market value was enough that Activision Publishing could not buy it outright. Instead, they arranged to form a new company called Activision Blizzard, which would own Activision Publishing and Vivendi's games division, including Blizzard Entertainment. Vivendi had less than 50% of the shares Activision Blizzard at the time. In creating Activision Blizzard, they needed an executive, and Bobby Kotick,
fuck you, Bobby,
from Activision Publishing, was selected as the new CEO of Activision Blizzard. Mike Morhaime, still president of Blizzard at the time, reported up to Kotick's staff at Activision Blizzard. Bobby and an investor group staged a hostile takeover, meaning that they bought up more than 50% of Activision Blizzard shares. He then goes to say there's no actual violence in a hostile takeover despite the name. He says he forgets which year this happened, but it resulted in greater control. Activision Blizzard then acquired King, becoming Activision Blizzard King, or ABK. ABK was then a parent company of 3 different companies, Activision Publishing, Blizzard Entertainment, and King. Says, if I recall correctly, the year we were asked to meet a specific quota of developing ratings was in the 2020 evaluations across the winter of 2020/2021.
So recent.
Says, again, if I recall correctly, this was also the first year they tried to unify the review/appraisal systems across all 3 child business units. Yeah. Activision Blizzard and King all had similar appraisal processes by this point, and ABK wanted to unify them into one. Presumably, this was the motivation for enforcing a 5% developing rating to make it match in all 3 studios. He says he's not defending it, he's only trying to explain. The tweets go on to then talk about his personal feelings about it, which we've already discussed, and to talk about the developing issues that ensued, where he was seeing that because of the stacked ranking system, employees have been switching teams where they think that they're going to flourish and show that they are the brightest of the bunch. Mm-hmm. They've been keeping ideas back in the chance that it brings down their rating, thus stifling creativity even further. And a lot of people are scared for their jobs right now, being that, as Josh mentioned earlier, you see all these mass layoffs taking place. They require reviews suddenly, and now if you're in the bottom 5%, not only do you lose things like options that you're guaranteed as an Activision Blizzard employee, but it also means you could very well lose your job. That seems like ripe for abuse. You know, you take your bottom 5% and you just lay them all off, right? Yeah. So.
And like the most egregious thing about this is this decision is coming from every motherfucker with a golden parachute.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who's praying for the Microsoft sale because they're going to be even fucking richer when they leave.
Yeah. I mean, this is all coming without saying it directly. This is all coming from Bobby Kotick.
Yeah.
This was already implemented at Activision Publishing as their stacked ranking system for review already. They're just pushing it on the rest of the developers.
It's clearly coming from the executive level.
Oh yeah, big time.
I mean,
yeah, if Mike Ibarra doesn't have a say in how they do their yearly reviews, then it's coming from top level executives. So,
just ridiculous.
Bit of a pickle we're in. It's really sad to see Brian Birmingham go, since he has been a pivotal part of the team for a long time, and it also seems like he was kind of acting as a shield for the team that he leads.
Yeah,
in being exposed to this kind of stuff.
It seems like there's a few of them who were really trying to avoid this. But
we had the early canaries leave back when this all started, and you have the people that try to protect the people under them that stick on. It never works.
Yeah,
but they do it anyways because they're good people,
right?
And then they eventually leave, and then there's no one left to defend everyone else.
Yes.
So I mean, this is really just one more nail in what we expected is the coffin of Blizzard as the company that we knew it.
Yeah, it's the snake Bobby Kotick eating itself.
Yeah. It does bring into focus why they fight, why they're fighting so hard on every unionization attempt, though. God forbid the employees get a voice in it.
That affects their bottom line.
Yeah, sure does.
One more reason not to give them any money.
Speaking of Microsoft and Xbox.
Yeah.
Let's add Bethesda in the mix. The Xbox Bethesda Developer Direct happened today, the 25th. Bethesda? Yes, they sure do. Okay. So they showed some games. I talked about how lukewarm I was on the games that we knew that they were going to be showing. What they did show off was, a couple good games and then a couple, not so good. Minecraft Legends was the first on the list. It is an interesting take on Minecraft. So it's not Minecraft as we all know and love it. It's much more akin to Minecraft Dungeons. In partnership with Blackbird Interactive, and Mojang announced the upcoming action strategy game, Minecraft Legends, will be released on Tuesday, April 18th. Within the story-driven campaign, players explore a world filled with treasures and perils, reunite with familiar mobs, meet new mysterious characters, and strategize with allies in epic battles against the piglins. Minecraft Legends, this is where I think it's newsworthy, will also introduce a PvP mode, a first for Minecraft, where two teams of up to 4 players each work together to collect resources, build a base, and lay siege to their opposition's forces.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's a neat thing to bring to Minecraft, right? Being that it's not Minecraft proper, it's a little, it's a side thing.
It's semi-surprising it's taken them this long
to capitalize on Minecraft in this way.
In the Minecraft universe.
Yeah.
The time to have released this game was 5 years ago.
Sure.
That doesn't mean it's going to be bad or not do well. I just think Minecraft had its heyday, and Microsoft at that point owned it. And it's a little surprising to see not only Minecraft Dungeons, but Legends take so long to release. But, I mean, maybe better late than never.
I mean, so the weird thing, we might have moved out of Minecraft years ago, but Minecraft is still...
It's still massive, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, it's still healthy.
But it is past its prime, right? Fortnite has taken over, and, it's not going to suddenly regain the popularity it once had. So... It's just a note. Something real quick. You said Blackbird. It reminded me. I looked it up because I thought I recognized it. They made a few other games. They're making the next Homeworld.
Yeah.
And they also made Hard Space Shipbreaker, one of my most favorite games. The game where you tear down ships in space. Very, very different than Minecraft Legends. But it's cool to see them picking up some probably good paying work. They deserve it.
Active player count for Minecraft right now is 971,500 people playing Minecraft. So
and that's probably just the official servers and whatnot.
Yeah, that is just the official servers. So that is only the what do they call it? Bedrock, not Bedrock, the other one.
There's Bedrock and
Bedrock is a Java, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And then what the other one is? But yeah, I mean, Minecraft, like, it peaked. I think it looks like 130 million players in 1 year back in 2020. So.
Did you say 130
million?
So I have in the last 30 days 173,508,871. December was similar. November was similar. They're all 170 million players plus. Okay. Yeah. Good. So it seems to be doing all right. I don't have earlier stats, so I can't go back years, but 170 million players a month is pretty solid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think
this is only gonna bring people back who
it might very well
left because it's like, I mean, shit, Minecraft is a phenomenon, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, and so approximately there are between 500,000 and 800,000 people playing Minecraft at any given time. Right now, it's way above that. It's nearly 1 million people playing Minecraft right now. And I think probably has a lot to do with the fact that Minecraft is making the news rounds again. So Minecraft Legends coming out probably reinvigorates the Minecraft player base a little bit and get people playing again.
Mobile is a big deal.
Oh yeah, big time.
It looks like the total annual revenue probably peaked around 2018, but the revenue through mobile has only gone up. 2018 was 88 million, then 111 million for 2019, then 142 million, then 161 million.
Wow. So
yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
Minecraft is not dead or dying by any means. I'm glad to see it. I hope the game's good. It looked a little, I don't want to say Clash of Clansy.
No, but, it certainly has that look.
Clash Royale. You're leading a squad of, units to attack an enemy base. It's kind of RTS-y from what I saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It looked like a little bit like an RTS.
Honestly, it looks kind of fun. Like, I could see 4 of us getting together and doing a PvP mode with, 4 other players. Adam getting in there and doing all the building, and then, I like to explore and fight. And it seems like it caters to a couple different audiences because there is, like, still building mechanics that you have to do and upgrading your forts, stuff like that. So it looks neat.
I played Minecraft Dungeons with a 8-year-old, a 10-year-old at a time, and like a 14-year-old. And the game would have struck gold because it's got Legends, right? But Minecraft, it's just slightly too hard. The kids, they lost interest because they kept dying, and I was a little surprised at how. I mean, not personally hard, but it was generally not easy. Yeah. It was very easy to get murked in that game, and that's very frustrating as a kid.
For sure.
You come from Minecraft where you die.
I don't know. That said, we were playing Diablo.
We played in a different era.
We did. That's true.
Dying was an assumption.
Yes. 100%. And we had things like permadeath or no more mans. No more.
You had to pay money if you died.
The game started with how many times you could fuck up.
Yeah.
3.
They knew you were going to fuck up that many times at least.
Yeah.
I mean, if we didn't have save games, we had splash screens that gave us codes to get back to the progression that we were at. Like Mega Man X, for example.
Shit written down on a Post-it.
Yep, 100%. So, Minecraft Legends, I was pleasantly surprised by. I expected something. Minecraft seems solid. Next up on the list is Forza. None of us care terribly about that. I did watch the presentation. A lot of really cool things with their physics engine are going on. Like a lot more shrapnel from cars during crashes.
If you're into driving sims,
oh yeah, Forza's the one.
It's pushing the edge.
Yeah.
It's.
Yeah.
Eventually we're just going to reach peak realism in sports and racing games. At that point, release another Twisted Metal.
Yeah.
If you're going to work so much on destruction of your cars.
Well, if the I think it's HBO show that they're making does maybe they will. They very well may happen.
I mean, if HBO's shown us anything with The Last of Us, they can conquer a video game and make it into good.
Kind of
media.
easy when the story's written for you, but the story of Twisted Metal is Cocaine Clown wants to have a battle royale.
I want to see. Yeah, so The Last of Us Part 1 sales jumped 238% after the TV show launch.
Good.
Yeah.
They deserve it.
Well, I'm chomping at the bit for March to get here because I can't wait to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So moving on, we had Elder Scrolls Online Necrom, some expanded DLC content for those of you that like to play the Elder Scrolls Online.
We love you. We appreciate you. We know there's 19 of you.
I'm just never going to play a Bethesda MMO. That's not going to happen. Yeah. I was pleasantly surprised by Hi-Fi Rush. Looks interesting. Of course, you throw rhythm action game at me, and I'm like, okay, I'm into it. Yeah. As long as the music's good, as long as the flow's good. I like that kind of thing. So Tango Gameworks announced the game today, showed the game for the first time today, and also launched the game today. So it is available on Xbox
sneaky,
Game Pass.
Apparently they call that a shadow drop.
Well,
hell yeah. Cool
the
name.
trademarked version is available now. That's it's one word. You'll see it up on my screen here. Available now through Xbox Game Pass.
Available now.
Well, if you put the two words together with no space, you absolutely can, and they did. So it's available now. One word.
Oh, when you make now all capitalized.
Yes. Yep. Now is all capitalized. You squish the two words together. It's a trademark.
Now I'm not going to give you money for your game. You're pulling bullshit.
It does have a pretty slick comic booky look to it.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by the graphics of it. It's real kind of cartoony and a very cel shaded style.
It's got that. Was it Sunset Overdrive?
Yeah, it very much reminds me of Sunset Overdrive.
Kind of visual vibe.
Yeah,
but then the play looks a little bit Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, it looks like a third-person
over the
floaty brawler,
but everything's to the beat.
Yeah,
right?
Which is super cool. Now, something they did said I read further on the game is that they're not punishing players for not syncing with the beat. You can still button mash and do just fine, but they're awarding players that can do actions on the beat by giving you extra damage and power-ups. So I think that's cool because
hell yeah, not looking to alienate anybody,
exactly. So you can play if your ear isn't the best and your rhythm isn't great. I know plenty of people like that, and you have a hard time with rhythm games. Then you should still be able to play it. It should still be totally accessible. But you might not get the combo score that you want without playing to the beat.
That was Hi-Fi
Rush.
Hi-Fi Rush.
A quick blurb on it is players take on the role of Chai, a free-spirited slacker with rockstar ambitions, whose music player is fused in his chest. Chai must defend himself through rhythmic combat featuring licensed tracks from iconic rock bands including Nine Inch Nails, the Black Keys, and the help of a motley crew of allies. It says Motley Crue. That's not capitalized, so I don't know if they're in the game as well. Not sure, but funny little play on words there.
Should have called them Sony Starkman.
Well,
Totally. And then the last thing they showed in the showcase, which is one that you guys paid particular attention to, is Redfall. What did you guys think of Redfall?
So, if this is the game, excuse me, go ahead, Josh. I got a cough.
I thought it looked pretty cool. Kind of like a plussed up Left 4 Dead and Far Cry had a baby. It looked like you get some pretty cool magic as well as some bitching guns. So some abilities, some guns. You're shooting vampires. I mean, trade out zombies for vampires. They have different vampires with superpowers, and then there's just like regular scrub vampires running around. But it is where it differs greatly from Left 4 Dead, because you think 4 players going in, killing undead. Left 4 Dead, right? Oh, it is an open world, so I kind of like the idea that you're not just doing the mission, you're running around, you're saving people, you're rearming, you're resupplying. You got some shit to do.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I kind of dig it. Plus, it's fucking a new 4-player co-op game. Come on, man.
For sure.
Like, I'm stoked about that. Definitely stoked about that.
So I haven't seen too much of it. My brother played the little weekend alpha or beta they had, and he had some moderately strong opinions as someone who has like 1,000 hours in Left 4 Dead. It looks, from the little I had seen, different than the demo they had released, maybe a touch. This is Arcane Studios. I think Arcane Studios Austin in particular. Dishonored, Prey, the new Wolfenstein games, Deathloop, if you played them. If there's one thing they do is they make games that they want to make.
Yeah.
Their games always have definitely an Arcane feel to them, but very little tying them individually together.
And,
it's
and
not
they
like an
do
Ubisoft game.
They do make high quality games.
Yeah, their games are rarely subpar. Going back to even Dark Messiah, Might and Magic, which had some unique, fun things in it.
Yeah.
The more I've seen of it now that I watched this 10-minute gameplay trailer, it seems almost less Left 4 Dead to me and more Deep Rock Galactic. So, yeah, you don't have swarms of bugs, but there is a hub world, a.k.a. the rig station on Deep Rock. They have different mission types that randomly rotate through, which is how Deep Rock works.
Yeah.
There is out-of-mission character progression, skills and whatnot, upgrades that you pick, a rogue, L-I-T-E, roguelite motif, which Deep Rock has. 4 classes that can all do fine on their own, but cover each other's weaknesses if you play them together. Deep Rock Galactic. So the question is it going to be good enough to hold up to that? Like, we already have a game of this vein that is cheap, does really well, has free season passes, only seems to sell more and more copies. So, it being Arcane Studio games, medium weight, heavyweight gamers that follow the gaming news are going to know what to expect. Not, like we said, none of their games have been bad. I highly think it's going to suck. But the gameplay we see here is very cinematic.
Yes.
The player in control of the character is doing very cinematic style of gameplay for the effect of the camera. I don't know if this is an accurate representation of how the gameplay is, because it doesn't look anything like Left 4 Dead gameplay, where you're frantically shooting hordes and hordes of zombies and that kind of stuff. They seem to really be stressing the story elements in this video, as well as they said, I think, multiple times, the strategy. What's that really fun, popular phrase? Environmental storytelling.
Yeah.
Environmental storytelling is great in a single player game, which you can play the single player,
sure,
where you have a time to appreciate it. But in a game where the missions have set areas, a la multiplayer maps that you rotate through, how much benefit does that provide after the first 10 hours of gameplay?
Yeah.
I don't know how they've implemented all these things. If they're hand-placed storytelling elements, then you've seen it once. It's really cool, but then doesn't really do much else, right?
Yeah.
One thing Deep Rock has going for it is that they have a procedurally generated cave system, and they're constantly updating it.
Yeah.
Justin and I had a mission the other day, I think through a bug, maybe this is new. I had a cave literally twice the size of any cave I've ever seen before. And I've been playing the game like 2-3 years now.
Yeah.
It was just enormous. So, maybe it doesn't play exactly like Deep Rock. I just see a lot of similarities there.
Sure.
Which is not a bad thing at all.
No.
Deep Rock's one of my most favorite games.
Yeah.
So.
No, when you saw the similarities in Deep Rock, as opposed to Left 4 Dead, I was looking at it like, this isn't Left 4 Dead, this is Far Cry. I see a lot of Far Cry in this, and that's my only trepidation. It looks like it differs. Mission
centric.
Yeah,
I mean, this isn't an open world game, so these are all missions that you go on from a hub world. At least from what I gathered from the video. That's
not what I gathered, because they call it open world during the presentation.
Oh, well, I must have missed that. But the whole time you're watching this, they're talking about, there's different places you can go, but they have missions specifically in those areas that change. I don't know. If it is open world, then I take that back. The
way I took it was just like Far Cry, areas that you had already been to will have new missions pop up. And have you go back and redo, not necessarily old content. It could be a new mission based in an area that you've already been before. But Far Cry's done that. Assassin's Creed's done that, where you have a cursor that shows up on your map. There's something happening here. You get there, it's a church that you've already been to and taken care of on a mission. But this time, the mission is a little bit different. Instead of killing cultists, you need to turn off their radio towers.
Okay.
And that's kind of what I got from the presentation here. And
I don't know how I missed that then, because this entire presentation is them talking about all the different mission types you do. So I didn't realize it was open world because they don't show the players traveling to different locations. But I take that back then. I guess it doesn't have much in similarity to Brock that.
I mean, I either one of us could be wrong in that way. Like you might have caught on something that I didn't.
I don't know.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
So both of our opinions may be valid in one way or another.
Yeah. I did see a Borderlands-esque loot system, which is kind of here nor there. You like it or you hate it. Finding loot they showed at least 3 or 4 times a weapon, and it shows the stats of the guns as you're picking them up,
and different attachments to the guns, and which I like. I think that's neat.
Yeah.
I'm hoping you can keep guns, like you can find ammo.
Maybe
for them later.
if it is open world, maybe a better analogy, is unapt as it might be, is The Division. Something that has a heavily mission-based structure, but the world is technically open world.
Yeah.
Right. You get in little bouts in between areas, but like it's not actual real content. It's just basic bitch procedurally generated stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a good comparison.
Interest.
Yeah.
And there's actually like full missions to go on.
Yeah. No, I think that's probably a good comparison.
Okay.
Based on what I know of the game.
That's kind of what I gathered from my viewing of their gameplay video. But I think if everything is on point, I think it'd be a perfectly fun choice.
I mean, so the keywords here is multiplayer.
Yes.
Co-op.
Yes.
Right.
It's having the multiplayer is
Definitely.
its major selling point.
Yeah. So even if because dude, like as much as we give shit to like Ubisoft games like Far Cry and Assassin's Creed, I enjoyed the shit out of a little bit of co-op in Far Cry 5. I mean, I really enjoyed that game.
Every game's better with multiplayer.
Yeah.
Right.
When you're spending like a good half hour just pushing each other out of a helicopter, it's a lot of fun.
Yes.
Like turn it harder so I can get in the blades. That kind of thing is a lot of fun. So
if this game is at least competent, we are definitely all going to be playing it.
yes, for sure.
That's I'd like to support Arcane. As far as I know, there's no major problems with the company. Deathloop, I think, is one of the only games of theirs I haven't at least watched a full playthrough of, if not played. I played through the Dishonored. I played Dark Messiah. I've watched quite a bit of the Wolfenstein.
Yeah, really. And looks like
I really think you'd like Deathloop if you haven't played it yet. It's up your alley.
Yeah.
So yeah, assuming it's great, I'm really looking forward to this one. I love co-op games.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. So I hopefully the gameplay loop is there and it's as solid. I mean, it looks good.
Yeah,
it looks good.
If I had to nitpick anything about the trailer from what I saw, there's not nearly enough enemies you're fighting once.
Yeah.
But that could just be the cinematic nature of them doing this trailer.
Yeah.
Like it's rare I saw more than like 3 or 4 enemies at a time in this 10-minute game.
For sure.
So I don't know exactly how that's going to work, if there are hordes of cultists or like vampires spawn or whatnot that you have to fight. But routinely you see 2 to 3, 4 players teaming up against like 2 vampires and they go down in 3-4 seconds.
Yeah.
So again, they're doing a very cinematic thing. If you've watched a lot of gameplay trailers, it shows what I'm talking about, where they try to make everything fluid and cool.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, even at the end here, we're watching it now on Twitch. The after gameplay video with some of the people that work at the company, the Graphic Synergistic, business people speak. You can tell they make games that they want to play.
Yeah.
That's what they say. They make games they want to enjoy, and it's nice to have a AA company that I can trust isn't going to just put out shit to try to make money.
Yeah, it's not just the churn. It's not just churning out titles. They're doing stuff they like to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to playing it, regardless of what my thoughts are on what I think it might be. Just because I think any real glaring issues that it has in being a Far Cry like, I think is null and void when you get more than one person together. So I think it has a lot of potential to be a lot of fun.
Now, do we have system specs for this game yet?
I don't know,
because that would be an interesting.
I mean, there should be some out. It's supposed to.
It's launching in May.
In May,
according to quick Google result, 64-bit processor, OS Windows 10, Intel Core i5 or AMD Ryzen 5, 16 gigs of RAM, graphics card, AMD RX 580 or a GTX 1070 with 6 gigabytes of VRAM, 100 gigabytes of space.
Well, that's hefty.
SSD recommended. I'd have to make room.
Dude,
down to like 80.
These games are getting ridiculous. So real quick, I'm going to go into Forspoken. I played the demo today.
Showed us a little bit.
Yeah, I showed you guys a little bit. Mainly what I wanted to get from it was to get a graphics comparison between, there's 4 different graphics modes on PC. There is low, standard, high, and ultra high.
I was really hoping you were going to say plaid.
My computer is, I have a Ryzen 7 5800X 3D, 32 gigs of DDR4 RAM at 3600 megahertz. I have 2 NVMe SSDs, which the game is installed on, one on my game drive in particular. And I have an RTX 2080 Super with 12 gigs of VRAM.
It's a lot of letters and numbers.
It is a lot of letters and numbers. For those that know, you understand. It's I have a pretty solid system. Now, I do have a graphics card that's 2 generations out of date, but it was flagship card at the time. And I would expect that after only a few years, I'd still be able to play everything at a reasonable detail settings. Mm-hmm. It plays great on low. I'm getting, upwards of 60 FPS. It's totally playable, right? It's not where I would hope it would be as far as getting like higher frame rate, since I have a higher refresh rate monitor. I do have a competent graphics card. My system specs, they beat the minimum requirements for sure. I would have preferred to see a much higher frames per second, being that the game looks like absolute fucking ass on low. It looks like hot garbage, to the point where
you get a paper cut on the fucking trees when you run by them, like Mario 64 looking fucking trees at a distance.
Your spells are pixelated. Like it gets pretty bad. Looks like a muddy mess. Now, it's standard. Game looks pretty good. Not so good that you should lose 15 to 20 FPS at all times. My average FPS was around 40 in standard. So that's cinematic is what I'll call that. It is not necessarily where we want to be with 60 plus FPS. So cinematic is what I will call it. And it plays reasonably well until there's a lot of spell effects on the screen. Once there are a lot of enemies and spell effects on the screen, the game chugs.
Turns into the game engine that tried.
Turn it up to high. So you turn it up to high, and you don't realize that much of a graphics quality increase between standard and high, but you do definitely see your fucking tanking frames. You lose another good chunk of frames in the tune of like 20 to 30% frame rate. Dropping you down to low 40s, mid 30s. And at ultra high, it's just a totally unplayable mess of a game. The moment that you get into combat, you're talking into the teens of frames. Yeah. It's pretty bad. Totally unplayable at that.
It's like it's like a flip book. It was like watching you play a flip book.
And keep in mind, I'm not playing at 4K. I'm playing at 1440p, which the resolution the PC requirements for 4K, they're ultra steep, but I'm not playing at those. I'm playing at 1440p, and we're talking low teens at ultra high, where I am totally able to play with DLSS on Cyberpunk at good frame rate 60 plus. So, and this game does not look as good as Cyberpunk does. It's a far cry from Cyberpunk. So, terrible optimization is what I'm going to blame it on. For what it's worth, the gameplay felt pretty solid. I enjoyed my time in the demo. I ended up completing the demo once, and then I ran through it real quickly again to get some samples of what the game looked like at different settings. Mm-hmm. Showed the guys here earlier so they could kind of understand where I'm coming from. And yeah, it was solid. I mean, it feels like the very beginning of a game where you're going to be getting a lot more abilities that matter.
That plus up.
Because to be honest, my gameplay experience was I smash left click repeatedly and tap on the control key quite frequently, and that's about as much as I'm doing there. Otherwise, like, it did feel fluid, very like Nick said, very floaty.
Yeah, she's got cool boots.
She's got cool boots, man.
You gotta give the game that.
Yeah, combat was all right. There was a decent mix of enemies. I even fought a little mini boss, and that was fine. So yeah, I mean, it's a game that I could see myself conceivably playing if it played well on my PC. Yeah, but unfortunately, it doesn't. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame. It's a shame that, they tout these games, they show cinematic trailers and all this to make them look just fucking pristine out the gate. And then the optimization was written by a fucking capuchin monkey.
Yeah, at this point, the optimization just seems like an afterthought for most of these studios. And it's too bad. It's too bad. Because, I mean, if you optimize it, you get more people playing it. You make your game instantly more accessible and more people play it.
I'm going to give a tip to all you CEOs of game companies. Yes, first week sales are great.
Oh, yeah.
But did you know that if your game's good, people will keep buying it?
Forever and ever.
Mm-hmm. Like, you can actually make more money than the initial launch if you make a game that is worth buying.
Honestly, make a medium game. I'm considering buying Mass Effect for the fifth fucking time so I can play it on my
That's
PC.
A medium game. It's going to be medium forever, whereas your game is going to be forgotten in 3 years.
Yeah. Well, to play us out, this is kind of a fun one. So,
like funny haha or like
funny, what is the world coming to?
It's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both. So we have a tweet from our friend of the show, Ted Cruz.
Oh, God.
Who said he was a friend?
He says...
I did not agree to this.
Ted Cruz in this tweet says, first gas stoves, then your coffee. Now they're gunning for your Xbox.
They're going to shoot your Xbox.
So in an effort to do what it can in concerns of climate change, Microsoft has given the Xbox a new feature that will that will consume less energy. So it's now a pared down shutdown mode. So instead of where you had sleep, which is traditionally what the Xbox would do when you tell your console to turn off, it goes into a sleep mode, which allows it to do updates idly while you're not playing it.
Yeah.
Kind of a cool feature. But it does consume a decent amount of electricity, especially once that CPU really turns up and your download starts going. What they've done now is they have started to analyze the grid and break it up into essentially quadrants where they can say, where they can examine energy consumption and energy availability in certain areas. And what they've done now is introduce, instead of the sleep function being the default shutdown function, a light shutdown function instead. What that does is kill everything except for your CPU's ability, like your Xbox's ability to communicate with Microsoft servers, and just ping it to find out, hey, when do I need to do my updates?
Gotcha.
So instead of always on, it does a little bit of a wake up feature by itself. It says, hey, is it now a good time to do our updates? Microsoft says no. There's heavy usage in your area when it comes to the available energy. Instead, what it does, instead of doing its updates kind of quasi-randomly throughout the day or night when it's not in use, it's checking to see when the most renewable energy is available in your area and when the grid is being used as little as possible. And says, hey, we saw a drastic drop in utilization of electricity in your area, so now's a good time to update your Xbox. Let's try and be as energy conscious as possible. Well, Ted Cruz had some things to say, and so did Fox News.
That's not Ted Cruz.
This is not Ted Cruz. No. So got a little video here to show you. I'll play the audio for your audio listeners. This is a little clip from Fox News. They had just gotten done talking about the tragedy of losing our M&M spokes M&Ms.
Oh, yeah.
And now they're moving on to...
Weren't they just complaining there was a brown one the other day or a green one or
listen, dude, I don't know. They're complaining about something at all times, but let's have a listen.
Great. You need a Jimmy Fallon. That's all I'm saying.
Xbox has also announced they're going woke too, because of climate change, that they're adding a new feature to their default settings. So if you own an Xbox, you can upload this new program, and it will turn off after so long to save the environment, the power. And also they're saying the energy saving shutdown feature is going to have a slower boot time. Ted Cruz writes on Twitter, first gas stoves, then your coffee, now you're gunning for my Xbox.
Isn't it crazy, though?
Ted Cruz does not own an
You were a
Xbox.
rebel if you had like a leather jacket and a pack of cigarettes.
Unless he's referring to
now
his
you have like
wife.
a full-powered Xbox and you're eating pizza rolls on a gas stove. I mean, it's crazy what they're doing, but we understand what this is. It's not that it's actually going to offset emissions, okay? The level of reduction is infinitesimal, but they're trying to recruit your kids into climate politics at an earlier age. Make them climate conscious now.
Insidious.
That. You're right. They're going after the children.
Of course
is
they
what
are.
Fox
But again,
News
what's
is
the
like.
point of video games? It's for kids to be kids. Now you sit down and pick up a controller and they're like, by the way, the world's on fire. Ah! You know what I mean? You just want to play the game. And if they can, I think they would stop making games that
kids
kept
aren't
kids
the main
trapped in the
people
house. My kid
playing video
played
games
so much
anymore,
Xbox
dude.
during the lockdowns, he didn't even know there was a lockdown until 2 months in.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
So yeah,
I'm Steve Juice.
Steve Juicy. So that's Fox News' opinion on,
that was
on
awful.
the latest console update for
I got my
Xbox.
fill of Fox News for the year. Thank you for that.
Oh, it's fun, man. It's fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, and Josh, you're wrong.
Josh is still just processing. what
Ted
we
Cruz
watched.
plays the most modern consoles. He actually tweets about playing video games quite frequently.
He's got to connect with his user base.
Speaking of Kinect, he used the Xbox Kinect in a very famous video. So
Was it on?
I'm pretty
Pornhub?
sure that was just in the hotel suite of the Mexican resort he stayed in when the power got shut down in Texas, which he gives no fucks about, and people were freezing to death.
listen, dude, he has to find something to do with his time in his bunker while he's waiting for for his constituents to stop being mad at him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
It's like a semi-yearly event.
We'll leave it at
he
this.
can't be a spineless bootlick all 24 hours of the day, right? He
Ted
has
Cruz
to
is
take
going
a
to
little
be
break from that.
so upset if his Honey Select does not update on its own, right?
Sure, dude. I don't know, man.
As well as Japanese porn games
Okay.
on Steam.
There's so many of those.
There's a lot of them.
I've wanted to buy some of them because some of them actually look good.
See, if you do that, beware, we're all going to watch you play it.
That's
Does
fine.
it tell us?
No, that's fine. Because to be honest, I was looking for a specific pinball game. Turns out it's only available on Epic. I was looking. I don't remember the name of the pinball game, but I looked up just the keyword pinball on Steam, and the first like 90 or so of them.
Pinball games, porn games.
Like the only thing
Most of
that
them
can
are.
make pinball better is titties.
That's,
I
mean,
guess.
okay, yeah, that's fair.
Or the only thing that can make titties better is pinball.
What bothers me in Steam is if you want the tags mature, like God forbid you want to see games
You
like
know?
The Witcher
Yeah.
or whatnot. It's like clammed in with all the fucking port games. So it's like, oh yeah, Witcher, but also Titties Redux 2, Boogaloo. It's like, no, I don't need that. Thank you.
Yeah, I really want to get like.
Watch these titties do the electric slide.
I want to expose Josh to some of those games, and just put a
I'm gonna
camera
turn
on
off
him,
Porn. You didn't think it was possible,
or give him some new kinks.
because that's what he needs. Noise to end on.
This week we've got Metroid Prime, Tears of the Kingdom, Void Train, Dark and Darker, mechs, lasers, Game Boys, space guns, skeletons, ninjas, pirates, and laser gun mech robot ninja pirates. I promise.
On this episode of Top Gear, I play city colony games. Andy attempts a wet run at a basic bitch tropical place, and Josh falls asleep in the Azores.
Hi, I'm Josh, and the first Pink Ranger, she had a skirt.
I'm hating it.
That's the intro. Hey, look at us.
My wife
Thank you. Hey, so
Where is it?
some things.
Where did that come from?
Some things happened today,
They did.
and this or a little bit earlier this week. To be honest, we have simultaneously got Steam Next Fest and Nintendo Direct going on.
Steam Next Direct.
We want to talk about those things.
Direct Fest.
Direct Fest.
Got a party right here.
So we're kind of understood as not like the biggest Nintendo nerds in the world. Played a lot of Nintendo growing up, but like, they fell off a little bit.
In a few more years, I'm going to start referring to everything as a Nintendo.
That's true. We're almost to that age.
I mean,
everything is almost a Nintendo again.
Turn off your Mario.
Yeah. Yep. I'm going to ground you from your Nintendo. I don't have a Nintendo. It's an Xbox. Nintendo Direct happened. We got a little bit of Pikmin. We got a little bit of retro gaming. We got some Metroid Prime Remastered.
Yeah. That raised the needle, didn't it, y'all?
Yeah, it sure did. Just a little bit. So, I mean, there isn't a whole lot to be said about the Nintendo Direct other than there were a lot of games that nobody here really cares about. They don't fit in with our milieu. They're not necessarily our style. The first one on that list, but barely makes the cut in being a semi-interesting game, is Pikmin 4. It is the fourth Pikmin.
It is more
Pikmin. If you like Pikmin, then you know what you're going to get.
Great.
It looks great. You're
Honestly,
the level design looks cool. You get a fun little doggo friend. I mean, what's not to love? If you already like this style of game, this is right up your fucking alley.
Yeah, if you like Pikmin, you're gonna. This is the game.
You home, baby.
Yeah,
it's good stuff.
This is something that absolutely might make it to my list. I mean, I can't ever see myself paying $60 for Pikmin. I'm sorry. Yeah. I just don't think there's that enough of a gameplay loop for me to pay $60 for such a simple concept. While fun, very simple. I mean, like a little puzzle game featuring colors and cute dudes. That's going to be fun for a little while, but paying full price for that, I got lots of games on Steam that I can play that do essentially the same thing.
My little sister loved Pikmin back in the day.
I loved Pikmin. Yeah, I beat the first Pikmin. I never played another Pikmin, but the first one was excellent. No qualms there. But personally, for my wallet, it just doesn't make sense. And considering that it is a Nintendo, first party title, probably going to be in the $60 to $70 range, which, we'll talk a little bit more.
That's the problem is it's now directly competing with other full price titles of Nintendo. Like, do you want to pay $60, $70 for Pikmin, or do you want to hold out a little bit and buy the new Zelda game?
Right. Now, if you're a Nintendo person and you are like Nintendo first party forever, then Pikmin makes sense. But for those of us that, have multiple platforms that we can play on and stuff, it just doesn't quite make the cut for me. That said, gameplay looks as solid as any other Pikmin game ever has. The boss fights look interesting and fun.
The boss fights definitely look like there's a bit of chaos involved in them there. That looks really cool. I'm enjoying the boss fights.
Yeah. Boss fights look compelling, but again, probably not enough for me to blow that wad of cash. We've got more games though.
Mm-hmm. There were several.
In fact, just in this conversation, we're going to have several. Nintendo has decided in their infinite wisdom that along with the NES, SNES, and Nintendo 64 titles that they're bringing to the Nintendo eShop for a subscription fee, they're going to be bringing us Game Boy and Game Boy Advance titles.
Now, is that going to be for the same subscription fee, like you get them all, or do you have to pay an additional subscription fee to get these?
That's a good question, and that is unknown as of yet. So that is a very, very important question that we'll be finding out, I'm sure, soon. This isn't launching today. It's launching soon, TM. And we'll have an answer for that eventually. But if it is included in your SNES and NES subscription, then I think that's just adding value to something that you're already paying for, and great.
Yeah, then it's really cool, and it's worthy to be excited about.
Right.
Now, if they're charging you more money for it,
well,
then it is not as cool as they're trying to make it seem.
My thought is they probably will. For one subscription fee, you get NES and SNES. for an additional $3 a month. So you have to have that base subscription, but for an additional $3 a month, you get Nintendo 64. Being that this is two, separate consoles additional, I have my doubts that they're going to include it in the base membership price. Maybe if you're paying for the Plus model with a Nintendo 64, maybe I could see them adding it to that.
That would be agree. I feel like that would be agreeable. You have the basic model and then the Plus where you get all the extras.
Right.
But they might go plus.
Yeah.
You need the plus.
But I mean, honestly, having the original Pokemon games, having the Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, Legend of Zelda titles, getting things like the Minish Cap, and what was the 4-player Zelda that I brought up earlier?
Four Seasons.
Four Seasons. Yeah. That great. If they have those titles, then those are things, especially Zelda titles that I missed out on, because GBA completely passed me, right? Yep. I didn't play like any GBA except for like the Kingdom Hearts game. A lot
of Game Boy Advance.
Yeah. So I didn't. I played a lot of Game Boy, but I never owned an Advance. I did borrow my friend's SP when he finally got a DS to play Kingdom Hearts. It was like Echo Chain Memory Saga Double XD6.
Deep Fried.
That one. So I did play Kingdom Hearts on it. And I played, a slew of other games that he was willing to let me borrow. But, other than that, I didn't get to play much. So I didn't get to play Minish Cap, which is, it looks like it controls just like Link to the Past, and the graphics look fantastic, and they kind of always have. The ability to play up to 4-player local or online co-op, that's cool.
That is pretty cool, because that was the number one thing with the GBA. You had to have that stupid fucking link cord and all that jazz. So now you could play these games and you do it just online. That's the one thing the GBA was missing back in the day. So that's dope. That's cool. I like it.
So actually, in the last little bit here, we are seeing that Game Boy is going to be included on Nintendo Switch Online. If you want Game Boy and Game Boy Advance, you have to be doing Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion pack. So, yeah, plus expansion pack means you're going to be paying that extra few bucks a month that includes the Nintendo 64 and GBA.
So they're kind of splitting it. They're kind of splitting the model there. So you get the old school GBA, NES for the base model, and then the plus, you get it all.
Yeah, for Nintendo Switch Online, you get NES, SNES, and Game Boy. If you get the expansion pack, you also get Nintendo 64 and GBA.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, that's
fairly reasonable. That's fairly reasonable.
I think it's like $9 a month or something like that. And the simple fact of the matter is that these are old games. Most of them you could probably beat relatively quickly. Like I went back and the games that I played immediately was Donkey Kong Country. I beat that relatively quickly. Then I played Donkey Kong Country 2, and that was in a day. I beat those two games in a not a sitting, but in a day. So the fact that you can do that, unless you're playing like longer Zelda titles or something like that, you can breeze through a lot of this content, and maybe you don't have to maintain your Nintendo Switch Online. Wait until games that come out for the service that you really want to play.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So I don't know. It gives you the option. I'm not the biggest fan of adding more subscription services to my vast library of subscription services, but I think there is some value there to go back and play old games legally, first party.
I have strong opinions on old games.
Yeah.
And they almost always fall into archivist mentality.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easy to, even in this day and age, especially with the glut of garbage games we have, to forget that video games are a form of media.
Yes.
And stuff like Metroid 2, it came out like 30-something years ago.
Yeah.
And to be charging, I understand how Nintendo works.
Yes.
we know how their pricing works and all that.
Yeah.
But it is so common knowledge in any form of like selling product that if you have something that will attract people that costs you nothing, you give it away for free as a taste to get them to do it.
Yeah.
Right. to say, hey, if you get a Switch, we will emulate you all these old games.
Here's all these
for
old
free.
games from our old library from consoles
have them
long past.
Like, 20, 30 years old. Not only are you helping to continue a new generation of gamers able to play these old classics to see, what they did and what they have. And, I've been there. I grew up poor. I can't imagine being a kid and being like, here's a handheld console. It's got 500 games on it.
Yeah.
Play whatever you want. Like, that's mind blowing.
Yeah.
Right?
Of course,
old.
You can go to wish.com and do that. They have those little emulator devices.
I mean, you could do that. And, I know it's not common knowledge and I know it's not legal, but it's interesting to see them, it's a good thing. I guess they bundle it with their online monthly internet, whatever, the Nintendo Online. But just the concept of paying for it, like, and again, I know it's illegal, but it is so easy to get any of these old games for free. And to charge money for them monthly, it's just, it just kind of baffles me.
Yeah, no, I'm in total agreement with you on the ethics side of things. Cause
it really kind of is ethical. Like,
it
at
is.
what point do you say, okay, this is classic. This is like Disney's archive collection. This is books from 30, 40, 50 years ago. Right. No one's charging money to read stuff that was written 30 years ago.
Yeah.
You find those things free online, and I don't know. It just grates at me.
It does. My concession is this is Nintendo. And I would expect Nintendo to be putting out collections, right? Like classic NES collection for the Switch
just the
at
Mario
$70,
games.
right?
Here's just the Zelda games.
And that's because they've done that before, and they're not even remakes. They're emulating their own games for their own platforms and charging premium prices for games that most people, especially of our age group, have played before. And they're just taking your money out of pure nostalgia, right? So that's where my concession is. That's why, as far as Nintendo goes, I don't think it's that bad of a deal. Good that it's included with some of your current subscriptions.
Most people are probably already paying for. Great.
Yeah. So that's, I do have that mild concession. So,
that would be the one good thing about it is that if you're already paying for that plus, then this is
additional content.
Yeah, this is
good
just
for you.
Additional content. Yeah. Good news.
I mean, good for me. I'm paying for it. So So did we talk about Metroid Prime?
No, we didn't.
Oh shoot! I was just over here watching it, man, just enjoying myself. So hey, Metroid Prime has been remastered for the Switch. It is available today on the Nintendo eShop.
That's the one that really excites me.
Yeah,
I see a new Zelda game drop. I see this. It's almost enough to make me buy it. It makes me want to buy a Switch, but it's not actually enough to make me go buy a Switch.
Yeah, and not only is it like it looks like a faithful remake, like they've definitely made better graphics here.
Definitely looks updated.
They've modernized it, but they've also modernized the control scheme.
I love that.
Yes. So before it was a single analog shooter. Now it is a dual analog shooter. The way we've been playing shooters for the last 20 years has finally come to Metroid Prime. So when I played Metroid Prime, I was really taken aback by the fact that it wasn't a dual analog shooter because I was already playing Halo.
I was say it came out alongside Halo. Yeah. So yeah, we were already really digging into that dual stick shooter.
Although that was early days for console shooters really taking off. After Halo, I just expected every shooter going forward was going to be a dual analog shooter. Yeah. And going back and playing, Metroid Prime on the GameCube, it felt really foreign to me, and it took some getting used to.
Yeah, it's something you had to.
That's what happens when the wheel gets reinvented, baby.
Yeah, So while I enjoyed it, I never got to play a ton of it because I never owned a GameCube. I had friends with GameCubes. I had friends with Metroid Prime, and I got to play some Metroid Prime at some friends' houses sometimes. But I am really genuinely looking forward to playing Metroid Prime on the Switch.
that the dual stick is just going to be an incredible breath of fresh air for that game. It's more than the graphic updates. That's the big deal. I feel like even.
I think that's going to make a huge difference in the playability, and I'm desperately looking forward to playing some Metroid Prime. It's the first game that I've seen new to the Switch that I'm like pumped for. I'm ready to play.
Dude, it sends pulses. It sends pulses of nostalgia beating down my spine. Like watching that preview, it was great.
Yeah,
it was great. I'm excited. Like I said, it makes me want to buy a Switch or at least borrow yours.
Yeah, at $40, at $40, I think that now there's arguments to be made, and I would prefer a cheaper price. I think $19.99 would be a totally acceptable price for a game this old, coming out as a remaster. My excitement level is saying that $40 is okay though. It's wrong, but it's saying it's okay. $40 is unfortunately something that, based on my nostalgia and my want to play, I'm willing to pay. I do think $40 is too much to ask for a remaster, but again, it is Nintendo.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's Nintendo. It's like, I'm surprised it's not more.
Yeah, me too. Honestly, when I first saw it, I was like, oh boy. I was like, I don't think it's going to be $70, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be 60. Yeah. So I honestly thought this was going to be a $60 title, especially being that like it is obviously a full remaster, and they've also changed the aspect ratio. You know, it used to be 4:3. They've changed the aspect ratio. They've updated the graphics. It looks like it might even be on a new engine for all we know. Like this could have been a real, true remaster. You know. Because it doesn't look like they just increased resolutions here and there.
Pay attention, Rockstar.
Yeah, right. No. It looks like they did. They took some time
them to remaster anything. They need to make a new fucking game.
Yes, they sure do. Oh, yeah.
Well, I already paid for that remaster.
Dude, it's so hard. Okay, so I'm a tangent here.
Yeah, little one.
Yeah, so
I will be right back.
Because Rockstar announced that they sold their 50 millionth copy of not Grand Theft Auto 5. Red Dead Redemption 2. They also announced that they today sold their 175 millionth copy of Grand Theft Auto 5. So that juggernaut is going to keep them going for quite some time, I think. Like the sales for that game have slowed, but have certainly not stopped. Every time it goes on sale, like Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2 saw its most concurrent players ever last month during the Steam Winter Sale. Or 2 months ago.
God damn.
So, yeah, you know.
I bought it again.
Of course you did. Now, I bought it for the first time. Listen, it
was so pretty. It was so pretty. It was worth it.
It's a gorgeous game.
Oh my God. On that new hardware I have,
I was convinced. I had convinced myself that I was going to beat this open world game. Just because of how much I was enjoying it in the first two playthroughs. I haven't picked it up since.
Yeah, no,
because it's a goddamn open world game, and that's what I do with open world games.
It's been a hot minute since I picked it back up, but I've already beat it once, so.
Yeah. Well, speaking of open world games that I'm really excited for that I probably won't play, hey, it's time for The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom?
Tears of the Kingdom, or Tears. I don't know. I actually haven't heard it spoken yet. I don't know that anybody necessarily has. No, they actually did during Nintendo Direct, now that I think about it. Tears of the Kingdom is coming out. We have a release date. It is going to be March 12th. At the end of the video that we're showing you, for you viewers, it's going to look like it says December 5th, but that's because we're watching the Nintendo UK version of the trailer. It's March, though.
Wouldn't that be May?
Sorry. Yes, May. Yes, I apologize. Okay. May. I get my M months confused sometimes. That happens to me.
He's month-lexic.
The moon's evil again.
Yep, the moon's evil. So we already had Red Moon scenarios. I forget what they were called in Breath of the Wild. It's been a while since I played. But it spawned extra monsters when the Red Moon was out. It made them extra more difficult and scary and vicious. It looks like that might be a running theme for this version of Breath of the Wild. In that it seemed like, because they're showing it in the trailer, seems like it might be a prominent thing in this game. Very much harkens back to Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask to me. That's the only other time that I can think that we got 2 games back to back, 2 Zelda games back to back on the same console generation, B, with the same assets and hero, and it was a continuation of the storyline of the first one. So it also features an evil moon. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, did we just get Ocarina of Time with Breath of the Wild? Because and that's the simile everybody uses is Ocarina of Breath of the Wild is Ocarina of Time 2.
That is the comparison.
Yeah.
Right?
And then they start with an evil moon for Tears of the Kingdom, and that screams Majora's Mask to me. And I don't know, man. That's neat.
The symbolism is pretty right in your face.
Strong with this one.
Yeah, it is strong. It is strong.
So yeah, we finally have a release date. We also know that Tears of the Kingdom is going to be $70 at launch.
Yep.
So it was inevitable.
That's the new pricing era.
It is.
Just get used to it, y'all.
Unfortunately.
That's what it's going to be.
Yeah. Video Game Donkey.
Stick around for all these indie games we're going to talk about in a little bit that are not $70.
For sure. Video Game Donkey did a really good little expose on video game pricing and how it has been recession proof, how it's been what do you call it?
Games were $60 in the mid 90s.
Yeah, 100%. And even then, there wasn't like even a standardized pricing. Some publishers would put out a game and they'd be like, this game is worth $100, so we're charging $100 for this game, right? Like there were NES games that were coming out new that were $120. I used to go to the game shop, and unless it was a used game, you were looking at $60 and up, you know? So being that that's the case, well, now PlayStation was a little bit different. PlayStation, almost all of the PlayStation games initially were $50, but the official price hikes really happened during that era. That's when I think the $60 standardization model came to play, unless it was some kind of special edition or came with additional hardware.
Yeah.
Right? Like with Steel Battalion, that was an expensive game because it came with a big-ass mech controller.
It's like $200 on top.
Which, come to find out that
it might have been more.
Yeah, that turns out that controller was not worth that. It just looked really cool, but it wasn't any better than current day controllers. So, that was an entirely its own thing. Moving on, we've got Steam Next Fest. I know it feels like we just had one, and we kind of did.
Kind of.
So we had a Steam Next Fest just before the holiday season kicked off for the winter sale. And we have Steam Next Fest again. It seems like they are doing these in a much more frequent cadence, which I am super about.
I'm for it.
Because a lot of the games that we started talking about in, for Greenlight and stuff like that, just a few months ago, now have demos, and they are part of Steam Next Fest.
Aren't they coming around?
They sure are. One of those games that we have talked about for a couple times because it's been showcased in an indie game special or Steam Next Fest is Void Train.
Man, I like trains.
Now, I want to mention to everybody real quick that all of the games that we're about to mention have demos available now on Steam, and that goes until this Sunday. Let me give you a date real quick. I'm pretty sure that's the 13th, but
you can play these.
It's the 12th. Yes, you can play these now all the way until the 12th. So spend your weekend on Steam, download some demos. Void Train.
Heck, skip school. Do it on a school night.
Do it on a school night. Void Train. Become a crew member of an interdimensional express train. Discover a new world full of mysterious creatures, enemies, and places. Upgrade and customize your train. Gather new materials and build better weapons. Play solo or online co-op with up to 4 people. It's made by
Dibs on the conductor.
Yes, it sure is. It's made by Hype Train Digital. It's on Steam now and should be available sometime in 2023.
I mean, I like crafting. I like trains. Win.
Yeah. Soon we got a few days where we can play this demo.
Yeah, that should be one of the ones we try. I mean, there's a couple on here we want to try.
I know.
Assuming the demo allows for co-op.
Yes, I do not know that the demo allows for co-op, and I was
demos have
multiplayer
like that.
And reading through the Steam page for it earlier, it wasn't immediately apparent if it was available now. In the blurb, it says up to 4-player co-op, right? Mm-hmm. But that could be for the full game and not necessarily for the demo page. Yeah. So it is unclear to me yet whether that is actually co-op or a single-player experience for the demo.
Well, I mean, the fact that it has 4-player co-op, like the full game that's a mark in its favor.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a game that you play on an interdimensional train, and it's a survival crafter.
Yeah,
sounds like fun.
Yeah, right.
Flip through void space, fighting weird aliens with a revolver.
Yeah,
you know,
it looks
everything
fucking
12-year-old Josh ever wanted.
Quite novel.
Indeed. We've got another game. It's a little game that I like to call Dark and Darker.
Oh my God, this is everything 35-year-old Josh wants.
Now, we've talked about Dark and Darker before, but it is officially in its second playtest, and this is another one that I think all of us are really wanting to play.
Definitely.
Real quick blurb is it's an unforgiving hardcore fantasy FPS dungeon PvPvE adventure. Band together with your friends and use your courage, wits, and cunning to uncover mythical treasures, defeat gruesome monsters, while staying one step ahead of other devious treasure hunters.
To translate that, it's old school D&D Tarkov.
Yes. That is 100% what it is. Mm-hmm. You could also, I assume, you could call it a roguelite in that there is progression, but progression is you stop progressing if you die inside of a level. You do keep like constant character progression.
Yeah, I mean it's the same with Tarkov.
Yeah,
with Cycle Frontier and all that stuff.
Exactly. It is that gameplay loop, but it's medieval dark fantasy.
Yeah, you got your wizards and your clerics and your rogues,
and your barbarians.
Yeah, up to it looks like 3 people. I think is what we determined in a party.
3 people for a squad. Yeah.
Man, that bums me out a little bit. So in a lot of Apex, in this, it's 3-man teams, and we generally like to roll as a foursome.
We do. I think for the most part, it's probably a balance issue, especially in a game that it focuses quite a bit on PvP as well.
Yeah. No, I guess I kind of understand it, but it bums me out because we don't have 6 regular players, but can get 4 on the reg, you know?
I think it would also be kind of a clusterfuck seeing how small these maps are. Not full maps, but like rooms within a map or within a level of the dungeon are fairly small.
Yeah. One thing I just thought of to consider is, like, let's say you had a game like this or Apex or whatever, and you want a map to have 10 teams on it.
Yeah.
Right? 10 teams at 3 players each is 30. At 4 players each, it's 40. Right?
Yeah.
And when it comes to multiplayer netcode and making sure everybody's having a smooth experience, that's a massive jump in the number of people connected to a single instance.
Yeah.
Right? So it could just be down to conservative limitations of multiplayer coding. Mm-hmm. You know, they want it to
Absolutely
run well. And, you know, if you had 4 players as opposed to 3, then with the same amount of players per server, you're losing 25% of the teams, 33%, whatever it is. I've been drinking numbers. So yeah, I mean, it does suck because 4 players, at least in our group, you know, it's not the same for every group, but that's easy to do.
Yeah, right? For sure. I mean, we're talking about building up a Valheim server here, and we'll talk about that a little bit after Next Fest, but we're talking about getting a Valheim server up. And the last time we did that, we ended up with like 6 or 7 players at times. So, or maybe 6. I think it was 5 or 6 players at a time. Yeah. So, and that became cumbersome. But that's that's realistic for us. We have people in our friend group that like to play games together. So, the more the merrier typically, which is why we're setting up a dedicated server for Valheim. But yeah, we'll come back to that. Speaking of dungeons and darkness, there's Darkest Dungeon 2.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody acquainted with the original Darkest Dungeon? I think it was a massive Steam favorite. It did very well.
Now, I played mine on the Xbox, but a similar experience. So same,
it's a menu-based.
Oh yeah, it doesn't really matter how you're playing it. It's a good game. Yeah. Darkest Dungeon 2 seems like it's going to be more Darkest Dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So far, it looks like everything that was correct and fun about the first game is going to be here, plus a little bit extra. Yeah. So, I mean, no notes.
Yeah.
No notes. I'm excited to try the demo to see if my hunch is, in fact, correct. But it just looks like updated Darkest Dungeon. It looks
now,
great.
I'm wondering
Where
if
the darker and darker and Darkest Dungeon is really fucking throwing me
Yeah,
off
I know,
now,
dude.
my guy. Oh my
Darkens
god.
and Dunger.
I'm just wondering if they're going to further increase the difficulty because there's expectations that you know how to play the game at this point.
I mean, yes and no.
I
You could always do like no light runs where common difficulty increases in the first one. And more so, I think there's PvP from what I remember seeing. Because like I saw some YouTubers playing this last year. Or maybe it was last year. So
I feel like they're going to try and use what you think you know against you.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a flipper.
it's the kind of game that difficulty is very easy to modify, and they can make it really hard really quick through just simple changes. How much stress your characters get, how long it takes them to recover, how much it costs to refuel all your things, not to mention the actual difficulty of the monsters you're fighting. So,
Man, it seems like a game that is ripe for a randomizer.
could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. They might even have a mode like that, just a free form mode where
Yeah.
you just fight after fight and you get to heal every once in a while and get stuff. So,
Yeah. Well, I made it clear that we all know Darkest Dungeon. But for those of you that don't, Darkest Dungeon 2 is a roguelike road trip of the damned. Form a party, equip your stagecoach, and set off across the decaying landscape on a
dang old decaying
that dang old decaying landscape on a last gasp quest to avert the apocalypse. God, that's hard to. The alliteration here is.
That's
fun.
its own dungeon right there.
The greatest dangers you face, however, may come from within. It's how do you describe Darkest Dungeon for those of us that haven't played?
Darkest Dungeon is a turn-based party Diablo with Cthulhu-esque sanity mechanics.
Yeah, I think that nails it pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a D&D-esque party of extremely gothic characters that will slowly go insane and develop all kinds of crazy, either good or bad outcomes, depending on how lucky you are. And you try to press them as far as you can, but it's much like XCOM in that your individual units need to take breaks.
Yes.
So your team that you go into a dungeon with isn't necessarily all the people you have. You will have more, but then you have to balance how much you're spending on maintaining a large party.
Yeah.
It's got very XCOM in that sense.
Yeah, and good
XCOM
amount of resource
games,
management.
I don't like XCOM, but I like Darkest Dungeon. Maybe that's just
Well, you don't like
the
you don't
theme.
like grid type XCOM titles. I think it would be the differentiator here.
Yeah, this has the overarching like meta play of XCOM, but not the actual grid based combat.
Yeah.
So
it's almost RPG style combat.
Which I mean,
turn-based.
I was gonna say, I really dig.
Yeah.
And just the whole theme of it was really fun. It's dark and
the
it's
cherry on the top
creepy.
is the narrator is fantastic.
Yes.
And
Yeah, big time.
absolutely makes the game. So
For sure. Next up, we've got Plan B Terraform. Now, Nick, you know a little bit about this game already?
This is now. I'm going to take the lead here real quick.
Okay.
I believe this is where you try to build a Planned Parenthood in a red state.
Red Planet, not Red State.
Oh, okay. I missed just a little bit there. Just a little bit.
So yeah, I was talking about a little bit. Just colonizing Mars as a video game genre is not new, and there's a good 4 to 6 out there that I remember playing off the top of my head. The interesting thing about this one is from the demo I played, which gets you through the first few kind of tech levels to the point where you're, having to set up little bases that all combine somewhere to then transport resources somewhere else. Just as the game is beginning to take off, the demo ends. It knows its limits, I think, is the best way to describe this. Like I said, I've played other colonizing Mars games, and some of them have been pretty good. Some of them have been utter flops. And this one falls, I'd almost call it like a Factorio light or a Satisfactory medium. It's, somewhere,
Medium satisfactory.
Yeah. It's not a well done steak, but you're not having to eat raw lamb here, right? Short trailer, but yeah, it's mostly logistics and throughput and bandwidth and optimization and efficiency, but not to a degree like you would get in Factorio.
Yeah.
and the goal is to literally greenify Mars. You don't get nearly that far in the demo that I played, but it played really well, and I enjoyed the way they decided to tackle those common mechanics you see in city building, games of this style. So some good choices. Again, the demo, 3 hours at most, 2 hours. Maybe I was taking my time and going ridiculous with it.
That's fairly generous for a demo, I feel like.
Yeah, it's probably got about an hour and a half worth of real content. But yeah, you have you'll have iron somewhere, right? And then you have silver somewhere else and other things. So if you want to make a city, you need concrete and steel, and those are multiple steps of buildings that have to pass their resources down the chain from raw resource to primary to secondary to finished product and ship it out. And trying to make that efficient is it's the fun of those games, and you either love it or you hate it. So if you like Dyson Sphere Project and Satisfactory and Factorio and Surviving Mars and Terraforming Mars, the board game, this is right up that venue.
I love those games. I am not terribly good at them, but I do love them.
I think this one, the pace it gave you and the fact that it's not punishing. There are fail states, but you'd have to go out of your way to achieve them.
Well, I mean, you know how I play Satisfactory. I am absolutely willing to be there helping you manufacture and make enormous factories. We put a lot of time into this.
It kind of sounds like it's training wheels for a game like Satisfactory, though, right? Like you could kind of get used to those,
I would equate
those mechanics, that style of game. Like if you think you'd like this style of game, and something like Satisfactory, you get in there and it blows your head off. So then something like this might be more up your speed as the training wheels going, don't let go, Dad. I need you back.
Yeah, it's not in the same category as Factorio. Okay. I don't even think it's as complicated as Satisfactory. Okay. But it's not simple.
Sure.
Right? You are still going to need to monitor things and think about numbers, but the numbers are very simple.
To me, I mean, based on what I've seen so far, and I've seen more than just the trailer so far, I've watched some gameplay footage too. It looks like it's like a cross between Factorio and like a colonizing sim.
Yeah, it's there was another game that just came out last year that is colonizing Mars that got really big, and then it came out and it was kind of crap.
Yeah.
And it's surprising how close they look. So yeah, with these kinds of games,
sure, they're kind of a dime a dozen, but this one looks like it seems
and that's
as
what I said.
polished.
I wanted to bring up specifically because I felt like they did a really good job.
That's important. Yeah, that's important to showcase, right? Yeah. Is that it does things that other things are doing, but it does them well, right?
Definitely.
Next up, hold on, I got a blurb real quick. Terraform a lifeless rock into a lush inhabitable world. Build trucks, trains, and sprawling factories on an enormous hexagonal planet. Grow its population to millions. Enjoy a dynamic simulation of atmosphere, temperature, water, and forests. Due out February 15th, 2023.
Yeah. That's right around the corner.
Basically, the demo ends, and they've got 3 days to tidy it up and ship it. So, it is coming out real soon. Next up on the list, Nick, you also have some info for this one as well. This is Phantom Brigade.
Phantom Brigade. So yeah, I watched Splattercat Gaming. Highly recommend YouTube channel. Play this sometime in the past. I don't have memory. I was not installed with that at birth. But it has some neat concepts. This reminds me so much of the PS2 era games where it was just a given that every game was going to have some extremely off-the-wall novel concept because it was a PlayStation.
Yeah,
game,
dude.
Right?
Introduce
a mechanic based on how many inkhorns your mother ate in the time before time.
Almost all the games you played in the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 era, unless they were established franchises, were all experiments.
Yeah, right? They definitely were. And I got huge vibes off that from this game. So what I remember watching was a single player story mission based intro to the game. It's a little hard to describe, but the shtick here is that you're in a mech and it's kind of a top down, almost war gamey looking.
This is throwing serious
thing.
XCOM vibes.
XCOM, but the deal, and I don't remember exactly how this works, but as you're planning out your move, the facing of the mech, how fast you're moving, where you're moving, is all holographically shown to you as like your next turn. So you program that out. And as you're moving your mech and deciding where they go, the time pauses and starts just like it does in like super hot. So the enemies are moving while you're moving. So if you want to move your mech, 100 feet forward and turn them left to shoot, you get a holographic representation of what the enemy is going to likely be doing. And you get to essentially, I wouldn't call it like bullet time, but you get to kind of predict what the enemy's doing.
Yeah.
Mostly. It's not 100%. If you're able to see our stream, you can see a little bit of what I'm talking about.
And what I'm seeing here is extremely familiar to me. It looks like they're scrubbing along a timeline.
Yeah,
like
you have the ability to move back and forth through this timeline.
Yeah, and
really
you're seeing
tweak your individual settings.
Yeah, and on the timeline you can see some of what the enemy is doing, some of what you're doing, and where your actions take place. It literally looks like an Adobe Premiere timeline.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it plays out.
Yeah.
And it's important because the game, if you don't take advantage of this, you will get your shit kicked in. It's hard on purpose. The storyline is you are the underdog. So without this ability, you'd be kind of screwed. But on top of that, facing is very important, so you get to take advantage of that. And from what we're seeing here, lots of customization options for your mechs. I'm sure you probably get to maybe scrap opponents and get resources from them that you
I'm
can
saying,
add
dude,
to
if I have a
yours.
mech, I want the one with the rims on it.
Exactly.
You know?
I don't know off the top of my head if this is multiplayer or not, but it looks like you can have up to multiple mechs in a squad. What I had seen was only one mech at a time. But yeah, Ring of Red vibes, Armored Core vibes.
Yeah.
I mean, even just the sheer novelty of it reminds me of like Dark Cloud, where the way you laid out buildings in your city determined like things that happen in the dungeon. It's that level of novel, it doesn't play anything like Dark Cloud, but
No, sure.
Yeah, I'd love mechs. Who doesn't love mechs? They're like dwarves and ninjas and pirates, right?
Except for better.
And yeah, it looks like there might be some overarching meta campaign progress as you're a rebel trying to fight back against people. I didn't get to see any of this in the video I watched, but yeah, it's very, very cool. I love novelty. I love novelty that's done well.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to be playing the demo of this one.
The more I watch of it, the more I'm into it. Because, when I first started looking at this, it looked like XCOM Plus with mechs. And I was like, well, mechs makes XCOM better for me because I've never been an XCOM guy. It's just not it's not a genre that appeals to me.
The whole time stream, the whole altering, that's kind of neat. Because you're not just shooting at the static target; they're reacting to you, reacting to them reacting.
I love that.
It's the it's Inception XCOM, baby.
And that way, it's very similar to Into the Breach. The concept that you are overwhelmed and outnumbered, but you're able to persevere through the ability to optimize your actions and predict what the opponent's doing.
Right.
And they give the player this strength that feels good to have.
Yeah.
Because then you feel like, you had to use every tool you had to overcome these challenges. So be interested to try it and see how it actually plays out.
Yeah, definitely. Now, real quick from developers. Phantom Brigade is a hybrid turn-based and real-time tactical RPG with an innovative timeline-based command system. See the future, predict enemy actions, and plot your counterattack on the timeline. Outnumbered and outgunned, lead the brigade's campaign to retake their war-torn homeland. Brace Yourself Games is the developer. It's going to be out on Steam February 28th. We have 3 weeks before this game comes out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to go donate plasma.
I know. So I mean, these games are. We've been talking about so many of these. Like we had to omit a bunch of games because we've talked about them on multiple occasions. But we are creeping up on so many of their release dates. Like a lot of these demos, their release dates are like February, March, April. You know, almost all of them have like a distinct launch date now, and it's soon. Some are still a little hazy as far as the release date. Some of them are going into just straight up early access as well, which we'll talk about one in just a little bit. But for now, we're going to talk about Inkbound. Inkbound reinvents turn-based gameplay in a fluid online co-op roguelike from the creators of Monster Train. Play solo or party up to dive into the magical, dangerous books of the Anthemium library and fight to save this rich, ever-expanding world. It's made by Shiny Shoe. It's going to be available on Steam now as a demo and available in Q2 2023, so still soon.
Yeah. So if you didn't play Monster Train, you're missing out. Monster Train was really at the height of those kind of what do you even call them? Like
card-based
roguelikes,
RPG roguelikes.
Yeah,
I mean, they have a lot of elements from a lot of different genres. You know,
is one part tower defense, one part card game, one part roguelike, and it hit the sweet spot. This shares almost nothing with Monster Train other than maybe the color palette. Is the only similarity here. But I did get to watch about half an hour of some YouTubers streaming this pair of people that were doing it co-op. It is very much a rogue light. You have lots of setup in the beginning of picking perks and powers and abilities and what class you have. And it seems to be that you go from arena to arena. So there's very little to do in between fights, from what I noticed. But when the fights happen, you have enemies spawn, and then you have a certain amount of action points. And a lot of your abilities move you, and you have a little wiggle room. I don't know if they're going to show it here, but you can kind of maneuver your character within like a 2 or 3 foot radius before you can attack to set yourself up. Make sure your strike or slash or cleave hits as many people as possible. But every turn that goes by, the arena gets smaller. On top of that, more and more enemies spawn. You get rewards for doing certain things in the battle that makes it harder or whatnot. And then, of course, rewards then each fight as you progress through the roguelite, trying to optimize your build, replacing your abilities, upgrading your abilities, choosing when to pivot, when to swap, and hopefully synergizing with your co-op buddy. The one I watched, they had one guy going full crit build, and the other one was more defensive buffing, so they can kind of bounce off each other and work together. I didn't see much of the meta play as far as like out-of-game upgrades and how that goes. I watched about 4 fights. So nothing new, novel, but a lot of ideas, much like Monster Train, combined into essentially a novel idea.
Yeah.
I really dig the art scheme of the game. It looks really, really freaking cool. Kind of like if Diablo was taking place in Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, it's very torchlight.
It's really cool looking. I dig it, and I dig the concept of the arena shrinking down. This looks fun. This looks fun.
Yeah, I'm always down for co-op games.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, also a lot of these games are co-op. It's what happens when you get Steam games made by indie developers. They understand that, like, oh yeah, people like to play together.
So yeah, if you like roguelites, you like Katana Zero, you like Slay the Spire, Breach Wanderers, Monster Train.
Yep.
This is along that vein. That ever push to take what RNG gives you and try to optimize it and finish a run is a satisfying feeling.
Yeah, definitely. Well, hey, we got more games.
More games.
Did you know that we've talked about Boundary quite a few times?
We have. Yeah. At least once or twice.
But
it's fantastic.
There's a demo out now.
There is a demo out now. So Boundary is a multiplayer tactical space-based shooter game engaging in fierce team versus team, zero-gravity firefights, and executing low-gravity operations on orbiting space installations against other enemy astro operators and other entities. This is made by Studio Surgical Scalpels. It's coming out this year. No official release date yet, just that it's coming out 2023. But there's a fucking demo out now of this first-person space shooter game in zero gravity, in realistic space suits and guns, and the way you move makes sense, and like real looking, real life looking space station.
Force, but real.
Yes, this is Space Force, but real. So we've all been really excited about this one. It looks super realistic.
You're gonna have to fight like this is gonna play more akin to like a fucking old school dog fight, man. You're gonna have to you gotta watch the doors and corners, bitch. That's where they get you.
Play like Titanfall.
Like, dude, it's man.
Well, but that's the thing is you have to watch your doors and corners in fucking 3D.
Yeah.
You know, because like there's a dude on the ceiling that's watching the other corners.
The fucking sun gatherer energy, solar flare, not that
Panel.
No. Panel.
Cheese.
This is just it looks so good.
And hopefully the gameplay holds up. We've been talking a lot of hype about it because it
Yeah.
looks fantastic.
Yeah.
This
But what
is
we
gonna
have seen
a
so far-
demo, so I'm definitely going to play it, and I will have words.
Yeah, and so far we've seen like quite a bit of gameplay interstitched with a bunch of theatrical stuff as well. But it certainly looks good. Like this looks like it could do for shooters what's the Portal Halo game?
Portal. Splitgate.
Splitgate. Yeah. It can be like it can have a really Splitgate impact,
Yep.
right? Like you're adding other genres and dimensions to a shooter, and God does if any genre needs a little bit of refresh, it's the fucking shooter genre. So thank God,
Most
So
definitely.
been looking really forward to this one coming out, and fortunately now we have a demo. And that is going to be, again, available until the 12th of this month. So, if you've got a PC that can play it, check it out.
And it's going to offer upgrade. You can be able to upgrade your suit, your guns. So there's still some upgradey options, too. So it's going to be fun, man.
It looks like it could be a blast. Like, really looking forward to getting in, playing it, and judging for myself instead of looking at cool trailers. But, like, I as long as it is a solid shooter and it controls well, I think it's going to be solid. Mm-hmm. Yeah. At least I'm hopeful.
We'll let you know.
Yeah, true. Well, that's it for what we chose for Steam Next Fest this year. I had another one on the list called Broken Arrow.
I had another 5 on the list.
Well, yeah, I mean, I had a bunch that I want to throw too, but there's also a lot that we've talked about at length, on the podcast previously. There's a bunch of new stuff, but we try to keep it, under an hour, which we're not going to make this time, but we try to keep it relatively short and give you the upper crust. So, that's what we've got chosen for the podcast this week, but there is certainly a ton more.
Definitely check it out for yourself.
For sure. So
Steam Next Fest.
it's on the front page of Steam. You just have to click Next Fest. If you go to the front page, you click Next Fest. It's going to take you. I mean, like I'm doing it live right now for the Twitch stream. There is so many games to be looked at.
And dozens and dozens.
System Shock, the fucking System Shock remake demo is available. Yeah. Shadows of Doubt, the super weird graphic noir title that we were talking about a few episodes ago, that's up.
If they don't have something for you, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a bunch of games that we've talked about already. There's a bunch of games that we also need to explore. Like since we started podcasting, Tribe Primitive Builder has started to go way up on the list. This was further down on the list, but a lot of people are downloading this demo right now. That's probably something to look out for. This list is changing rapidly as far as how many people are downloading what and when. So it's worth checking out. There's no reason not to check out as many demos as you can with as limited time as you have, because they're all free. Get in on it. Get your games list curated for 2023. It's an exciting time to be a gamer, especially when so many of these games are coming out this year and soon.
Right?
Yeah.
Before we wrap up, I do want to bring it up because it absorbed a week of my life, and I've literally had to step away from it because if I start playing it, I don't stop. Is a game called Against the Storm. Let's talk about novels. So this is a city builder, colony management, all that, right? Except it's a roguelite. And each individual city you build takes between about an hour or two. And it is so fun. It has a very, very good progression in difficulty that you get to kind of choose when you make it harder. but you earn meta currency faster for doing so. Generally, idea is you have this world that is racked by this evil storm. The only remaining city left is ruled by the queen and this volcano. Every 10 years, the cycle ends and the storm wipes the face of the planet clean and everything gets started over. And in those 10 years, the queen sends out envoys, one of which is you, to create little camp settlements to try to gather as many resources as possible to send back to the town before the cycle starts everything over. So each cycle you play between probably on average 4 to 6 settlements, earning meta currency to make future runs different or easier as the difficulty gets harder. It has a rain punk vibe. It's a term they use where each individual town as you're playing real time goes through different seasons and the rain does different stuff. You have to survive the storm. But the general idea, it looks like Warcraft 3, very much so. Plays like an RTS in the sense that you're building buildings, have different production. But it is a roguelite, and that like the perks you're optioned and the people you get and the resources you get from achieving missions, it's all RNG, and you have to try to focus down a build because you will not be able to do everything in any given run. And as you explore the wilderness and break into glades that come in various difficulties, they provide challenges that you have to overcome, usually based on, a hard real-life time limit to accomplish certain stuff. There are no enemies that are coming and attacking your people, but the best thing this game does is it is chock-a-block with interesting, tough choices. Everything you're doing is giving you a bonus somewhere and causing problems somewhere else. The main factor is that you have 2 axes, the queen's impatience and the forest hostility. The forest literally gets pissed off the more you cut it down and the more you expand your town, and the queen gets more and more impatient if you don't do stuff that she wants you to do, fulfilling certain missions and objectives. However, the more pissed off the queen is, the less the forest is bothered because you're focusing on production stuff. And the more you piss off the forest, the more the queen is understanding, and it lowers her impatience. So these axes are a balancing act that you have to try to, keep in tandem until your engine is built so fast that you can steamroll through and win a mission. I can't count the number of runs I've had where everything is going to shit. I'm literally cannibalizing my people, burning bones I found in the forest to keep warm during the storm. And 20 minutes later, my engine took off and I steamrolled and went out of nowhere. Right. And I've never had a city builder where I butt pucker.
Yeah.
But I highly, highly recommend it. They just overhauled the rain punk system where you can use rainwater to improve all your production buildings and make them more efficient, but it causes the plants to attack your city during the storm and take over your buildings. I'm just now getting into that difficulty, and it's a whole new system to learn. But yeah, lots of room for learning little tiny mechanics to optimize every little run. And, you might do a meat and leather run and make bags and, trade goods in one. The other one might all be about building lots of buildings, or another one might be about selling a lot of stuff. And, highly, highly recommend it. I love it. So,
and this is early access?
It is one of those games that if I didn't know it was early access, there's no way I would have said it wasn't.
Oh, what we're watching, it looks like it's extremely polished. I haven't seen a single
bug. The graphics are, for the aesthetic the game has, off the charts. Everything is smooth. I would have swore it was full release when I played it. But one thing, and this is something I like to bring up, the developers have been releasing on-time 2-week updates for many, many, many months without missing a beat. Every 2 weeks, the game's getting tweaked or bugs fixed or new content's getting added. And those are the kinds of early access games you should support. They're clearly using early access for what it's there for, trying to generate a little bit of revenue to keep the income coming in so they can continue to tweak and upgrade their game. And they've been doing it. They have a video on YouTube of what the game looked like a year and a half ago, and they scrubbed through the progress of it, and it's pretty mind-blowing. So
it's nice that they're reinvesting into the game and they're following what the fans of the game are saying. Hey, here's the bug there, fix this. Like you just said, they updated a mechanic. So
If you like Warcraft or Age of Empires or Slay the Spire and average roguelike games, any city settlement building games, games with tough choices, this is definitely one of those.
Yeah.
So highly recommend it. It's $20. It's not a Nintendo
awesome.
title.
I feel like I said we were going to talk about something at the end of the podcast, but I don't remember what it was.
Oh,
Other than Valheim.
Starting up a server.
We are going to be starting up a Valheim server. I don't think I'm going to be making it public, but we're likely going to be streaming some Valheim together.
Got the new Mistlands update. We got to catch up.
Find out what all this magic stuff is about and the mysteries of the Mistlands. So
get our shit kicked in.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're going to be checking that out here in the coming days. Also, I am hell-bent on getting a few of these demos done as well. So if I find the time to spend like a good amount of time in a demo or two, I plan on streaming that as well, especially seeing that our Valheim server is also going to be our new official stream PC. So we will have a dedicated stream PC, so I can do things like just stream whenever for any game.
Pissing constant.
That's true.
Dedicated stream.
Dedicated stream. Hey!
I beat you. That one was mine.
Yeah, you cheater.
Well, I mean,
Cheated.
I saw your build up, and I wanted to fucking take it.
I only
Yeah.
let you win because I'm polite.
Yeah, there you go. He doesn't want to rupture people's eardrums. Joshua.
That was.
Like
He's
that,
going home.
jackass. All right, so hey, it's balcony time.
Hello.
This is the
It wasn't
show
any
after the
louder
show.
than when you do it.
Listen, you're right. That's true.
Okay.
So, but between the podcast and now, we had a funny. So, for anybody that doesn't know, we do the intro for Video Game Tango after the show, just so we can include all the stuff that we talked about in the intro.
Or not.
I messed mine up.
Often not.
I was going to say that I create an onion merchant. I
Oh
forgot,
shit!
but that's okay.
Well, we got a good.
I made
intro
an
out of it
onion
still.
merchant.
He made an onion merchant.
That's true, you did.
Show them your onion merchant.
He dances to the tune of sulfurous compounds.
See, if you watch us live on Twitch, you can see Nick's onion merchant. Sort of. That sounds really sexual. Hey man,
look at my onion merchant.
Let me take a look at your onion merchant. So
Strings in the curtain rods. Yep.
It is sexual now.
it totally is. It's that's a new thing. Oh shit, that's a new move.
Can I show you my onion merchant, milady?
Oh
It's
shit.
got layers.
It'll make you cry.
So, like I was just saying before we started this show, I spent all day with Jeremy Clarkson because there was a BBC documentary talking about how he still has an article in the Sun that he's maintained, one of their tabloid papers.
Yeah.
That he's maintained since like the late 80s, right?
I had no idea.
Yeah, so he's been writing like an article for the Sun every week, right? Every week for since forever, since before we were born, because it was before he started Top Gear, which was 1987, and he's been writing for newspapers since the early 80s. So he, in his most recent article, or at least one of the more recent ones, he said that what he'd like to see happen to Meghan Markle is exactly what happened to the Queen in Game of Thrones, the shame scene.
Fun.
Yeah, there were a lot of people that weren't happy about that.
I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing it too, but for a different. I don't want anyone to spit on her.
Yeah, but that's what he was saying. I'll look for the article real quick. But
Yeah.
What does she
Clarkson
do?
and James.
Besides
and
being Canadian.
Hammond and all them, fantastic. Kind of real life, he's a piece of shit.
I mean,
He's funny as fuck. But
I don't think he's a piece of shit. I think he says a lot of things that he doesn't mean for. I hate to say, like call it clout or something, but
he's physically assaulted people for pissing him off.
he has, but he's still friends with all of them. Like,
No, I mean like random people, like reporters and shit. It was big dudes
Yeah.
like last year.
yeah, no, that's true. Yes, he can be a bit of a fucking jackass.
Well, I mean, he's a fucking 8-foot tall English ogre. What do you
You
expect?
can't expect much of him, right?
I don't know that I would necessarily call him a shit person, but yeah, he does some shitty things sometimes.
Yeah. He's a man of his time.
He is, yes, absolutely. Like growing up in the 70s and late 80s, he is absolutely, especially growing up in like small town, somewhere in fucking England. Yeah. I'm trying to find the what he said. He said, nope. Why not? Come on, don't give me the fucking editorial. Just give me the fucking tweet. Just give me the tweet.
No.
They don't give the original tweet.
Nope.
What the fuck is, dude? I fucking hate
clickbait website.
I fucking hate, dude.
Clickbait website.
You know what? Go to videogametango.com.
There you go.
No, we won't. What we are going to have is fucking good information that gives just all of it to you and links to everything instead of bullshit like CBS News and not showing their source, for Christ's sake. I mean, come on. This is ridiculous.
Sources are passe.
They're
so 2010s.
Like, we talk about video game news that we scrape from the internet. So we show our sources. Like, people are supposed to fucking do. But I can't find the goddamn tweet because apparently it's been removed from the internet.
But he thinks she should walk from the Sept of Baelor to the Red Keep naked.
Yeah, pretty much.
Getting cabbaged.
Shame-belled.
It started out with I hate her, not like I hate Scottish first Prime Minister Nicola Sturgeon, but that's how it started. And that's as much as any of these articles are willing to say. They're not willing to share the fucking quote. It's bothersome. Anyways, yeah, that's the whole gist of it. So Jeremy Clarkson is actually essentially getting canceled. So we are getting more Grand Tour, but only the ones that they filmed so far.
Okay.
After that, it looks like Amazon is parting ways with Jeremy Clarkson.
Cost them money.
The other thing is, well, apparently it wasn't because of the Meghan Markle thing. I guess it's been going on for a while that like the popularity of Grand Tours lessened, and they've just been looking to maybe part ways for a little bit. And this is just the cherry on the banana split. But Clarkson's Farm was like insanely popular, and Clarkson's Farm season 2 is coming out soon, but it looks like that's probably going to be the last of Clarkson's Farm that we get too, unless it's picked up by another streaming service. So unfortunately, yeah, it looks like we're going to be losing out on our Three Amigos for a little bit until they find another platform to do other stuff on. But to be honest, I'm looking at it and thinking, okay, so do you guys remember, like, it feels like relatively recent development that we got Grand Tour, right? Like that we were all getting together here at this apartment to watch some damn near. It's it launched in 2016, so it's not even a new show. And the guys were old then, and they're much older now. So honestly,
with be time to call it.
Yeah, I could see them absolutely retiring, at least from doing their own shows. I assume James May is still going to continue to do work.
Hammond's almost died like 9 times.
I was going to say the BBC is not done.
No, they're not done with Hammond and May.
Yeah.
No, Hammond is...
after Hammond dies, they'll continue to make him operate with animatronics like the fucking T-Rex from Jurassic Park.
For sure.
Man.
No, who was the narrator for BBC for... he did almost, like, not just exclusively, but he's most well known for his animal specials.
Attenborough?
Attenborough. Yeah,
David Attenborough.
Hammond is the new Attenborough.
Said Nigel Thornton.
Nigel. Smashing. But no, Hammond is basically the new Attenborough. Like, Attenborough, like, what we got of him was all animal stuff, but he narrated fucking everything the BBC did for, like, 2 decades.
Yeah, I know that Hammond's been doing a lot of narration.
Hammond has been the guy recently. So I assume that he's going to continue working with the BBC and doing his specials. I also assume James May is always doing a project. And he's also, I imagine they're going to continue working with him on Amazon too. James May, Our Man in whatever, and Okook was relatively successful as well.
First off, I don't get why people dislike Meghan Markle, like whatever.
Well, I mean,
secondly,
kind of obvious.
It's really obvious.
Just
because she was in a
2
shitty
reasons.
soap opera show.
One, she's a woman who married into the royal family. So she's already fucked.
They don't hate the other lady.
2, she's not white. So they were going to attack her no matter what, just for the fact that she isn't the perfect person for Prince Harry or whatever.
She's married to Prince Harry, right?
Yeah.
2, she's also not white, and that's a huge problem.
I'm gonna say, well, I wasn't even thinking about like geopolitical or racism. I was thinking it's because she's a Kardashian. At this point, what they are doing for themselves is they're taking their fame from having moved to the United States and that controversy, and publishing books left and right, doing like news tours and book signings. They're just really capitalizing, and they're throwing out Kardashian vibes at this point.
Well, like they don't have access to the royal coffers. They live in a different fucking country now, where they don't just get to fucking leech off the fucking UK. So what are they supposed like? What? No, who gives a shit?
I'm not saying, but you understand. You understand what I'm saying.
Sure. They're
fair enough. They're fucking Kardashians now. What they listen, dude. All they've been doing is doing tours of showing off their wealth.
Part B of that is why the fuck does anybody in America care what some dude in England said about a princess? Like, right? I mean, Jesus.
Nobody does.
Okay.
Not in America.
Right,
no. Like, nobody cares here.
Oh my goodness.
We're not riding into the sun and
it's an old guy yelling into the fucking wind. Just let it
No,
pass.
it really is.
She should have to do. Who gives a?
Well,
okay, thanks, Grandpa.
And honestly, I think Jeremy Clarkson apologized. I think that he thought people were thinking it was going to be a little bit funny.
Yeah, like
a joke made in poor taste.
Exactly. He was exactly. He was over the top.
Yeah.
Like
he was just trying to make a headline,
he's making a rant, and sometimes
it's a bad one.
Sure, absolutely. It's a bad. It's a fucking bad take. Yeah, it's poor taste. He apologized.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. He apologized. It's a shitty thing to say.
Yeah, to me, honestly, at the end of the day, it's one person's opinion, and who cares, man?
It's two rich people being upset, like for a third rich person's behalf. Like, who?
Yeah.
Fuck.
But at the end of the day, it looks like Jeremy Clarkson's career. Some consequences. So that's unfortunate. I mean, I would watch anything those three did except for Hammond, because his fucking. The thing he did with Tori Belleci was fucking garbage.
Yeah, I couldn't even make it through.
Ugh, trash TV. I mean, it was as American television as you can get as far as a shitty reality show goes.
The worst. It sucks for them because
it's really bad.
Of course, they don't want it to be like that.
Yeah, no, and Hammond talked it up like it was going to be the next big thing. He's talking about multiple shows branching from it, etc. And I watched it, and I had a hard time stomaching that second episode.
Many people ruin everything.
Yep. So, and they got a lot of money thrown at them by Amazon. So it's unfortunate, but
Amazon ruined something.
Yeah, weird.
They do all right with a lot of stuff, though. I mean,
they do. So you're right.
What media have they put out that they've done really well with?
I would say The Boys.
The Boys is really good.
That is true.
Jack Ryan's been good.
It was a legitimate question.
Yeah.
The Boys, Jack Ryan,
Invincible. I hear Bosch is really good. Never watched it.
The assassin from Star Wars?
That's Bosk.
Sorry,
Bosch is kind of an assassin, though. So,
and then there's this new show about like some sort of corporate has the evil German dude, Christoph.
Oh yeah,
Waltz.
Yeah, Christoph Waltz.
Yeah, and he's some sort of corporate consultant guy who's coming in to evaluate like employees and shit like that. And it has kind of a dark, I don't know. It sparked anything with him where he's it like sparks my interest right away.
Honestly,
to see the baby.
He's just a wildly good actor. I mean, so good.
Oh my God. Mando 3 comes out. Season 3 comes out soon.
How soon?
Like in February, February 13th or some shit like that.
I mean, Clark's Farm season 2 comes out this month too.
Oh my God, dude, there is some cool shit coming out. So I actually, speaking of cool shit that came out, it came out last week, I think, actually.
Oh shit, Clarkson's Farm comes out day after tomorrow.
Dope.
Yeah,
dope. I watched Wakanda Forever.
Yeah.
I I really enjoyed it. It was definitely the strongest movie of Phase 4. I thought what they did for Chadwick Boseman was very tasteful. It wasn't overdone. They didn't do some stupid fucking hologram goodbye bullshit.
That's good.
So that was my chief worry going in, is like, oh my God, I am going to see a fucking Tarkin hologram goodbye, like tear-stained goodbye to his fucking family, or like she's gonna talk to him in the Mist Lands or the Panther Lands or the Ancestor Lands, and I was worried about it, but they didn't. Like, there's none of that. It was very good. I super enjoyed their the Namor rework. It was fucking phenomenal. I really like the kind of the blending of the Mayan culture in there with that idea. He's not just like Atlantean. Like, this is a sunken old school Mayan culture, and it is really fucking cool. My one complaint is I like the character Ironheart. I like the actress. I like the character. I did not dig how the armor looked. It looked too chibi CGI-y. It didn't, like, you know how like Tony Stark's iron, like that looked like, I don't know. I wanted it.
It looks practical.
Yeah, it looked, this looked like something from a 90s anime. Now, I know, like, it's, you know, first war, whatever. Like, I did not like how CGI it looked, because Iron Man's armor looked like you could build that. Like, it could be a thing, right? You know,
and as cosplayers have shown. It's,
right. This just.
Can we pull it up?
Iron Man?
New Ironheart armor.
Ironheart, yeah.
It's funny you bring up Namor and Ironheart, and as of like a month ago, I wouldn't have known who they were, but I've been playing Marvel Snap, and they're in Marvel Snap.
Yeah. I mean, so what the image that I'm loading up here, if it ever does, hello?
Internet. Are we live?
It's, yeah. No, internet.
Power Rangers.
The internet's fine, but yeah.
I mean, it's like it. So that's
that page will not
load. That's the toy on the side here that we're looking at. In one more over.
Well, yeah, but that's probably the least best.
That's in movie
presentation. I know it is, but you can't see the full suit. I was just trying to find the full suit.
That bottom row, second from the left, that's Ironheart and Marvel Snap. It's much more reasonable.
Yeah. Dude, honestly, that looks straight out of Gears of War.
So I think that's from the new Ironheart show that is going to, because she's getting her own show and it drops in June. Now, it is comic book accurate. Yeah. Like, that's how, like, that's kind of how her armor looks. I wish it looked more.
Is this Pepper Potts?
No. This is, her name is Riri Williams.
Okay. So she wasn't in the Iron Man stuff.
No, she is, she cracks an iron, like in the comics. She's a gifted MIT student. Like, she's like 16 and at MIT.
Okay.
And she cracks some Tony Stark thing and improves upon it, and then like makes her own armor from some of his.
I mean, she was in Wakanda, right? Helping with
no. So, well, I mean, I don't want to give away spoilers, but she is not in Wakanda to start. The Wakandans pick her up to get her out of danger.
Okay. Oh, that's right. No, never mind. That was Black Panther's sister, right? That was working on. Why can't I think of his name? Red dude.
Vision.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My assumption was that was going to be the new Black Panther.
It's pretty much a known fact. Yes, the sister does become the new Black Panther.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okoye?
Shuri. Okay. Okoye is the head of.
She's like the warrior guard, right? Yeah.
Oh my God, what? God damn, I'm brain farting.
I can't help you because names, I'm bad with them.
Not my fandom. I'm not familiar.
Yeah.
It's not the Mujahideen. That's the.
It's definitely not. That was,
no, it's not. It's
All Guy Desiswai. It's the
famous for being spoken to by Reagan and Rambo the most.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
We're not
I
gonna think.
cannot-
Okay,
Well,
let
fine.
it go and it'll come to you.
Let it go.
That's how those things work.
I'm just gonna look it up because I need to recover from the last.
Yeah, no, I get you. Until you can't say words until you know what. Dude, listen, I did like 15 minutes worth of that in Video Game Tango, so I get it.
Yeah.
And like until you remove that from your brain, it's gonna be stuck there. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I mean, being the best of this current wave of MCU stuff, it doesn't shock me. Being that it's already an established character from previous Marvel movies.
The Dora Milaje.
Sounds like a hotel in Las Vegas.
It does 100%.
I have not seen a Marvel movie since the Thanos one.
Since Endgame.
I believe
So,
that was
like,
the one.
the Eternals happens.
Yeah,
That was the thing.
I didn't watch that one.
It's whatever,
Awful.
dude. It's bad. It's bad.
I knew
So
that.
very bad.
I knew that.
but
I didn't have to watch it to know. I didn't have.
Yeah.
Nobody had to tell me
Yeah.
that it was awful for me to know. I saw the trailer.
As big
I saw screenshots.
of a hot, steaming dumper that just leaves you aching and gaping.
Whoa.
As bad as that, as bad of a movie as
Visual.
Eternal is,
Phrasing.
the simple fact that a fucking adamantium Eternal erupted from the planet's core and nobody's fucking talked about it since it happened. Like nothing, nobody's covered it. It's just like, oh my God, dude, I saw a video on the displacement of that. Like every major metropolitan area on any coast felt that fucking thing rise out of the water. Like,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Completely ludicrous. You know, they're probably not talking about it because they don't want it to be canon because it's
they're like,
Yeah.
well, it's just it broke off and floated away like that, like the weird giant baby in Rick and Morty. Just let it go, guys.
Yeah. It's like Wankershim.
Maybe that's where the baby idea came from. Dude, I read an article earlier today that apparently Justin Roiland had almost nothing to do with Rick and Morty.
I read that
just voices.
I read that same article. He came in and read what was written. Essentially, the last episode he had any input on was Interdimensional Cable 2, which is
granted
like,
was probably my favorite interdimensional cable.
yeah, but that's just. Hey, every fucking character's here. Do it like we're right. There's no.
Dude, yeah, no, he did that in High on Life. Like he literally did interdimensional cable in High on Life.
But Interdimensional Cable 2, I think, is in season 3.
I think so.
So he hasn't really been involved with it for a while.
Yeah.
And
I mean, he's been doing stuff.
Sure,
like he's been doing
voices,
Swan
yeah,
Game.
but he's not.
It's not his baby.
Brady, yeah.
It's Dan Harmon's. Yeah. So I get it. But that's good.
Yeah, I mean, it means it should be find someone to do the voices.
Honestly, it sounds like Rick and Morty is going to continue to be good. The voices are just going to change. And we were talking about it on the balcony last week or the week before or something, and we were just talking about how it'd be like fun to have guest voices for them every episode, or like they change because honestly,
Jeopardy thing.
You could make that make sense in the Rick and Morty universe really easily, right?
Like they keep trying to find the new voice, and then by the end of the episode, they'll pick the one because they can't find their old voices. By the end of the season, there's I guess these are the ones we're stuck with.
Dude, they have voice changers installed into their throats, and they're just like, yeah, I kind of like this one right now, and then boom, so they change again. And they're like, I'm somebody else. They could absolutely do that. That's Rick and Morty is like a cartoon that has few rules.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I would love to be the voice of Morty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what you're doing now, because that'd be the best.
No. I mean, I would do my actual Morty.
Rick, oh geez, Rick.
Oh geez.
Oh geez, Rick.
Yeah, I'd be into that.
Got Summer. You gotta get your shit together, Summer, and get it all in a pile.
Get it all together.
Get it all together. Put it in a bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be fantastic. You should do the redub. Yeah, so that's comforting because I like Rick and Morty. Now, at the end of the day, like if we lost Rick and Morty, it'd be sad for a minute, but
I mean,
what we have is really good, and what I'm worried about is like at any point Rick and Morty could just be bad.
Yeah,
you know,
it's gonna go the route of either King of the Hill or Simpsons.
Yeah,
it's either gonna go on a little too long, or it's gonna go on
way too long. Yeah,
King of the Hill's coming back, baby.
Yeah,
they've got all the voices confirmed except for Con.
But I mean, I could see Con Supernussenbone. Yeah,
alive.
No, they just
not Cotton.
They
Con.
just did.
Oh,
well, the guy who voiced Con is also the same guy who voiced Cotton. And
oh shit!
He has not been invited back because they're probably just gonna hire an Asian voice actor to
sure.
They're not gonna hire a white guy to be an Asian dude. So.
That is a good point.
Yeah.
That's everything seeming. So
it is 2023, not 1996.
I mean, he's putting in the work, baby. He's doing the good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love Mike Judge. Yeah. That guy hits my humor bone perfectly.
With a fucking hammer.
Perfectly. Mm-hmm. Mike Judge is my humor that perfectly.
Have you both heard of his Porky's butthole story?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You heard about that? Where was it the Boomhauer or Butthead or Beavis?
It was Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah. He got a call, like a voicemail on his phone when he was at work. Some dude ranting about Porky's butthole. And the guy's voice, it was the voice for, he was either
for
Beavis
Boomhauer
or Butthead, or maybe it was Boomhauer.
No, it became Boomhauer.
Oh, it was Boomhauer.
Yeah, from that voicemail.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find.
Okay, great.
I got a voicemail once from this just deranged hillbilly guy with the thickest.
I apologize.
Zach G.
I just lit my acreage on fire.
Yeah, well, that would all make sense now. Yeah. Now this guy was like, he thought the name of the show was Porky's Butthole. Now, I don't know how you get Porky's Butthole out of Beavis and Butthead, but I still have the message. It's like
Zach Galifianakis is losing his shit.
Yeah,
half long, and he's just like, and this is actually. This is where I got the voice later for Boomhauer on King of the Hill. This guy, his message started out, he goes, I've been calling y'all for better than a month now. I grab about y'all every time that dang old Porky's butthole come on. Yeah. The thing that I couldn't figure out is like this message is incomprehensible. I mean, it's like I've listened to it a million times and I still don't know what he's talking about. But what gets me is like, okay, at some point this guy like said, I've got 411, he called information, give him a goddamn MTV. And then at some point he started going on about Porky's butthole. And then somebody back then, I had a voicemail if you called MTV. Someone was just like, yeah, I'm going to get you Mike Judge. Anything butthole, but, related, went straight to me.
It might not even been for him.
Yeah, right.
You're going to send you to Mike.
Yep.
Oh my God,
that's a great story.
The voice of the explanation about how he got Hank Hill was he was fixing a fence, and some dude was watching him for a minute, and then he just came over and he's like, "Yeah, well, if you don't use the post holder to get the post on, you're gonna have to be redoing that fence." And then it just like gave him advice about how to oh my God, dude! I am so excited for King of the Hill. I mean, I love it. I love it.
Be great.
At the end of the day, like Mike Judge pulls almost everything from a real life experience, and then he just amplifies it for TV. And that's what makes comedy good. Is relatability. Is like.
Or telling the future.
I mean, if we want to talk the future, we talk about The Simpsons, right? They just told the future in half of their episodes.
Nope. So here's the thing. The Simpsons hasn't changed. They just keep doing the same shit. Like, they just keep saying these things. They're like, America doesn't change. People don't change. The Simpsons isn't getting it right. We're doing it wrong. Is what I've.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. So no, I wait with bated breath for King of the Hill to come back. I think they missed the mark by just a few years. If King of the Hill had come out during the Trump presidency,
oh my god,
I think that would have been perfect timing.
That would have been good.
Yeah. Oh, dude, so much ammo. Like, I mean, they could take everything that was said
during COVID.
Totally.
You know, to be able to watch it then.
Oh, yeah, huge. Now, you know, who's to say that he won't be our president again at some point? And then who's to say that they don't just pull from, you know, what happened, you know, 2016 to 2020? Because they absolutely could. It's not like they can't dig a little bit into the past for the show, but I think they missed it. It would have just been poignant, you know, if they had gotten it out and, you know, just a few years ago.
No, I mean, I agree. I agree with that sentiment.
Yeah, which they've been talking about a King of the Hill reboot for like fucking 10 years now. It's only been off the air for 15, and just it only took a few years before they started talking about bringing it back.
They've already milked their other cows.
Yeah.
Time to milk this one.
Well, dude, they brought back Beavis and Butthead, and it was a fucking extraordinary. Beavis and Butthead. I've talked about it before, so I won't, you know, I'll save you the whole spiel. But Beavis and Butthead Does the Universe was fucking hilarious.
You should watch it.
It's so it is old Beavis and Butthead in its prime. It's perfect. You know, it's. They do such a good job of bringing like 1994 Beavis and Butthead into 2022 or you know, whenever it came out a year or two ago, and it's so fucking good. It's so good. So, well, hey guys, do you have anything else you'd like to add before we go?
Plan ahead if you're going to the DMV.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the amount of people I saw having to go, because I went to the DMV this week. I knew what I needed to bring. Nothing, just my credit card, or my debit card, so I could pay for my new ID. Because, I lost my wallet again. So
you didn't need 3 forms of identification.
No, it's because I'm not getting the new upgraded ID or whatever.
So you're a half citizen.
Yeah. So I'm sitting there for like 3 hours, and I finally get up to the fucking thing, the window, and the guy's like, 3 confirmation questions, mother's maiden name, like street address, and whatever, like one other whatever question. And he's like, all right. He's like, did your address change? It's like, nope, that was one of the questions. And he's like, all right, cool, $26. That was it. He's like, do you want a new picture? It's like, nah. I look like ass, so
yeah.
Because I was going to the DMV, so I had a sweater and pants. That's it. It was, I did not prepare for a picture.
Yes.
So yeah, dude, but everybody else, lots of people just moving back and forth. Everybody had their fucking kids there for some reason.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh my God, guys, like, figure out what you need before you come down here.
And don't bring your kids.
And don't bring your children. Tie them up outside.
It's like
that's. I mean,
a bicycle rack.
Yeah, no. The kids is one thing, but it's just like the amount of people that were going from like back and forth, and then like line to line, and then the guy's like the amount of people I saw turned away at the window. I mean, ultimately, it made my journey a 3-hour journey instead of a 4-hour journey. I was like, what the fuck, man? You shouldn't have been in line in the first place, man. What the God bless it.
I went there at like 11:30 on a Tuesday. The line was out the door. I was like, whatever, I got nothing to do. So I was hanging out. And like an hour goes by. I'm the next to get in the door. And I see on the door is a sign that they have an hour-long break for lunch. From 9:30 to 1:30. I was like, well, fuck. So I went home. I just didn't go back.
Dude, I made it to like, I was the group on the carpet, and then the lady came out. She was like, all right, well, we're going to do this group, and then we're going essentially to lunch. And I was like, that was the one happy thing there. But
I've just never had a bad time with the DMV, man.
Yeah, I know you were saying that the other day. I fucking hate you for it, but whatever. I don't know. I probably could have done it online or whatever, but I just didn't bother.
No, I think that was a COVID thing. I'm pretty sure that's over and done with because I couldn't renew my tags online, which I had done with my previous rig. So, no.
There was an express lane. That motherfucking lane was moving just fine, but apparently the 3 questions that the dude needed to ask me wasn't express enough.
Yeah. Well, I guess they have their reasons and their bureaucracy.
Yeah.
You know, red tape.
I mean, the lady out front was fun, I guess, but you know.
Yeah. This week, we've played a whole bunch of demos from Steam's Next Fest, including Dark and Darker.
Nick here, and if I've learned anything in life, it's to keep the bees happy.
Hi, I'm Josh, and we're coming in hotter than the acid rain dropping on Ohio.
My name is Andy, and you are watching Video Game Tango.
Welcome to video. No, keep going.
That's
welcome to Video Game Tango. Andy's not going to accept this.
No, it's just not going to work.
It's got to have 9 seconds of silence.
No, well, we had a perfect amount of silence. It's fine, but that's a really weird intro. Yeah,
I would subscribe to this podcast.
I mean, last week we talked about demos. We said,
was it last week or the week before? Time is a relative soup.
Yes, because it's a flat circle.
We did talk about demos last week. Last week was Steam Next Fest.
Yes,
that's why we played a bunch of demos last week.
Here.
Nope, that was
you were here.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Time is a relative.
Yeah.
Jeez, Lou.
So we talked about Next Fest and the games that we were going to play. You just played most of them and then some.
And we did as we promised. We played some demos. So
I kind of did. I played a demo.
I played a couple.
And then some other stuff that we'll talk about later.
Mm-hmm. So, where do we gonna lead off the one we all played?
Yeah, let's talk about Dark and Darker.
Oh my God.
Dude, okay, so listen. Dark and Darker was everything that I hoped it would be.
Yes.
And then some.
And then some. I had an absolute blast playing. I only made it out fucking twice. I died almost every single fucking time. But I had so much fun, like from screaming like a wee child running from mimics or other players who were very much more kidded than I was.
Yes, vastly superior to us.
That was rough running into another player most of the time.
I feel like, before we go too far, there's two ways to describe this game. The obvious one, this is old school D&D Tarkov.
Yep.
Or any other Tarkov-like. Or you could describe it as multiplayer Dark Souls that was made around the year 2003, right? It's very Heroes of Might and Magic, Dark Messiah-esque, but exceedingly difficult. But yeah, it plays like a Tarkov. It's an extraction, quote-unquote, shooter. And yeah, it's I'm pretty sure our first time in, we immediately got absolutely dump trucked by like 3 skeletons.
100%.
Hard.
And it wasn't until like our 5th or 6th time into the dungeon that I think we were like successfully killing the basic skeletons.
Yeah. And then we learned essentially like basic skeletons became basic bitches.
You get that Dark Souls like, okay, I know their patterns. I know not to just panic when I fight them.
And then most of the enemies, from what I can tell, I mean, we didn't get darker. We only got dark. Where they had
a dim experience.
We had a dim experience. Most of them do seem to have really set attack patterns. I imagine you could probably memorize just all of them at some point, and then the challenge is no longer the enemies in dungeons, right? The non-player controlled ones.
I have since watched about 5 people doing like solo runs.
Mm-hmm.
And they're playing a different game.
Yeah.
I mean, even just the fact that they're solo, meaning they don't have to worry about other people on their team.
Yeah.
And I've also watched them play in teams, but like solo rogues or solo rangers.
I watch a lot of solo rogues.
Vastly different experience than we did. Right. But I mean, we had a lot of fun. And I think at some point we had a few team fights where we actually managed to kill 1 or 2 of their team.
For sure.
We lost every team fight we got into.
Yes.
But it was still super satisfying.
Oh my God. It's an instant, like we knew like after the first hour of playing together that it was like, oh, this is a definite buy. This is a definite buy.
Yeah.
And then they even extended the demo out because,
all the way till tomorrow, Thursday.
Yep. Indeed.
I believe.
It's still,
it could be midnight tonight.
I think it is midnight tonight.
If that's the case, and you won't be able to play it after hearing this podcast, but
You wouldn't be able to anyways because this goes out on the 17th.
okay.
But yeah, they did lengthen the playtest. From what I understand, though, that is something that they have done for every playtest so far. Is they're like, well, this playtest was great, but we actually have more content that we'd like to put out now for you to try out, and that's what happened with this playtest. Is they launched it initially so they could try out VoIP. VoIP was new for this playtest, and then they lengthened it so they could do the goblin portion, the other dungeon, the one that we didn't touch.
The darker part.
Yeah. Well, from what I understand, you're still on layer 1 of a dungeon.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just it's a different map essentially. Yeah. And I imagine they kind of do what Tarkov does in that way, where like you can choose, like Tarkov has a giant persistent map, but you can choose segments of it.
Yeah.
To enter.
Yeah.
That would be another thing. Is I would be excited to see more map layouts and different themes of the dungeons, because that basic dungeon we had, like we saw mimics and skeletons and zombies and a ghost.
Ghosts, wraiths, what do they call them?
My god! It was so a good variety already, and it just did it just wet the whistle to see more. I want
Apparently the
more.
dungeon
I'm
not only
ready.
has goblins, it has cave trolls. I saw
Oh
cave
my
troll
goodness!
fight.
Ooh.
But yeah, no, tentative quarter 3 release of this year. So probably not, but it might very well come out this year. And if you don't, I mean, my brother had it pointed out a good way. If you already have a Tarkov you play, or a Tarkov like, do you have room for another one? I don't know. But if you don't have one, and you like games that are difficult and demand your attention, and reward you for taking the time to learn them. I think even in just the few nights we played, the vast amount of learning I went through just playing a few nights. Your first session compared to your 20th are extremely different.
So, your first session, you're just not going to know what's going on. And then by the end of the first few hours, you kind of understand the combat basics and the basics of the map and extraction and stuff like that. But there's an entire magic system that we really didn't touch.
I was going to say, you dabbled your toe into that spellcasting class, the cleric there. I mostly played melee classes, barbarian, fighter, and then you were rocking the ranger there for a hot minute. It
felt really weird to try and play an extraction shooter without a ranged weapon.
Yeah.
So I knew that because you guys are both melee, like it was already hard enough you guys trying not to hit each other in the first 5-10 missions. I didn't want to throw a third melee character in there. We did try at one point all melee characters, and I think we did even worse.
No, so here's the thing. It's really easy to not hit somebody in your party.
I'm just saying we've continued the proud tradition of Video Game Tango of me killing Andy.
Yeah, because Nick, the melee, there was not an issue in getting in melee combat and hitting each other. It was an issue of Josh hitting me. Not
just an issue of melee combat hitting each other.
But I mean, honestly, it's really not hard to not hit your other party members. Like you just don't aim at them.
But I mean, I clipped you a couple of times.
We all hit each other at one point. And you learn. That's the thing, I mean, it was even being a ranged character, I still had to wait at times to shoot because I couldn't predict how you guys were dodging enemy attacks. And at least at one time I shot one of you in the back. But no, it's very interesting. Yeah. It does suffer from a problem. I wouldn't say my main issue. The first issue I noticed is that when you collect loot and you go out of the dungeon and you go into the overworld where you sell your loot to get money to buy stuff, it has a similar thing that Tarkov has where there's a bunch of different vendors. And in Tarkov, those vendors all have quests and reputation you earn with them to get specific things that those vendors sell. I'm assuming this game does the same because I saw that those vendors had unique items, or at least very good items that required a currency that we didn't have in the demo, or at least we didn't earn. The problem is there's 10 fucking vendors, or 12.
12, I think, yeah.
And if I've got chalices and boots and a sword, I need to find 3 different vendors to sell those to, because the leathersmith doesn't want to buy my,
goblets.
My goblets.
Yeah.
That's silly, right? That's just an unnecessary thing. If you want to have individual people that give you quest and reputation, that's fine. Just say that you sell your stuff to them. I don't need to literally go back in and out of menus to find the right vendor, even though, okay, eventually you're going to learn which one is which.
Yeah,
right?
you will.
That's just an unnecessary level of obfuscation. I can't even say the word.
I also didn't like how the stashes were not shareable between characters that you made. I feel like you should be able to transfer things between them, but I mean, maybe that's just...
I think that would be really reasonable for someone that wasn't cracked at the game.
Yeah.
But the problem is that, like, I saw someone do a build as a rogue where it's all about not fighting people, not even fighting monsters. You take all these, like, smoke, screen, caltrops, and visibility skills, and you just go loot those lion heads' chests that only rogues can lockpick, and then you leave.
Yeah.
And every run, you're getting, like, 200 to 500 coins.
And you're just standing there stealth next to where you think a portal's going to open
this chest, and you get, like, a pair of purple boots or, like, a purple Zweihander or two-handed sword. If you had shareable stashes, then you could just give it to your barbarian.
Yeah.
Which is fine if you're a normal person, but some people are really, really cracked at that game, like they are at any shooter or competitive game, and they would be able to very, very quickly
with
get
one
up
character
best in slot all of their classes,
all their shit with one guy doing.
And then you'd have a dual issue where they would then dominate, and they'd also complain because it'd immediately be like endgame loot for the season, right? So I agree with you, because like it would have been nice. Like I'd found like a really cool wizard thing. I'm like, now I can try it a wizard, but then I remembered I can't really give this to a wizard. On the flip side, you can become a merchant, which we didn't look into, but there is a auction house system where you can sell your loot to other players. So even though you can't probably share your own stash, you could probably, once you have enough money, buy the stuff from other players.
That would be feasible.
I don't think you actually. So I'm pretty sure it actually works less like an auction house and more like trade chat in World of Warcraft.
Okay, I didn't use it, so I don't know exactly. How
I've seen it being used in Twitch, and yeah, it's definitely like you type in a price, please send tell.
Okay.
Type thing.
I mean, it's reasonable, to have that in there. There's got to some kind of interaction between players. Yeah, one of those games that, there's lots of little intricacies to learn. Each class is going to have its own, unique skill ceiling. It seems like some classes are definitely better than others.
Yeah.
I was watching a lot of Wizard and Rogue and Rangers and Wizards seem to be hands down. Like I'm watching them solo 1v3 repeatedly in the same match. So it's early access is, very, very, very early game. There's tuning to be done. But the experience we had was fantastic.
Yeah, I loved it.
It was a good time.
We had one moment where, full on gut primal laughing when Josh, in a panic, trying not to get killed by the encroaching wall, ran through the pitch black through a tunnel filled with swinging axe blades. And fucking Mr. Beaned himself through there without getting hit once with a shred of health left. Like, that was iconic.
Yeah, yes. I don't know how it happened. Never
You
again.
had a moment. Yeah, no, it was excellent. You guys didn't try out. You guys didn't try out the VoIP. I only did for the last couple runs because I realized you actually have to enable it. It's not enabled by default. Because I was wondering, because I changed my hotkey so it was familiar to DayZ, because the controls are really similar to DayZ. So I turned on the VoIP, or I changed my keybind for VoIP, and I'm trying to talk to people, and nobody's talking back. So I'm like, oh, this kind of sucks. It's too bad nobody else is doing the VoIP experience, till I found out that you had to turn it on. So I did it for the last couple runs that we did. And there was one where we had that other group of three that was above us. With the cleric and wizard and I think a barbarian and
ranger, because I shot him.
Oh yeah. So while I was fighting the other cleric, I was having a blast. The reason I was saying "fuck you" was because every time I said "fuck you," he said "fuck you" back, and we had a fun "fuck you" back and forth. And listen,
what's your name?
No, it was no. I literally threw on protection on myself, whip out my mace, and I said "fuck you," and he responds back with "no, fuck you," and we just literally hit each other. First one to die wins, or first one to die loses, and that was a fun little interaction.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and I want more of that because honestly, I find comedy in VoIP really no matter what's being said. I love VoIP. It's one of my favorite features in just video games in general. So I had fun with that.
Legitimate.
I know you're like less into it, especially when it comes to like Call of Duty style games.
90% of my experience with VoIP in competitive games is getting verbally trashed on, and then 9% of it is other people being like, "Please don't kill me, I'm trying to quest," and then 1% of the time you get some kind of iconic interaction.
Yeah,
that to me is not worth a fucking 16-year-old calling me every name under the book because he 360 no scope me because he's on Adderall and he hasn't been to school today, and I'm an adult and don't have time to crack out.
I'm a 35-year-old trying my best. I'm trying.
See, I love those interactions no matter how they go down, really, at the end of the day. As long as they don't shout out the N-word, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, that one, a couple other ones.
That happens.
One that hurt me the most was at the end, it's like 16 he had to be 16 or 12 or whatever.
What game is this?
I was playing the Call of Duty, but open world. The Warzone. Call of Duty Warzone.
Fight area.
And this dude at the end was like, "Man, I call you cancer, but that fucking kills people." So, oh, fuck, God.
Saving that.
I fucking love VoIP. That shit.
And I just shut the game off, which is what he intended, and it worked.
I love that.
Yeah. But yeah, fantastic, fun stuff.
Highly recommend, especially since there are probably going to be more playtests before it comes out. Yeah. Check it out while it's up on playtest. Put it up on your wish list. Make sure you're tracking it, and
it's one to keep track of.
Yeah, it's a fucking blast. So other than Dark and Darker, which we all played, Nick's got some games that he played on his own.
I did. Do you have the list in the order we mentioned?
Void Train.
So I wish I had more to talk about this one. So I started it up. Interesting little intro, and I played about 20-30 minutes of it. I didn't see nearly any of this stuff, and before I quickly realized this is a game that is designed to be played at the very least in co-op with more than one person. I didn't really know what I was getting into. I had some ideas in mind, but the moment I actually started playing, I'm like, okay, this is the Raft, but in a very unique locale with new mechanics. And that said, grappling around and looking for resources while the train is moving and trying to get stuff done on the train while you're collecting resources was not a job for one player.
Sure.
I'm sure it could be played solo, but I don't think that's where this game is going to shine. That said, I only got about 20-30 minutes into it. I didn't even get into any fights. I was just working my way through the basic researches and collecting of stuff. I had planned on playing it with my brother, but that just didn't end up happening, so I didn't get to experience the game as a full. So I don't have an actual opinion on it other than I do want to give it another shot, but I need to find somebody to play it with because I think that's where this game is really going to vibe.
If there is another playtest, which I don't think there is. I don't remember when it comes out.
I feel like I feel
notes
bad for missing out on that one.
Okay, so it doesn't have a planned release date, just 2023. We're probably going to get another Next Fest or some kind of demo excursion through Steam. I would totally be down to play it with you because I meant to play it with you this week. We just ended up doing other things. Yeah. I wasn't even necessarily. I mean, yes, I was busy, but it's because we were doing other things.
Yeah,
we prioritized
overall
differently.
Feel based off the kind of genre and theme and aesthetic choices. I think I could really like the game, but I played so little that I can't have an opinion on it yet, other than it felt pretty solid from what I played. What was up next?
Next, we have Phantom Brigade.
Phantom Brigade. So this is that kind of isometric mech game that we talked about. Really neat.
XCOM mech style.
XCOM-esque.
Yes.
Yeah. So I got to play it. Let's see. In no real particular order, the game has a pretty solid idea of what it is. It's not perfect. Some of the systems seemed a little unmeshed. The gameplay itself screams, take your time to learn me. It has a very large amount of room for you to learn all the little systems, aka as in like XCOM or any really tactical game, where if you want to be able to play on harder difficulties or succeed missions flawlessly, you're going to have to take advantage of every little thing given to you. And they give you a lot of room to play. So every turn, like if you start the round, you have a little time scrub bar, like a video editor on the bottom of your screen. And you say, do I want to, like, you can move and you can attack, you can shoot, you can defend. And when you click that button, you choose where in the timeline you want to start that action. And as you scrub left and right from the beginning to the end of the turn, which is 5 seconds, it shows a hologram of what the enemies are doing at that point in time. So if you got a guy with a shield, you say, I want you to activate your shield for 1 second. You can scrub through and see where the enemy is moving around a corner. When it begins to shoot in your direction, put your shield up there. And then at the same time, you can also say, okay, while you're defending, I want you to move here, and you see how long that takes. And then shooting your gun is similar, but shooting guns and doing stuff heats up your mech, so there's a heat system. All very well done. The combat, it reminded, now that I've played it, it screams Into the Breach.
Okay.
Enemies predict, they tell you what they're doing. You are overwhelmed and outgunned, and you are going to win through precise, efficient play, right? And that's what Into the Breach is all about. I really liked it. I can tell out of battle editing your mechs, there's a moderately solid customization system. From what I saw, you have all your gear has an item level that determines overall effectiveness of your mech, and the gear, your arm or your head or your weapons can have like equipment attachment slots to it, and that's about as much as I saw. Where the game kind of lost me a little bit is 2 things. One, the iconography and the UI is so slick and well designed and cool looking that I was having trouble at times figuring out literally what it was saying. Your weapon's AoE range, or like how its effective range, was like the vaguest fog-like ring around your character. And I couldn't tell, because like every weapon has a minimum and maximum effective range, and you get a donut around your character. I don't really know exactly where 78 versus 85% is chance to hit. A lot of little icons that weren't fully explained in the demo. Things like if you continue to shoot and you overheat and damage yourself, it tells you that. It doesn't tell you how much damage, where the damage is going. Is it going to your core, to your weapon arm, right? There's little things like that that I think playing the full game, you're going to have plenty of time to learn.
Yeah.
And the demo did a pretty good job of showing you. It was long. I got to do like 3 or 4 missions plus some overworld stuff. It was like 2 hours.
How long were the missions approximately?
Because you spend about... I'd say I spent about maybe 3 to 5 minutes a turn setting up a turn, and then it plays out. It speeds up time to full speed and then slows down as that 5 seconds hits.
Yeah.
Each battle probably took 20 to 40 minutes.
Okay.
The story's trash. It is the most generic. We're a nation and we're on patrol, and then we got attacked by the bad guys and they took us over, and now we're freedom fighters and we're going to take it back. It's like, cool.
Yeah.
But neat. You have an overworld map where you have like a mobile command unit, a giant semi-truck that carries your mechs that you repair on the fly, and you go around the different provinces to defend them on little missions. So the overworld play is nothing new, but it looks solid. Overall, I like it. I think if I had the full game and I had time to learn it, it's one of those games where, like I said, if you want to take the time to learn all the little systems, it's going to reward you for that. I don't think it's going to be everybody's game, but for it to kind of come out of left field and have like a mech-esque XCOM Into the Breach feel, very, very solid start.
What would you pay for it?
What would I pay for it?
Yep.
Or what should a normal person?
What do you think would be a reasonable price?
$30 to $40 for it.
Yeah.
I think it's an indie game that deserves that higher bracket of price.
Sure.
But that's mostly just because I feel like most of the pieces gel well enough. I think it's almost there.
Yeah.
There was no part of the demo where I thought that needs a lot of polish, other than the story being crap.
Sure.
But I don't expect good stories anymore.
Do you know if there's going to be a multiplayer component?
Ooh, I don't. That game would be fantastic with one. I do find in games like this that multiplayer components are usually pretty common, but these games are so niche that it's rarely a selling point that's going to make the developer a lot of money.
Right.
But it would be a fantastic addition. I don't know how it would work, because if you imagine in single player, you get to see what the enemy's doing exactly.
Yeah.
How would that work with 2 players, that are both trying to predict the other one.
That's why, like, I don't know that it would necessarily work, but to me it screams like this mechanic needs you need to figure out multiplayer for this mechanic.
Yeah, if they could do that, that would be very, very fantastic.
Yeah.
They would have to kind of overhaul the core system, maybe remove the prediction entirely, and you just say over these 5 seconds, these are what my mechs are doing, and hope that the enemy is going to be where you're predicting, which would be very, very fun in and of itself.
Yeah, it'd be a different game, certainly. But
so I think Dark and Darker and Phantom Brigade were probably the best demos I played.
Okay.
Not only like the best potential games, but the demos themselves were very well done. Next up, we had the Xenonauts, which I mostly just want to touch on because this is a super niche game. But the first Xenonauts was a game that came out where the developer essentially said, we love the original XCOM that came out in the 90s, and we kind of don't like where the new XCOM went like super Marvel sci-fi and lost a lot of the really difficult tactical choices the old XCOM had. So let's make a spiritual successor to XCOM that's set like roughly around the 2000s, 2010s with that level of tech. And the first one was great. It was janky and clunky and clearly like a first attempt at a developer's pass at a game like this. And playing through this demo, I saw basically we remade Xenonauts in a better engine with more knowledge. Everything's better. And I really enjoyed it. And it was tough. I mean, even the first couple missions, I lost people. I almost lost the second mission in the demo.
And your units persist through missions?
Yes,
like
your units
style?
persist.
Okay.
And it's very much like OSR D&D. You get all these recruits, and sometimes they die super early on, but they survive. They get kills, they get nicknames, they get badges, and then you hope they can make it, to like the end of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of choices. Every choice you make is an opportunity cost. You could have done something else. You could be researching this tech, or you could be taking down that UFO, or, defending this point, and you can't do everything at once. And it's if you like XCOM style tactical games and you haven't heard of Xenonauts, you need to check this one out. So for those people that like that, definitely.
Yeah, never been my cup of tea, but like
cool art style though.
Right. I watch them and I'm like, I want to love this so much. But then practically when I play XCOM style games, it's just not my jam, unfortunately.
One neat thing I think that some people might be familiar with, the idea of Overwatch, not the game, but the concept where you get like a reaction shot when it's not your turn. A lot of games in this genre do it differently. This one had a neat take where any action points you don't spend on your turn goes into a pool that will be spent to do an Overwatch shot, and the more action points you saved, the more essentially accurate the Overwatch is going to be.
Okay.
Which is nice because in like XCOM, you have to actively choose to give up half your turn to go into Overwatch.
Right.
So that was kind of a smart decision. Like, it's realistic. If you didn't actually spend time doing stuff on this 5-second turn, you're literally just waiting to see if somebody comes by to shoot them when they come around a corner.
Yeah, you should
Very
get some
clever.
kind of opportunity. Yeah.
From here, the demos started to get okay, or I had major problems with them. What was the next one that was up?
Boundary.
Boundary was the one I played with Josh.
Yeah, I played this one.
What'd you think of it?
I honestly was having a pretty good time with it. I would have liked to have seen another map. I think it was just
three times in a row.
Just the one map that we saw. I don't know if they were offering another one, but
I played on 2 other maps before you got on.
But we just played that one map like over and over and over again. But I was having a pretty good time with it. I also I think the foundation, the roots are there, because different game types, because we pretty much only played domination, or capture the point and hang on to it. But something like capture the flag with this would be absolutely fucking wild. And once you get over moving like the axis movement, it gets easier. Like it takes a minute to feel really comfortable moving in anything but what amounts to a straight line. But after like 3 or 4 games, I was at least spinning around and I was able to grapple really well. I enjoyed the game. I feel like more getting the full game is you're going to get more customization. You're going to get those other game types, more maps. But I definitely feel like there's promise there.
For those of you listening who aren't familiar, Boundary is essentially NASA with guns. You are in a realistic
Space Force for real.
Yeah, Space Force for real. You're in a realistic-esque spacesuit, moving in 6 degrees of freedom, fighting in space stations in space. So what Josh was talking about, learning the movement, it's one thing to know forward, left, back, and right and leaning, but yeah, when you can rotate and, fully flip over and all that, and you have a trajectory and a velocity and your guns have recoil that physically move you back, that's a whole other layer added on. So I had a bit of a kid in a candy store moment with this where I played similar games, but the immediate feel of this one took me off guard at how tight it felt, and I loved it, right? And I played some, and then Josh joined me, and then I played some more, and I watched a bunch of videos on it. And as the immediate novelty wore off, I realized, okay, the concept, like Josh said they have here, is really, really, really good. What they showed was essentially similar, like the bare bones Splitgate early play we had, where it's like Splitgate knew what it was, and it still does. They've had some trouble, but
some identity crises.
It's Quake with portals, right? And that's what it's about. And this is guns in space. But besides the novelty and, the lateral thinking of you don't need to peek around a corner and show half your body, rotate 90 degrees. Now it's just your gun in your head. Doesn't matter if you're upside down, right? You can run up to something and latch your boots onto it and run a full arc around a silo. It's very, very neat and novel. But the demo itself was just TDM, domination, and they had like a arena. Everybody had shotguns, moving around a space museum. And the out-of-game progression, you unlock new scopes and shit. But I kind of realized is like, this game is going to need something else to not just flounder like every other new novel FPS does.
Yeah.
I don't know what that looks like. Your playtesters are there to tell you what they liked and didn't like about the game, what's wrong. We're not there to actually give you a solution. Some kind of game mode, I think, that would be unique to something that takes advantage of that 6-axis of freedom and that, containing your velocity almost not as fast as Tribes was back in the day, but
sure.
There is something there. It just needs to be developed. It ran a little clunky on my PC. I have a 1050 Ti.
Yeah, I think it's just the old graphics card at this point.
There was no real stuttering. It's just I had to turn it down a bit. I could tell it wasn't running at 60 FPS. But the gunplay felt great. The sound is on point. Like you can hear all tenor or treble turned down, the gun firing off, and the clunking of your boots when you're touching stuff. Other than that, it's like mostly silent because you're in space.
I imagine that just really adds to the tension, though.
Smoke grenades become perfectly radius spheres because there's you're no gravity.
Yeah.
But yeah, it needed I saw a lot of suggestions, and they had a clever thing that Subnautica did this. Press F8 anytime in the game to give us feedback. Right. So I did. I said this game needs micrometeor impacts. It needs electrical arcs coming off broken machinery. It needs big asteroids or boxes that you can push around to use as active cover. Like if one of us could be pushing a box while the other one's holding on, shooting around it, man, that'd be cool,
sick. Yeah.
Right? As it stood, it was static environments with minor breakable terrain that caused some debris. You could shoot through solar panels, so it was visual cover, but wall banging was a thing. But yeah, it was very bare bones. But what was there, like I said, great concept.
Bare bones, but the bones are good.
Don't sleep on it. You make some more unique stuff to this game, and I think it could be really, really good.
Definitely.
After that, we had
Darkest Dungeon 2.
Darkest Dungeon 2. Either you said you almost got to play it, but then you didn't.
had it on the load screen, but then I had to cut it. I had to cut that bait so I could play Dark and Darker, which, I mean, I had a great time doing that. Yeah. So
yeah, at the end of the day, with Darkest Dungeon 2, you kind of already know what you're going to get into. So
So I did play it.
Yeah.
I never beat the first Darkest Dungeon. I did sink a good sub 100 hours, but a handful of runs and attempts. I know you played it, but did you play it?
I played a little bit of the first one. I watched more than I played.
I watched a lot.
Yeah, it's a great game to watch. Yeah.
They really struck gold with the first one. They had this feel of, let's bring a difficult tactical element to Diablo, right?
Yeah.
Or to D&D, right? This is that gothic horror combined with the narrator and, running a team, and some of them are back at town and your guys are going insane and all that. All that surface stuff is there in Darkest Dungeons too. Where it threw me for a loop is, in this one, you don't have a town that you're at, and you don't set up a town and do all the town stuff and prepare and get ready for a run and go run into the dungeon and hopefully make it back out. No, you're in a wagon, and the wagon is going to like the boss that you choose at the beginning of a run. And in between locations, you're physically controlling this wagon, which is running from point to point. And the point-to-point system is identical to Slay the Spire. You have a branching system. Each node has, an enemy or a hard enemy or a treasure chest or a store or an event. Some of them are shown to you, some of them aren't, depending on like upgrades to your wagon. But you just choose, binary paths or trinary left, right, or middle. And while you're going between points, like there's like little leaf bushes you can hit that seemingly sometimes give you stuff. Seemingly sometimes they harm you. I couldn't really tell. It's so fucking gimmicky. Like I thought it was going to be this integral part of the game, but it's literally like we couldn't find a reason for you to be doing anything between points. So here, steer this wagon with the worst steer. It's just left and right. Like you'd tap left and your wagon would like turn left way more than you want it to. So you can hold right to like counter steer. And it took me like a few minutes just to get the fucking wagon to go straight down the road.
Yeah.
And then you get to a point, and it like might be an event or a store, and then you have the traditional Darkest Dungeon combat, which was fine. One thing, and I don't know if the first game had this or not, but when it's fighting the monsters, horrible choice for your demo, maybe great for the actual game. You don't get to know anything about the monsters until you've seen them do something. So you don't know what their attack is until they do it, and now you know what that attack does, right? So out of the 5 or 6 fights I had in there, some of the monsters were only in a few of them. Mm-hmm. So I didn't really get to learn. I had maybe one opportunity to see an enemy more than once, where it's like, okay, I know everything this guy does, right? And the pip system Darkest Dungeon uses, where you have the 4 rows for the heroes and the 4 rows for the enemy, and you have to be in one of these rows that are lit up, and you can hit the enemies in one of these rows. It made sense for your players, but it was somehow like color-coded and inverted for the enemies to where they were using attacks that, from what I could tell, they weren't allowed to use from the spot they were in. Mm-hmm. It's like you were supposed to read it from their perspective. To this day, there's a few attacks. I'm like, I specifically knocked them out of that pip zone to think that they couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I couldn't parse it. On top of that, they went ham into this system of relationships where your characters, each one has a relationship with another one in the party. So you've got 4 characters. It's like, 16, 20 relationships, right? And the better the relationship, you get better events, and they have better, like, resolve moments if their resolve is tested. And if it's worse, they fight each other and all that. Half of the resolve penalties and bonuses I got were as you're traveling in the wagon, your characters just say random lines, and then you get like +1 or -1 resolve. Okay. So like you're traveling in between events, you're playing this gimmickly little game where you're trying to hit leaf things, and I've lost more resolve due to random RNG going between events than I was able to regain through the whole demo with this one particular pair between like my alchemist and my paladin. It was like, that's taken all control out of my ability to affect the relationships when the majority of it's just like, hey, stop hogging all the meat or whatever.
Yeah, especially if it's done while the game is effectively idle at that point. Right?
Yeah, you're literally just holding W and then pressing A and D to try to hit leaf piles, which I couldn't tell if these random events were from me hitting the leaf piles or not. I think I got a coin at one point hitting one. It's such a weird direction to take the game It's like, it's one thing to kind of copy Slay the Spire and be like, okay, we're removing the whole dungeon system, which I really liked about Darkest Dungeons, that you kind of got to pick a path. It wasn't too different from Slay the Spire, but it was, kind of unique to the game. This is just a clearly ripoff of all the other Slay the Spire clones, to this really ham-fisted relationship system that I just don't know why they took this tack with it. You had a thing with the town and the dungeon, and to me, it didn't feel like I was doing anything in a dungeon. I was fighting bandits on a road, and I never even got to the dungeon, right, at the end of the demo. Mm-hmm. You do have a boss fight that was gimmicky as fuck, and I almost lost because I didn't know what I was getting into.
Yeah.
I did manage to beat it. But I just felt like a lot of control was taken out of my hands, and I understand the game is about making the best of the situation you have, right? But bad situations should arise from either poor planning or bad decision making, not RNG, especially in games like this, right? Or at least the RNG should be happening at the beginning of the run, right? Like, we're hitting you with these curses at the beginning of the run. You can't use these abilities. Now you know that going
makes
into
sense.
The run,
yeah.
Right? But no, and I don't know. I didn't like it. It did not feel like what I was expecting from Darkest Dungeon 2. I feel like they really pivoted hard in a different direction for seemingly no reason. I mean, the first Darkest Dungeon did great for what game it was. So I guess we'll see what other people have to say. Or
if there's more to it, maybe there's a character sheet that tells you the character's likes and dislikes, or
you could
for the
learn
relationship stuff.
But was a relationship system was it
probably not necessary, but they're probably just reaching for more mechanics.
It seems so important to the game. And the fact that, half the relationship modifiers I got were from random quips said between points of interest.
That's a little bit ridiculous. Like the loss of agency and affecting
maybe that's not
relationship.
Standard. Maybe you don't lose or gain that much in a normal run. And I just had bad RNG. But that's
still part of the mechanic
demo, right? So I mean, the combat's still there. That I don't remember enough about the first one to know if there's new moves that they didn't have. I mean, I recognize a lot of the same characters and same abilities. I had the ability to upgrade 2 of the skills at the start of the run, or like halfway through it, out of the 20 total skills I think I had between the characters. Not knowing what I was going up against, I took defensive ones, and one of them never came up the whole demo.
Disappointing.
So it's like, okay. If I had the whole game, I learned, okay, I know I'm going on this particular boss run. I'm going to be fighting enemies that cause this debuff to upgrade that skill. But, that's the kind of thing where I start talking about, like, your demos need to not be wholesale cloth your video game. You need to modify them for the fact that they are a demo. I don't know. I hope you guys get a chance to try it and see if you have a similar opinion, or at least we have a friend who really played the shit out of it.
Yeah, we do, yeah.
I'd like to see his opinion on it. So,
yeah, well, I mean, I probably won't be able to get another demo cycle in. It looks like it comes out soon. It's May 8th.
Okay.
So this might be the last time there's a demo before it comes out.
For the audience, just watch someone play it before you buy it. Go sit down and watch somebody play through like the first few levels.
And when it comes out,
see what I'm talking about.
There's going to be 1.5 billion people that play it. It's Darkest Dungeon was a huge game when it came out.
If this was just more of the first one, I almost say feel free to buy it now. Mm-hmm. Like, I would be willing to say, just pre-order the second one because it's more of the first one. You like the first one, you like the second one. But this is different enough that I think, you really need to hold your reservations. And
that's kind of opposite of what we were thinking. And from what we were saying, it's like, oh, okay, well, it's more of the same, more of the good. But it seems like it's kind of, there's a little bit of good in there, but it's more of some of the different.
Yeah. What's up next?
So, just the rest of the games that you played.
So I played roughly 8-10 other games. There were a few that were like, thumbs up. That's a game, right? There was, if I have that list up, there's one I did kind of want to call out, Battle something, Dungeon Drafters. You like little card-based anime games? Solid, right? But a lot of these demos, you can tell either 3 situations. A, the game's not ready to be played yet, and they put it out anyways. 2, they made a demo of their game where they just took a part of their game wholesale and made it a demo. They don't teach you nearly enough about how the game works, so your first experience is awful. Or 3, the game's just bad. A few of these, I was like, this seems like it'd be a really great game if it was somebody's first video game out of video game college.
Sure.
But most of them were, they do such a poor job of communicating to you how the game's supposed to work, or the tutorials, it doesn't cover important things, and they just throw you in, here's the gameplay. And you're like, I don't even know what the fucking buttons do.
Yeah.
Dude, you've got 9 buttons on my hotbar, and they're just pictures. And it was unfortunate. Some of them just kind of felt like ripoffs, but I did play Desynced, Operation Harsh Doorstop, yet another Zombie Survivor, Broken Arrow, Infection Free Zone, Dungeon Drafters, Humanit Z, and Dark Envoy. I would not purchase any of these games in the state they're in. Some people might really like them, but they were milquetoast, right? Or bad. I don't want to call anyone out in particular.
You're not. Listen, you're playing a demo, so this is honest feedback from somebody that's played a portion of a game that is not complete. So take it for what it is, and while we have opinions on all these games in their current state, they are totally subject to change. And we've seen games that have, we've seen games that went from a garbage demo to great game at the end of the day. Yeah, look at Josh. Started out weak, ended strong. So
games go through a crazy cycle in development. I mean, if you watch any game documentary about what your favorite games look like when they were in early alpha, they don't look anything similar.
Oh yeah. Let's take Overwatch, for example. Let's talk about a AAA title. Overwatch started out as an MMO.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So,
they're very ephemeral at first.
Yeah.
Some of these felt like they were pretty far along, but also just maybe not bad, but janky as fuck.
Yeah.
And I've played a lot of video games. I'm maybe not the audience for some of these games, and I'm generally negative when it comes to games. So I could be being overly harsh on a few of these, but it's just it reminds me that a lot of people go to great lengths to make these indie games. They put their heart and soul into them, and the only problem the game has is that the designer is novice and they haven't learned lessons yet. Yet another Zombie Survivor, Dark Envoy, Desynced fall into those categories. I'm like, I can tell you're trying. Good job. Hopefully you're not a multi-employee studio that's sunk a lot of money into this, because this is clearly novice work. Doesn't mean it's bad.
No, for sure. And listen, everybody has their first game. And especially
you got to have your first at some point.
Yeah, I mean, most coders and developers, they start solo nowadays. The indie scene is huge and growing because of it. Thank you.
Yeah.
For all of your contributions. People like Concerned Ape really kind of paved the way for the single developer studio. Right? Yeah. Single developer studio to put out a game and get a ball rolling and turn into something bigger. So, we're not giving reviews on these games as much as we are our first impressions. And remember that they are first impressions, not full reviews. We don't really do reviews on Video Game Tango because at the end of the day, we don't want to quantify somebody's experience, between 1 and 10. Yeah. Because we all have we have varying taste amongst ourselves. That's actually one of the things that I think Video Game Tango does well, is that we don't always agree on games. I play a lot of games that you guys wouldn't be into, and vice versa, right?
Yeah. Something I learned early on is your goal in a critic is not to find the biggest or best one. It's to find the one whose views align with yours. Yeah. Because their job then is to find things that they would like, and you agree with them, so then you would like them as well, right? Yeah. So in that sense, there's games Andy likes or Josh likes or I like that the others don't like. That's valid, right?
Yeah. I put 2,500 hours into DayZ, you know what I mean? So and these two, that's never happening.
So if you've done that, then you'll probably like a lot of the games Andy likes.
Yeah, right? Yeah. So just everything we have to say, it's while they're critiques of our own opinion, they are just based on our own opinion and our own experience. So, we aren't putting anything in concrete here. That's what the game developers do.
as a last note, I just want to point out, if any of you, any developers or whoever doing these demos, if you happen to hear this, you're looking for Next Fest news, you got to remember that your demo is your first impression people are getting from your game. If you are not coddling them, showing them, here's this little picturesque slice of what I want you to see, and you're throwing your shit in wholesale, here's just a chunk of my game with no explanation, go. Yeah. Your game's going to flop. People are going to, they just got to try it for free over this Next Fest, and they're like, what the fuck was that, right? Take your time. Demos are as important as first levels in a game, right? Yeah. So the reason first levels are sometimes made at the end of the game's development. You make the rest of the game first, because getting that first experience is so fucking important. So especially in the glut of games we have nowadays. So work on that next time.
First impression is important.
Yeah, it's easy to get lost in the mire. You know, you got to stand out. So no, that's totally right. Make your demo stand out. Make sure it is of demo quality. It's a demonstration of what you want your game to be when it comes out. So definitely. And if any of these developers are listening, hey, don't take what we say to heart too much, you know, especially if we're critical on your game. There's going to be people that like it, and keep it up. You know, continue to learn from you know, your critics' feedback, and make the next great game.
Every single one of these had something good in them. Yeah, that was worth doing, except for Humanity. That game's awful. Well, we have one more title we want to talk quickly about, because we are running a little bit long now, or we will be soon. We have spent this week playing Valheim.
Yes.
Amongst Dark and Darker and the rest of the demos these guys played, I've been spending my time exclusively on Valheim because I'm working on the back end a little bit. So we decided it's time to jump back into Valheim. We wanted to get as many of us in the same server as possible, and we had issues with that last time. Mm-hmm. So I said, hey, I got computers laying around. Let's make a dedicated server. So that's what we did. And while we have been having issues, not necessarily with the game, but with the server itself, and Valheim's seemingly just god-awful netcode, we have been having some issues, some technical issues, a little bit of lag, and having to restart servers a bunch. But other than that, the gameplay is good. It's as good as it was. Yes. We are thoroughly enjoying ourselves.
Oh, my goodness. Twice as nice.
We've experienced a few new things. Yeah. There is a equivalent of the troll from the Black Forest now in the swamp.
I am terrified to see what the mountains offer.
Oh, God. I don't even know. If they keep adding stuff like that. Adam and I went and hunted a few of them the other night, even knowing what they were like. We still don't know exactly how you spot them. We have a pretty good idea now that we fought a few of them, and I don't want to spoil it, but like Adam's like, oh, there's a Draugr there, and he shot the Draugr, and then the Draugr grew a fucking glib, but it's like, oh, that's an abomination.
Yeah.
No, dude, that thing looks like the fucking creature from Stranger Things season 2.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Yeah, stomp it, or season 3. Yeah, the thing that crashes through the fucking mall. Mm-hmm. That's what that fucking thing looks like. It made of old dead trees and shit. It was intense.
Yeah, between the Hearth and Home quality of life update and now the big Mistlands update, I mostly wanted to experience new Mistlands content with all the other patches they've had. The game is generally all around better. They're adding in a few new building modes, and there's always tweaking and adding. I'd say if you haven't jumped on the Valheim train yet, now is as good a time as any.
Yeah,
there's so much content available. A lot of that's grind.
It is it's a survival crafter at the end of the day. At its heart, it's a survival crafter. And while the theme is really cool, you're Vikings, it is survival crafter at heart. So if you're not into survival crafter and the grind that's associated with it, probably not the game for you.
Do keep in mind that it is better with multiple players. You can play the game single player. However, every player you add, the grind does not increase linearly.
No.
I've been spending roughly 4 to 5 hours a day just doing chores
Yeah.
so that when everyone else jumps on, we have enough stuff prepped and ready to go that they
So
can
we
do
can
the
go
fun parts.
we can go do
Yeah.
more fun chores.
I've literally
like
been
mining
yeah.
or
Yeah, exactly.
I've had to expand our farm. Yeah, our fun thing is mining.
Yeah.
We all go mine a copper node.
Our first 2 nights playing, all I did was get food. Like, I mean, that was everything else was, you know, because it's a survival crafter and you're going to run into other ingredients and things that are necessary to in the grind. But my whole 2 days was spent killing fucking deer.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've spent 2 in-game weeks over the last 2 days just farming carrots and turnips, just trying to get up enough stock so that we have food on hand. But I like it because this is the kind of game. This is your Stardew Valley or your what's the Animal Crossing, where I throw on music or a podcast or a comedy show, and I'm wrapped up in a blanket. I've got my coffee, and I'm just digging in the dirt. The game isn't there. It's just a thing for my eyeballs to do while my brain listens to a podcast.
yeah, 100%. Even when I'm playing with you guys, sometimes I have a stream going, and I'm paying more attention to that than I am the game because, you know, mining out a copper node can be like a stressful event, but once you get it down, not really as much.
If you like that part, then you get the fun part of actually delving into a crypt or, you know, exploring a troll cave or going up the mountains, God forbid. I mean, even where we are, we're getting into the 3rd biome, and there are 2 more that we've already done past that, plus then the Mistlands on top of that. We have a ways to go.
We do. And it's because we continue to add more players that, you know, that we have that much. Because honestly, like I have a few levels that or a few maps or worlds that I've played by myself. And like getting to bronze takes a couple hours.
Yeah, if you're just doing it by yourself, you just need the basic stuff.
I threw together 4 walls, fucking fire in the middle of it, and some chests. And then I went adventuring, found a bunch of copper, brought it back, smelted that shit, got bronze. You know, and it took a matter of just a couple hours.
But yeah, it's one of those games, especially with your friends, where it's going to generate the funniest moments.
Oh my God, yeah.
We had a moment where one of our players literally had a oh look, piece of candy moment, and he almost drowned. You know, those things happen.
And then there's going to be the frustrating moments, and then there's going to be
you got to learn to not get frustrated. You're going to die in Valheim. You're going to die a lot. You're going to die to stupid shit, and you need to learn to laugh about it every time.
That said, if difficulty is one of the things that keeps you away from survival crafting games, this is on the lower end of the difficulty scale in my experience with survival crafters. So I
always have an opportunity to get your gear back.
Yeah.
You lose levels in your different skills, you're never really going to notice much of a difference unless you're like really late game and you die a bunch and you're like, okay, now my stuff is slightly worse, but it's always incremental.
It is. So. It's not the most punishing of survival crafters. It has some difficulty, but like even combat, you can get that down pat, and really combat can become second nature.
Do we know if magic is? Do we have to wait all the way to Mistlands for the magic?
Well,
we sure do.
I don't.
Well,
know for 100%.
I do.
Okay.
I won't. I'm really not going to spoil anything here. But it's going to be a while.
Okay. I mean, because I'm like, I keep hoping I'm going to stumble across the thing here soon, but I guess I'll keep hoping.
Yeah. Mostly swamps aren't going to be that bad. See, some players are really good at this game and some are not. And that's just kind of
facts.
And when we attempt to progress in the game with everybody together, all shit goes to hell.
Yeah, it does.
Adam and I went in, just the 2 of us. We're like, hey, want to go get some iron? And we ran through and we did like 2 crypts, no problem.
Yep.
But I knew if we had all 5 other players there, we wouldn't have made it halfway through one crypt without the whole fucking team dying, because it's just more chaos, right?
Yeah.
So I think if we could individually kind of like little groups go get the iron we need to get through the swamps, we could probably get to the mountains actually pretty quick.
Yeah.
It's not going to be as slow as grind as mining copper in the fucking Black Forest, right? So.
Oh, you just need to split into war bands and go do bands, go do different things. You know?
The only issue with war bands is there's only a couple of us that know how to deal with the elementals in the mountain biome. So this game
if anything, it rewards you unendingly if you prep in advance.
Yes.
Everything is prep, down to like making your own roads to the swamp and lighting them. Like if you're willing to go that far, that's a way to control the difficulty of the game. If you want the game to be hard, just run in there bare-knuckled, full of cocaine, and like try to punch the leeches to death. Like the game will punish you for it, right? But yeah, you take your time, you do things nice and methodically, and it's not nearly as hard as you.
I mean, the biggest boon in the game is the rested buff.
Yeah.
For being comfortable.
Chilling out next to a fire for a few minutes. Yeah.
So, I mean, it just goes to show that being prepared is paramount to your experience in Valheim.
Before you get to stepping, get to prepping.
This week, Stellaris has announced the release date for its First Contact DLC. Activision Blizzard and Microsoft have been seriously spicy, bland, subservient, and defiant this week. And then there's Atomic Heart.
Nick here to remind you that if you lie to the mold mother, she'll put spores in your amygdala.
Hi, I'm Josh, and I'm terrified of what Ghost is going to do to Mario.
My name's Andy. You're watching Video Game Tango. We've got some video games and other things.
Other things?
It's news. News.
Wow, that's surprising. What do you got for us?
News is an acronym for new events, weather, and sports.
Oh, I thought it was never enunciate while sweating.
I hate that. I wish it was just, these are new. This is new. Here's the news. Look at all of the news. Look at all the news.
Ruined it.
It's like how we look back at talkies, the old, radio movie, whatever, early 20th century, like, talkies, that's a stupid name. But yet we watch movies.
Yeah. they move, so they're movies.
Made that connection recently.
Yeah.
Like, that's dumb.
We do not watch cinema. We watch movies. They're moving. Look, it's pictures. They move.
Smellies and touchies.
No,
Yeah.
well,
what do we got in the news?
Everybody's got uncles, so yeah, sure.
Oh, my. Okay.
We've got Stellaris.
We're going to steer away from uncles and go into space where there are no uncles. Stellaris.
We've got some Activision Blizzard news.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We've got other stuff. Go ahead.
Nuclear muscles, I believe, is after that. But no, Stellaris, final announcement, release on March 14th. I'm prepositioning before the predicate or whatever. Stellaris' new DLC, First Contact, has an official release date. Attempt to. March 14th. This story pack is going to be released for $14.99, which is around the normal price of Stellaris packs. But this is hot on the heels of the Orion 3.6 update, where they overhauled the spaceship design, much needed, in my opinion, to break very, very, very stale meta. With this new story pack, they are going to be expounding upon the pre-FTL civilizations, even allowing you to play as them with 3 new origin stories that you can pick. We have Broken Shackles off first. Quote, as the survivors of a crashed slaver ship, the Broken Shackles allows you to build a diverse empire with multiple species from across the galaxy, embarking on a quest to find various homeworlds as long as you escape the prying eyes of your former captors. So the idea of a multi-xenospecies band trying to make their way without getting caught by the more powerful people out there in the void. There's also the Payback Origin, civilization being a result of a civilization that did not invent faster than light travel, but instead was invaded by and repelled an invader from the stars. With access to their advanced technology, your empire is now ready to enter the galactic stage and find out just who else is out there.
I'm just saying, how embarrassing for you. You show up to a planet, try to invade, and they're like, not today, motherfucker.
That's an Independence Day situation, right?
Raytheon, bitch. Here we got it. And then, yeah.
Okay.
Then, I think the one I'm most curious about, fear of the dark. A large portion of your population has embraced isolationism and xenophobia ever since a planet in your solar system suffered a quote-unquote incident. Will you ignore their concerns and explore the stars, making quote-unquote friends along the way? Or will you appease their isolationism in order to grow your civilization even more powerful? So you can imagine us being Earth, and one day Venus is gone.
Yeah.
It explodes, and half the people on Earth are like, that's really terrifying. We're going to go hide away. Please don't contact aliens. And then you have the choice, right? Stellaris is a storytelling engine. It's in these vein of games where, yeah, you can play the meta and be really strong and powerful, but that gets bored quickly. So these narrative storytelling DLC packs they put out are some of my favorite. It's always nice to have new content, but for me, that's what mods are for, right?
Yeah.
To be adding these things that allow you to role play unique situations, it gives a fresh breath to the game.
Agree. I was going to say, it seems like these are tailor made for getting in your role playing. Designed for it.
Definitely. I mean, you're starting off on the wrong foot, right? If you're starting off as a pre-FTL civilization, you're hundreds of years behind the rest of the players. So. All the more satisfaction and catharsis if you manage to top the charts at the end of a game, if you even make it that far. On top of this, they are also debuting their new cloaking system, cloaking being an age-old trope in sci-fi, but this is new to Stellaris, being able to make not only your civilian ships, but your military ships invisible to enemy sensors, both in closed and hostile space, which is going to be extremely satisfying and frustrating if I had to predict how that's going to pan out.
Well, it's really going to change up the idea behind the combat in Stellaris. Instead of just racing to a choke point, well, suddenly a choke point doesn't really matter if 12 cloaked battleships sneak by it and suddenly are in your core.
Yeah, sensors are going to be much more important. Nebulas, which hide location and make sensors harder, are going to be even that much more important. Which, again, breaking the stale meta of Stellaris, I am all for it. So that is exciting, just a couple weeks away. And on top of that, like I said, Orion 3.6 came out, I think, last December. I haven't really had time to sink my teeth into it, but this on top of the ship rework update is going to make for some new fun Stellaris play. So if you haven't tried it yet, now is a good time. Get your basics in before the story pack releases in a couple weeks, and you'll be good to go.
And I tell you what Paradox needs to do here is get a monthly membership to get all the DLCs for this game, because vanilla is a completely different game than what they're offering with all the DLCs and all the updates. The problem with that is that's a $240 investment, or a $250, $260 investment to get all the bells and whistles. Now, because they're already offering a monthly subscription for Crusader Kings 2 and Europa 4 even, I believe. So, boy, that sure would be some sweet peaches if they offered that up.
Apparently, just as of a few days ago, they're now doing it for Hearts of Iron as well. So the fact that they're now doing it for 3 different games tells me that the subscription service for DLC is probably panning out.
Yeah.
Which means that if Hearts of Iron goes as well, I would not be surprised to see this happen for Stellaris as well. There's also always the option, if you do play multiplayer, whoever's hosting the game, you get access to all their DLCs.
That is also
a nice little cherry on
generous.
top.
Yeah, that's
so
nice.
if you happen to have someone that's really into Stellaris and you want to try it, play a game with them, and they'll likely have all the DLCs.
Yeah, make one good Stellaris friend on Reddit, and you're good to go.
Yeah, I'm sure there's great Discords for finding people to play with, and
yeah, for sure.
So with that out of the way, we got Mr. Old Richard Cockdick to talk about, right?
Boy, so not so much Bobby Kotick, more along. Man, there's so much. There's so much. So it's been a little while since we've addressed Activision Blizzard's issues, conflicts, and etc. And you know, for a little while there, it seemed pretty quiet from their corner. That all seems to have changed in especially the last couple weeks. My God. So. First off, they have settled one of their biggest lawsuits as far as the sexual harassment goes, and it looks like between workers and people in the company, that may have been impacted by that. That's been settled. Okay. $35 million. Seeming like to me that's Activision Blizzard pocket change, but at the end of the day, it doesn't seem like any real work has been done within the company so far. We'll see. They haven't made a statement as far as the lawsuit's completion or their payout or really anything. Haven't really talked about how things may have changed. They use vagary like, we're really working on our company culture, but still nothing concrete.
We're really sorry.
Essentially, yeah, insubstantial.
There's a lot of pretty words, a lot of friendly words, a lot of copacetic words,
a lot of company friendly words.
Exactly. There's not a lot of there is a lot of action. And none of it's friendly. It's union busting and it's time crunching and it's the same toxic work environment, just more suppressed in. So
let's talk toxic work environment. So the people at Activision Blizzard, for the most part, have been able to work from home since the beginnings of COVID, and have changed their entire work-life balance in doing so. Been saving a lot of money. Also, no more commute, saving a lot of time. Again, no more commute. Not having to pay for fuel to get there. Seems like people at Activision Blizzard are prospering a little bit better than they had previously. Being that classically, especially our developers, and we'll get to it later, testers and the sort, are relatively underpaid compared to industry standard. That's what Blizzard has always called the Blizzard tax. Working at Activision Blizzard is a gift in and of itself, and you should accept the pay that you receive.
It opens doors for you.
Yeah,
just being here is
that's been the mantra for a long time.
Your future.
That means that a lot of these people having to commute, because they're in Anaheim, California. It's an incredibly expensive place.
Right
to live.
around the East Coast, they live in a part of Maryland and have to drive 2.5 hours to get to work. So
a lot of these people do have hour to several hour commutes to get to work back and forth every day. Mm-hmm. So they've saved a lot of money in work from home environment. However, the senior executives at Activision Blizzard have decided that it is time to return to the office, otherwise known as RTO, a really nice, pleasant way to say it. So
acronym.
They are practicing RTO, return to office. They are now requiring their employees to be there at least 3 days a week in office, still allowing some work from home for up to 2 days a week. This doesn't include people that have religious or health exemptions or were hired specifically to do work from home, but older employees, people that have worked in office before, or if there were no stipulations in your contract to do work from home, you are now expected to report back to the office.
Sticky wicket.
Yep.
What religion exempts you from working in
I don't know. That wasn't specified.
Sabbath.
So that wasn't. Yeah. Well, sure.
Point taken.
Yeah. So it wasn't specified.
Okay.
But that was stated by Mike Ibarra, the president at Blizzard Entertainment. So, boy, oh boy,
sounds like a good religion.
This all intertwines, and I'm trying not to miss any of it here, because every piece of this puzzle has another piece that just says "fuck you" to Activision Blizzard or its employees, or to the FTC, the EU Commission, or the CMA in the UK. It's also very intertwined. So, on the note of RTO, we have people from Monolith and ArenaNet. ArenaNet, most well known for Guild Wars 2. Mm-hmm. Monolith, those guys have made the Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War series, Fear. Okay. Those are some of their more popular games.
That was WB.
What? That was their publisher. These are the developers.
Oh, okay.
This is development studio.
Still talking about Blizzard Activision. Okay.
Yeah, we still are. Yeah.
Okay.
So. Monolith Productions are maintaining our stance. This is directly from Lori Hyrup, a senior executive at Monolith. We at Monolith Productions are maintaining our stance on giving our developers the choice of how they want to work on-site, hybrid, or remote. Where folks work from has not slowed our development one bit, as our team works hard on Wonder Woman. Josh Davis from ArenaNet says, the Guild Wars 2 team at ArenaNet is growing this year, and we support flexible work options, including full remote and hybrid. We're digital first. We'll be hiring in-game design, engineering, cinematics, QA, and more. All of this is in response to the tweet that Activision Blizzard put out on their plans to implement RTO. So we've got ArenaNet, and we've got there's actually a lot of developers pushing out there saying, hey, guys, Activision, Blizzard, if you don't want to work there anymore, you don't have to. In fact, you can continue living where you live, have no commute, and work from home. Just come and work for us instead, where in all likelihood they might get paid better.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, fortunately, there are other development studios reaching out and saying, hey, we do want the talent of Activision Blizzard amongst our ranks. Come join us.
Yeah.
So fortunately, there is an out if you want to work for a number of game studios that are looking for your talent at Activision Blizzard.
I'm just spitballing here. I'm not a financials expert.
Sure.
But wouldn't Activision Blizzard theoretically save money in building costs, like heating, and stuff like that, like all the
Yes.
Additional maintenance for people being there, all the things that come with having a fully functioning 100% staffed building all the time, versus letting people like save money on a commute and work comfortably, like in a place where they're comfortable.
I have to rent those offices, man.
So here's the thing. I have answers for you.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
Activision Blizzard owns their offices. Speaking specifically about the Anaheim headquarters, they built those. So no, until they get their RTI, there's no fucking way they're letting people work from home. There just isn't. And that's true of RTO for a lot of these big businesses. Return to office has been, it's not just affecting Activision Blizzard. It's affecting industries worldwide right now. These big businesses telling people, hey, you have to come back so we can legitimize our cost in renting this building or having built this building.
Yeah.
It's happening everywhere. This is not unique to Activision Blizzard.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. And I understand there are some jobs that you need to be there in person for. I get that. Game tester doesn't seem like one of them.
No, it's
like what? You're costing me $300 a week in commuting when Jesus, no, that makes okay. I mean, I guess I get it because it's like, well, we built this building, so.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's an excuse. At this point, we are talking about a multi-billion-dollar company.
I mean, couldn't you theoretically hire people and be like, hey, you guys have to work here because that's in your contract now or whatever, and just hire more employees because you have people working at home, and then you could employ more people.
Sure. And there's a lot of things that you could do.
Crunch on your employee.
You're talking about having an appropriate level of staff, which big companies don't do anymore, Josh.
Okay. I mean, I'm not like financials guy or anything. I'm just spitballing here. Yeah. So
there's also something to be said about what these people think, right? These high level executives, they talk about workplace culture, company culture. It's really hard to continue to, what's it called? Clockwork Orange, what they do to that guy.
The phrase for the eye-open propaganda stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking for that. To assimilate. It's really hard to assimilate. That's not what I was looking for, but it works. It's really hard to assimilate somebody into what you want as a company and company culture without being able to be there and physically dump it down their throats, to have those kinds of messages displayed throughout your building, to have those kinds of on-hands, in-person meetings that the company wants.
Hey, how can I pressure you into drinking at lunch if you're not fucking in this building?
Well, that's of Activision Blizzard. Sure. There are a lot of companies that don't do that kind of thing, but, I get what you're saying. The indoctrination is really difficult if you're not seeing your employees in person. So that's, ultimately, come on, that's the agenda. I don't think it's far-fetched to think that way, and I don't think I'm a conspiracy theorist.
Not at all.
These
that
are the
makes
kinds
sense.
of people who throw around the word pliability.
You do you bring your own culture, and that's what makes Activision Blizzard unique. And he's always been kind of a supportive character, and developers love him. excuses to put caricatures and that kind of thing of him in their games all the time. So it's interesting that Mike Ibarra, leading this all-hands meeting, said some of the things that he said. So the company's decided to cut employees' profit-sharing bonus by almost half, despite Blizzard reporting its strongest quarter in years thanks to the launch of Diablo Immortal, Overwatch 2, and the Dragonflight expansion to World of Warcraft.
Wow.
Yeah, so understandably, that can be frustrating because that is how he opened the on-hands meeting to address the RTO complaints. So,
well, honestly, dude, when you got the worst news, you send out the guy everybody likes to give it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, maybe it won't be as bad because, it's Mikey. He's fought for us, right? Right? I mean, no.
Corporate overlords, They've happened. So in response to some of the complaints that employees had at the all-hands meeting against the profit-sharing issues they had was Mike Ibarra suggested that executive bonuses have likewise seen cuts, stating, if you think executives are making a lot of money and you aren't, you're living in a myth. It's a direct quote from Mike Ibarra in this meeting.
Bollocks.
Ibarra also seemingly took aim at several departments at Blizzard, dismissing customer service and quality assurance as not long-term disciplines, despite their importance to game development and operation and the presence of both departments in the room. Hold on. However, a representative for the company reached out to game developer, that's who originally wrote this article, following its initial report on Ibarra's statements, clarifying that he was in fact referring to entry-level roles.
Oh, sure.
Sure. Mm-hmm. So, discussing the company's plans to avoid key talent who prefer remote working, this is going back to RTO, who prefer remote working, leaving the company, Ibarra stated, at the end of the day, we want people to be happy. And if decisions about being happy don't align with what we're doing and or with where we're going, and you won't be happy, then you'll have to do what will make you happy.
Corporate speak. Yay.
Corporate speak for, hey, if you don't like it, get the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Not surprising. That's what happens when you don't have unions.
Yep.
I mean, they fucking try and crush it every time one comes up.
Exactly.
I mean, that's...
Not that they're not trying. I'm just saying.
That's jeez.
Well, union busting brings us to the Activision Blizzard acquisition from Microsoft. Microsoft, in their weird, nearly heroic ways lately, have said one of the reasons they look so forward to acquiring Activision Blizzard is so that they can promote their pro-union attitude within the company.
BS.
To Microsoft's credit, they have been relatively pro-union in the last year or two. Of course, after post-acquisition, who fucking knows, right?
Yeah, relative to what?
Right.
Gorillas with sea urchins on sticks?
No, they have legitimately been pro-union, but
sure.
There has, and outspokenly so, and there are a lot of unions popping up within Microsoft campus, especially in the Xbox division.
Honestly, them being actually neutral is, in this case...
it's really good.
It's actually, it is pro-union, because, I mean... Amazon changed the timing of stoplights to prevent unionization. Starbucks fires people. I mean, it's there is some dirty union busting tricks going on out there, and we get to hear about them all the time.
All the time.
Or maybe, maybe you don't. But they are happening out there. So the fact that they're remaining at the very least neutral, it's a positive stance. I mean, you got to give credit where it's due, even though it's to Microsoft. I don't like it, but
right. I'll
be fair about it, I suppose.
I will give them that for now.
For now, yeah. I mean, the moment it changes, I'll change change too.
So seeing Microsoft's attitude lately in wanting to only show themselves as the good guy, as the positive force in the gaming industry, I can see them doing that all looking at potential costs and pitfalls. So, okay, when it comes to FTC filings, as far as the acquisition Blizzard, or the Activision Blizzard acquisition goes, do we let them unionize? Is that going to be of cost benefit to us when we talk to the FTC and we can explain to them, hey, look at our pro-union stance, look at our happy workers, etc. So are they essentially allowing this unionization to happen in order to make this acquisition happen? I'm not convinced that that's not the case yet. Simply because Microsoft is doing everything in their power to make this acquisition happen. So let's get into that a little bit. Josh, you brought up an article earlier that you shared in the Discord with us.
Yeah, Microsoft's president and vice chairman, Brad Smith, announced today, he took it to Twitter, that Nintendo and Microsoft have entered a binding contract to bring Call of Duty for the next 10 years with full content, full features release, same-day release to the Nintendo Switch platform. The problem with that is that Microsoft has at this point no power to do that, but it is a binding contract should the FTC and the UK and the EU, I can't remember their acronyms, if they should relent. Now, Nintendo signed the contract. They've signed it. It's good to go. They're ready to roll on it. Now, Brad Smith in it's an obvious ploy. It's a prop. Definitely used it as a prop.
Oh yeah.
Actually had the Sony's contract there. Like Sony is going to
in
hand, ready to go with him. Okay. Like Sony's going to run up and sign it or something on the stage, right? But now they are pulling out all the stops on this, and Microsoft is waving the banner of, hey, it's going to be, especially Call of Duty, it's going to be available. It's going to be available. It's going to be available. That's because the chief concerns are availability. Now, I understand mergers in general is bad for consumers. But with what we're hearing with what we're hearing with Activision Blizzard, I think Microsoft would be a less toxic environment for the employees as a whole. So I don't know. They are definitely pulling out all the stops for this. Yeah. But Microsoft did raise, they're kind of trashing themselves a little bit too. They did raise a fair point though. They have Microsoft has, I think, 20 plus games available on Sony, and there are 2 Sony games available on Xbox. So if the idea of not sharing titles is the big thing there, well, it sounds like someone's already not sharing.
Right. Yeah. And that is definitely something that they're flexing at these hearings. So they also mentioned that currently, as far as console sales go, there is a 70-30 split amongst the console manufacturers, that being Microsoft and Sony. Microsoft being of the lesser of the two. 30% of console sales have been, and this is roughly, of course, have been the Xbox, and close to 70 have been the PlayStation. So they do bring all of that up. Those all are relatively sound arguments when you're talking about exclusivity. The biggest issue that the FTC, that the CMA and the EU are putting forward is that exclusivity reduces competition, right? Or, brings issue into competition. When Sony is desperately holding on to their titles and keeping them console exclusive in a lot of cases, or at least exclusive to their platforms and PC. Definitely not sharing with Xbox.
Yeah. The PC release is so rare that each one is celebrated these days. I was over the moon over Spider-Man. I just about shit my pants for God of War. Mm-hmm. I'm holding my breath and hoping it doesn't take 4 years for God of War 2 to come out on it, like it did for God of War, the remake there. So
we'll see. Sony's dedication to putting titles on the PC is relatively new.
It has been, yeah, sure, it has been. But then, if we're talking about sharing, I feel one's already not sharing.
I'm just saying, don't hold your breath.
Yeah, I know.
So on top of the deal that Microsoft signed with Nintendo, Microsoft also just yesterday signed a deal with NVIDIA. NVIDIA and Nintendo were both vocal opponents to this Microsoft acquisition. And now they're in agreement with it because they're part of the deal.
Yeah.
So NVIDIA now has a 10-year binding deal that if the acquisition is to pull through, that they will also get day one launch titles from Xbox on their cloud gaming service. Now, currently, the cloud gaming services are both bringing in about 25 million unique players. And currently, cloud gaming for Xbox is 9% of its total revenue. I don't have figures on the revenue from NVIDIA. That said, both of these services are built on essentially the same technologies, but they work. I mean, they're competitors, right? We have Xbox who's trying to go forward in cloud gaming. We have NVIDIA who's been doing cloud gaming, honestly, for a few years at this point.
And that's GeForce Now.
That's GeForce Now. Yeah. Fairly big because they have a free option. They also have a paid option that allows you to do higher resolution, give you access to more games. But now, all day one launches for Xbox will be available on NVIDIA's streaming service GeForce Now. So that's the deal that they've signed. That includes their back catalog.
I was just I want to get in a finer point there real quick. You said all Xbox titles.
All Xbox titles.
Does that include Starfield?
That is a good question. I would assume yes in this case.
Okay. Now
that is an assumption because I haven't read the document. The document's not available for public viewing, right? There may be exclusions, but from all articles that I've read, the verbiage that is being used, quoted by executives, is all.
Okay, because I mean, Starfield being a Xbox console exclusive has been like a major touting point. It's like, oh well, it's it's the most anticipated game of the year, and it's not coming out on PlayStation.
Yeah.
So I mean, if it's coming out other places, though, I mean, all Xbox games. That's not even Activision Blizzard stuff. That's so okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to. Sorry.
So I mean, we're looking at NVIDIA is going to have essentially.
Boy, that's a big deal for them.
It's a big fucking deal. Yeah. I mean, that makes them the better purchase, right? Because if you're looking at the same dollar per month, which both of the services are $10 per month to get Xbox PC Pass versus the GeForce Now, both of them $10 a month. NVIDIA already has a library of 1,500 games, some of which are going to be identical to stuff that they're now receiving under this new deal. But they already have a catalog of 1,500 games, plus what Xbox is throwing on top of it for the same price. It seems like a no-brainer as far as cloud gaming goes. Now, NVIDIA doesn't offer the what cloud gaming or what Xbox Cloud does, in that you are able to download the games from Game Pass. You have to stream the games when you're using GeForce Now versus being able to download them locally. So that is a pretty big difference. So
it's a big difference.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So there is a solid difference between them. But if we are to look at just catalog alone, that makes GeForce Now extremely competitive, especially at a $10 price point. That's less than Netflix per month.
Yeah.
So to consider that Xbox is willing to go that far and to give them that much shows that they really want this acquisition to go through.
They want this deal.
It is worth potential billions additionally for them to get this deal.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the biggest deals in history. So, I mean, there's only, I think we were talking about it earlier, a bare dozen.
Yeah, there's like 10, a dozen.
10 to 12 that are larger than it. And most of them are like military, chemicals, oil and gas.
Like the purchase of Dow Chemical, the purchase of Raytheon. Those are the kinds of mergers and acquisitions that are bigger than the Microsoft Activision Blizzard acquisition, and exclusively that. This is huge. It's just gigantic. So yeah, that's the kind of artillery that they're throwing at the EU Commission in order to make this thing happen. EU Commission has already said no to the deal. However, the EU Commission, just like the FTC, can be countersued essentially to allow them to present additional arguments later on. What they are getting ready for, I think, is going against the UK CMA, and I forget every time what that acronym means. It is the Competition and Markets Authority in the UK.
That's rich.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I said earlier, the only reason Egypt has pyramids is because the English couldn't figure out how to get them back to London. So, I mean, that for them to regulate anybody else is, it's
laughable.
Boy, that's a spot of tea if I've ever heard of one. So.
It's a good thing they're white.
That being said,
You can get away with that.
In the
My
UK,
grandmother was English. It's fine.
Yeah, it's true.
in the UK, what the CMA has to say is final. There are no rebuttals. You are not allowed to come back later with new information. If they deny an acquisition or merger, it is denied permanently. So it looks like they are throwing
Clarkson's farm bullshit is what this is. Local council nonsense.
That's right. It's local council nonsense. Yeah. So Activision Blizzard Microsoft is throwing everything into this acquisition. They are now willing to spend and work with and manipulate as many people as possible to get them on board. At this point, it is only the regulators and only Sony that seem to oppose this deal.
Well, and it's weird because the regulators' complaints sound specifically like Sony's complaints.
Yeah, they say it's going to be anti-competitive, but I think they are failing to see that, because logically speaking, right? If you were to look at the amount of exclusives that Sony has versus the amount of exclusives that Xbox has, you'd say, okay, well, that's anti-competitive.
Yeah.
Right off the bat. Versus what they're saying here, which is you're going to, Microsoft is already massive, right? They own a good portion of their gaming space. Along with Activision Blizzard, they're going to own that much more of it. Of course, I see problems with that, right? I think there are inherent problems with them owning that much of gaming.
In games revenue, they are still third behind Tencent and top of the hill Sony.
Yes.
So,
they'd be ahead of Sony after the acquisition.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So, I don't know. There's a lot going on. I think we got through all of it. Let's see. Sony has said some things in court. So this happened during the closed door EU meeting. We do have some quotes here. Sony's lawyers have accused Microsoft of obvious harassment, in particular for requesting performance reviews of Sony executives. So Microsoft has called Sony asking for performance reviews of their executives in order to throw them in these court filings. I don't know what the goal there would be.
I don't even understand what that means.
I can't extrapolate further for you because that's not disclosed. But that is apparently one of the tactics being used by Microsoft lawyers in this whole thing.
Stuff.
Yeah, it's weird. That part almost seems like smear campaign kind of bullshit, you know. So that's according to Axios and Kotaku. Sony says that's ridiculous. This is not an employment case. In response to that, so
what do you? We need the metrics on your CEOs.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're just trying to show that our metrics are better. So for the employees of Activision Blizzard, it's going to be it's a gain working here or something. I don't maybe I don't know. Again, that's just
Mikey Barr's got a 4.9 on Yelp. You know.
Yeah. Real quick, also Bobby Kotick has been just everywhere lately. I've seen way too much of that guy's face lately because
fuck you, Bobby.
It's my job to kind of listen to what he says, and he's been saying a lot. He was on MSNBC recently. He's been on Fox News. He's been making the news rounds, and he's been saying some pretty fucking outlandish stuff.
Fox Entertainment, please.
Yes. Fair. He's been saying some pretty fucking crazy stuff. First and foremost was watching him on NBC where he said the two best gaming companies in the world are ByteDance and Tencent. And of course, when you hear that, you think, okay, well, I mean, what good games are they pumping out? I know them for microtransactions and etc. Well, of course, this is Bobby Kotick they're talking about. So these companies are
based on how much money they make.
100%. These companies are only being evaluated on their wealth by Bobby Kotick. And to be fair, that's his job. That's his job, is to enrich the company as much as possible. It's really interesting the things that he has to say. So he talks about how ByteDance and Tencent are really, truly the only competition that the Western gaming studios and publishers have to deal with. And I thought, honestly, that is an interesting point. So he also talks about Nintendo, and he talks about the isolationist practices of Nintendo, ByteDance, and Tencent, in so much as they rarely work with Western developers unless it's simply to act as publisher to their games for localization purposes in China, and that's also regulatory stuff from China. You have to use a Chinese publisher to publish a Western game in China. So it's
apparently ByteDance owns TikTok.
They do, yeah. That's their big call to fame, really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that explains a lot.
Well, yeah, they're extremely rich. They own TikTok. So yeah, it's interesting because he says this. He says that that these regulators are being anti-competitive, and not them. He's casting the stones at the regulators, the FTC, EU committee, and etc. Well, it's because he says that the Western companies should be working together I hate to fucking give any credit to Bobby Kotick because everything he says has an underhanded second agenda, right? But at the end of the day, he goes on to NBC and he preaches crossplay and how he says that we should be working more together to be bringing these good experiences to players that can all play together. That's very Phil Spencer-ish talk.
What does it even mean?
Well, he
the
says
broadest statement you could say without
it is
hurting anyone's opinion.
Sure, but he's at the end of the day, I agree with that statement. I don't agree necessarily with where it's coming from because he's looking at only a profitability standpoint. But it's hard. It's a weird argument because he says that Western developers should be working together to do that and have that as the ultimate outcome. In that you should be able to play Call of Duty with your friends, whether you're playing on an Xbox, a PC, or a PlayStation, or in this case, a Nintendo. Now,
is that what he meant?
Yeah,
full crossplay.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. That is what the goal is going forward, and that their only true competition are Nintendo, and only in so much as they're relatively isolationist, and Chinese gaming companies for the same reason.
I mean, yeah. As a gamer, if I was on a Switch playing Call of Duty, I don't want to play against people that are on PC. I don't want to play against people who are on Xbox.
Yeah.
Bobby Kotick's never played a video game in his life. If he's used fucking Joy-Cons to play Modern Warfare, he wouldn't be saying that.
Bobby Kotick is very well known for playing Candy Crush.
Oh,
but
sure,
he's also the CEO of King.
Competitors' heads.
Yeah. Well, he's the CEO of King.
Okay, well,
so that's his game.
Never mind, yeah.
So yeah, no, it's really interesting. It's a very complex machine happening right now. Like this acquisition is upsetting the gaming industry as a whole. At the end of the day,
big deal.
Things are changing in order to make this acquisition happen, and happening in every part of the gaming space. I'm starting to wonder if Sony started putting their titles on PC exclusively to combat this kind of thing, so they could say things like, we are not against cross compatibility. Look at what we've been doing lately, putting our games on PC.
Probably right on that.
It's like there's so much high level thinking at this point, because we're talking about executives and lawyers here, and in terms of profitability, you have to look at it from that standpoint, not what's going to be best for the gamer, but what's going to be the most profitable. And when you start looking at potential profitability, then you start looking at the defensive and offensive tactics that these companies are using, and start to wonder where is this going to bring the games industry as a whole? What does this look like in the next couple of years?
In my quick opinion, what you're asking is where are these various types of cancer going to bring the tumor that is AAA gaming in the next couple of years?
Yeah.
I'm more and more I was trying to think what was the last AAA game that I gave money for?
Yeah.
I can't remember. And there's a really good chance that I don't ever pay money for another AAA game again.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of over that whole sphere of video gaming.
Yeah.
There's so many good experiences you can get.
Yes.
Means not giving your money to these AAA companies and not paying $60, $70, $100 for a game. I'm playing fucking Valheim again. I got 300 hours of this game. I pay $20 for it.
Yeah.
So completely off tangent. Apologize, but
no, that's
kind of where I'm at. I hear this stuff. It's you make a lot of sense, and it's this literally just sounds like various types of cancer fighting over the last scraps of fucking capitalism. We don't have that much time left.
At the end of the day, there's just good developers making good games out there for cheaper than what you can buy your AAA games for, especially since most of them are going to $70.
Yeah, you got any opinions on all this big league fucking rock'em sock'em shit?
I don't know, man. I play them AAA titles. Like, I'm looking forward to Starfield. I'm going to play the shit out of that when it comes out. I suckle at the teat of this industry, but industry as a whole, I think in this country is moving back towards unions, and why not be ahead of the game on that? In the long run, it's going to make them more money. Yeah. It's going to increase the brain power that they have there. It's going to make workers happier because they don't have to fight the company to do so. They get a seat at the table, and they still make billions of dollars, enough to buy a $70 billion gaming company. So, I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, Microsoft might just be being like, oh, okay, well, extreme corporatist capitalism, maybe we notch it down 1%, 2%, and yeah, we're the heroes. Here we go. I mean, still corporate overlords, 100%. But 2% better guy.
Tuppence.
You know.
I have a couple quotes here. This is from Brad Smith. This is Microsoft's president. This is the guy that we've been talking about quite a bit tonight. He says, "We believe in the importance of listening to our employees' concerns. Our leaders have an open door policy, and we invest in listening systems and employee resource groups that constantly help us understand better both what is working and where we need to improve." Blah, blah, blah. This is all corporate speak. "But we recognize that there may be times when some employees in some countries may wish to form or join a union. We recognize that employees have a legal right to choose whether to form or join a union. We respect this right and do not believe that our employees or the company's other stakeholders benefit from resisting lawful employee efforts to participate in protected activities, including forming or joining unions."
We'll see if their words hold out.
Yeah, at the end of the day, like it's words, but
yeah, I mean, I don't know of any recent Microsoft unions popping up. We'll watch next
there was
year
we
or
actually
we covered some.
We actually did cover 2, I think.
Yeah.
In the last month or so.
And funny enough, it was the communications.
The CWA.
The CWA, the same union that was doing the Raven Software unionization effort. Yeah.
Okay.
So they're now representing 2 additional unions in the Xbox.
I actually in that story, I believe the CWA worker contrasted Activision Blizzard versus the Microsoft one. Actually, they contrasted it as positive on Microsoft and negative, of course, at Activision Blizzard.
That's good to hear. I mean, I guess when you got that much money as Microsoft, you're like, yeah, fuck it, join you.
Yeah, and Microsoft has not been risk averse. They have made a lot of risky decisions in their corporate existence. This one, they may just see additional profits and revenue down the line. Like this may be a risk for them, but it seems to be one that they are willing to take, at least for the time being.
And Putin. No,
the most important one I would like to talk about first, because we're gamers at heart. This game, I've read a lot of reviews, watched a lot of reviews, read a lot of comments. It's all over the place. There are some things that are good. There are a few things that are fantastic. And there are some things that are mind-bogglingly awful. If you remove everything else from the equation I'm going to talk about later, this is very acceptable from a first-time studio for the first-time game trying to punch way above their weight into AA territory, like, you know, looking at AAA style games. The writing a narrative that's important for you is already topping charts as some of the worst to have ever been released ever. There are some major problems with game flow and enemy difficulty and things like that. Things that are stopping some people from playing the game. People not recommending the game because of them. On the other hand, there are a few things that are really, really interesting and really, really great. Notably, we have, if I had to nutshell it, it's a new studio, their first game. They're making design choices that a more tenured studio might not because of the risk.
Yes.
So, that said, do not expect a great experience. Expect a mildly novel experience that has some really fun moments and some extremely aggravating ones if you're going to play it. I do believe it is on Game Pass, so if you have that, you can try it for free. If I want to point out a few specifics, the melee combat is talked about as being great. The game runs fantastic, according to most reviews I read. A lot of them were looking on higher-end computers, but even still, how well it was running on those, I wouldn't be surprised if it ran well even on medium-weight computers.
Yeah, that's real quick. I just want to interject with two things. Is while most reviews are talking about how good the melee combat is, in a couple of reviews, one specifically from Game Rant that I read, was that the melee combat was lacking and felt like it, like they never were making contact with the things that they were hitting.
Well,
and then
they're an outlier. Then
they are
one of the only things that most people said was good.
They are, and they actually addressed that they are an outlier, but they also said that other people have this opinion, and they cited other articles of other reviewers talking about the game. So that was their experience, right? Was that it wasn't good. Yeah. The other thing is, what was the other thing that you brought up right after melee combat?
I could continue. So this game stylizes itself in the veins of BioShock, slightly alternate history. Soviets continued. They developed AI and all this stuff, and things are great until they're not, and the robots turn bad, right? I don't want to spoil anything. The game consists of a really janky overworld where you go from place to place into these underground, what amount to dungeons that are highly unique. Almost every one has a very stylized design to the level layout and the art design, to the point where some reviews didn't like it. It was so jarring to go from one scene to another. Other people were praising it as a really good pastiche of Soviet era design, where you have brand new, fantastic, top, state of the art buildings next to old brutalist architecture. So the dungeons themselves are some of the good parts, and then the overworld has massive problems, enemies constant respawning, bullet sponges, it really only existing as a vessel to get from dungeon to dungeon. So yeah, overall, most of the reviews I read were either in the 7 to 8 range with stipulations, or in the 3 to 4 range with stipulations. Like I said, it was really hard to find any review that said, it was pretty good, right? Or, it's pretty bad. It's like, these things were fucking awesome, and the rest of this was shit. So, throwing that out there, from a gameplay perspective, expect to be frustrated, but there's also probably going to be things you like about the game if you play it.
I mean, we just saw here on the screen, for those of you just listening, he's swinging his axe into balloons and nothing.
And they don't react.
They don't react at all. No popping, no nothing. So
yeah, I'm sure there's probably a myriad of things that are probably feeling unfinished. It would be an understatement to say the development of this game is bizarre.
Yeah.
Well, it's stuff like that though that breaks immersion, and like for a lot of players, is really what breaks them out of the game. That sudden just crack from the world there.
Yeah, I mean, little things like that are important, especially in a final product. I've kind of gotten to the point where games like this, I never expect a quote-unquote final product, because games aren't finished anymore, in my opinion, when they're released.
Fair.
Yep.
But stuff like these boss fights, a lot of the boss fights we're watching one now, highly cinematic, highly stylized. More than one reviewer said that they stopped playing because they literally ran out of ammo trying to kill the bosses. They'd go through literally dozens of rockets of their power weapons and not be able to kill them because they're hit point tanks, like hit point soaks, and gave up on playing. So those are all decisions that semi-reasonably could be fixed in patches.
Yeah.
How many hit points an enemy has, how often they respawn, things like that. If that wasn't a deliberate choice, it could be it just wasn't play tested well enough. So I just want to throw that out there. If all you care about is gameplay, do not expect anything close to BioShock or Fallout or that, in not only in terms of quality, but especially in terms of narrative and writing and storytelling and dialogue. It's like if Duke Nukem wasn't funny, right? I've heard some of the stuff. Part of it, I'm sure, is maybe bad translation, but it's really bad.
Is it a Russian studio?
Yeah, and that's what I'm going to get into. Okay. So, secondly, again, in order of importance, in my opinion, this game is protected by Denuvo. If you're not familiar with Denuvo, not really sure where you've been in the last 10, 15 years, but Denuvo is a digital rights management, DRM, program designed to keep the game from being pirated. In a nutshell, Denuvo is a moderately unique form of anti-piracy where the game has to call home the Denuvo servers and ask, hey, is this copy of the game legit? Therefore, yes, we can play it. When Denuvo originally came out, it was next to uncrackable. The first couple of cracks took well over a year for CMY, and there's a whole bunch of different cracking scenes that tried doing that. But they've gotten better over the years. Some cracks nowadays can take a day, the same day, a week, and these companies pay a good chunk of money. It's not a lot relative to game design. You know, some leaked agreements, documents, a couple $100,000. But there's two big problems with Denuvo. One of them is the game has to always be online. That is a major sticking point for a lot of people. If you do not have solid internet, it's, you know, you shouldn't be punished for not being able to have that, right? And if you have any kind of tenuous connection to the internet, these are the kind of games that you're not going to be able to play successfully because it's going to kick you from the game. Yeah. On top of that, it varies per game, it varies per scene, it varies per hardware, but Denuvo has been shown time and time again to impact performance. Anything from the executable adding half a gig of size due to all the Denuvo stuff to FPS and loading times 5-10 times as long, 5-10 times, you know, losing 30, 40, 60 FPS in certain games when Denuvo is running. Wow. So Denuvo is its own problem. It's its own thing. PC gaming zeitgeist knows about it. You either really care about it, it bothers you, or it doesn't. Just throwing that out there. Third is a way more nebulous issue that I'm of a firm opinion you can have a nuanced opinion on because there's a lot going on here. Yeah. Atomic Heart is made by Fisk. I can't remember the exact spelling. This is ostensibly a Russian company. They have done a few things that have raised some eyebrows, and looking into it, they have some connections that raise even more. To the point where the Ukrainian government itself is calling for a ban on sale of this game in Ukraine because more than likely profits of this game are going directly towards the war effort. Don't quote me, I'm not a journalist. I did my best to read up on this. But what it amounts to is there's very likely a strong connection between the executives of Fisk, who all are in Russia, who have recently set up a satellite company in Cyprus, ostensibly to avoid taxes, but it seems to be doing the exact opposite. And these execs are like on the board of Gazprom, the national media / propane gasoline company of Russia's government. They were asked at one point on Twitter whether they supported the Ukrainian war. And I think this is the stickiest wicket. If you are a Russian company and you live in Russia and your family lives in Russia, you can't give an answer to that question, right? That's really risky. So a lot of people have been falsely up in arms, in my opinion, about them not having a firm stance in the Ukrainian war. Same time, I just saw some screenshots. I took a picture. I can throw it up if you want to post it. In this game, there are little teasers like a yellow and blue can labeled pig meat. And drones carrying geraniums, which is like a nickname for the bombs that the Russians are dropping on Ukrainians. So whether they support the war or not, they took the time to put in teasers into this game that are direct attacks on Ukraine politically in a climate where Russia is actively at war with a country. This isn't politics. This isn't gamer culture. This is real people are dying because of Russia's choice to be at war with Ukraine. Fisk is not killing people in Ukraine. They are a gaming development company. But there's enough ties there and enough signs that say there's a really good chance that if you pay money for this game, you buy it outright, your money is going to be used to kill people in Ukraine. So if that is important to you, I'm adding that to the pile of potential concerns. So just quick recap. Game has some really cool things, also extremely awful other things. 2, it runs through fucking de novo. And 3, there's a lot of weird political sketchiness. So all this put together tells me that this is a really fucking kind of interesting, unique game in the situation it's in. It's not one I'm going to be paying money for. I probably won't play it due to the gameplay problems. I hope the developers do well. You know, I never want games to be bad.
For sure.
It is their first game. It's very, very impressive for a first game from what we've seen. But we went over the history of the game's development a little bit a couple months ago. It was sketchy at best back then.
They're storied.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Yeah. This, you know, it's also partially owned by Tencent and Gaijin Entertainment. So it's just a really fucking weird situation, and it makes me uncomfortable, and I'm choosing not to play it.
Reasonable.
Yeah. So that is roughly 2-3 days of reading and YouTube watching, condensed as much as I could and remember. If you do have Game Pass, it's not having Game Pass isn't supporting the Russian government. Don't feel the need to cancel your Game Pass. Give it a shot if you want. Like I said, you know, every form of media, it doesn't have to be good all the way through. You can take things from it. But don't feel forced to finish it just because of the pomp and circumstance around this game.
Yeah.
You know,
it's one that I'm still on the fence whether I want to play it or not. I don't feel driven to play it, but I do. It's one of those things where I would like to experience it based on. I'd like to be able to form my own opinion on it.
Yeah.
Is what I'd like to do.
So, hearing that the storytelling in it is bad is rather disappointing because for BioShock, for Fallout, sure, the headcanon that I'm making for that particular character, but honestly, it's just good storytelling in those games.
That's one of their strong suits.
This is exactly one of their strong suits. So it's a little disappointing because I really like some of the visuals. Some of the visuals are very cool. Fallout reminiscent because it has that Soviet era feel, but it's definitely like future tech. So very cool, very cool. I like the visuals, but if I had Game Pass, I would give it a try. But this, honestly, with the shady connections and all that stuff, it goes on the list of I'm not giving my money to that. So I agree with you.
And that's why I wanted to lead with the game stuff. Like, even if you take the shady connections and the de novo side, it's not a 9 out of 10 game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right? Like, if I had to form an opinion having not played the game just based off the dozen or so reviews I've watched, I'd say it's probably a 6 or 7 out of 10. Like, I would not pay full price $60-$70 for a game that is a 6 or 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
There's games that are much better for a third of the price. Now, if it had good story and narrative and dialogue and exposition like BioShock and some of the Fallouts did, I would play a game with bad gameplay that has good story, but it doesn't. I don't remember any off the top of my head, but go watch some videos on the dialogue in this game.
It's pretty bad.
It's really, really bad. It's surprisingly bad.
There's been some that I've seen that's good, but I think that lends more to a good voice actor being able to do something with nothing than anything.
It's sort of diamond in the fucking rust. You're noticing it because everything else surrounding it is awful.
Yeah.
Like, you know how they had the Circus of Values ammo machines in BioShock?
Yeah.
So imagine if that robot was constantly hitting on you and asking you to fill it with your polymer every time you went up to it. Like, funny the first time, this robot's got the hots for my character. And then every time you go to your upgrade station, it's just like
you're being sexually assaulted by a fucking robot.
Eastern European style asking you for your fluids.
Yeah.
Please, comrade, fill me with your polymer.
Yeah.
Yeah. On first meeting of this robot, it feels you the fuck up. Like, it really does. So it is, you're being sexually assaulted by your upgrade robot.
Yeah.
Soviet Russia, robot feels you.
Real quick on the points of de novo. De novo, I didn't know that it was using de novo. De novo scares me. Because it's an extremely aggressive DRM, and fuck that. That sucks. B, de novo has been the reason some games haven't been able to be haven't been playable on launch.
Oh yeah, there's
brings me back to Assassin's Creed
stories.
Syndicate.
Mm-hmm.
Almost nobody could play that on launch because of Denuvo. It took like 3 patches in 2 weeks to get that thing playable for people on PC.
It's just, I love Steam's take on it. Steam, Valve, they basically said piracy is a problem with distribution, right? It's not a problem with the development. And we've got our own basic DRM. But you ask yourself, you're a company, you quote unquote know that the first week of sales are the most important. I'm not saying quote unquote because they're stupid, because I honestly believe that I don't think anybody can be entirely sure really how important that is. Now, if you're paying $100,000, $200,000 to get Denuvo for the first couple weeks of your game being released in order to protect sales, it's anywhere from 2,000 to 10,000 copies, vaguely from what I saw, that you're having to recoup in costs for Denuvo. Now, the problem is once Denuvo's out and you got it out there, there are reasons to then remove it later. Okay, the piracy window's over, sales are dropping. It might be infecting performance of our people who have actually played the game, like it's happened a million times, can't connect to the server, game can't launch, we'll remove it. But there's reasons once you have it to keep using it. When a crack team goes out to crack a version of a game, they're cracking a version of the game. So if you consistently put out new updates to the game, those updates need to be cracked wholesale, especially when Denuvo comes into play. So they continue using Denuvo because it assists that, right? But all this is predicated on the knowledge and the assumption that people who are pirating the game are only paying for it because it has Denuvo.
Yeah.
Right? In the past, when I pirated games, I didn't do it because it was easy to crack. I did it because I literally didn't have the money to pay for the game.
Yeah.
I don't care if you have DRM or not. I can't afford it. So I don't know how many pirates have that particular take on it. But given that there's been multiple situations, not all of them. Again, this is kind of a noticing bias. I'm sure there's been millions of times where people who have games with Denuvo haven't had any problems with it. But there's been enough times where the people who legitimately have bought copies of the game cannot play them either in part or in totality because of Denuvo. That the people who have pirated the game, they don't have those problems. Right? And it's Denuvo's its own topic. It's
a whole thing. We could do a whole episode on Denuvo. But
Stardock and all those fucking
it's the whole idea of being so afraid of it's like fucking of mice and men. Like it's like, oh, I just want to pet the puppy, I just want to love it. They just love their sales so hard that they fucking crush them to death. It's like, how many returns did you get that first week of sales because the game didn't run? And it that's all should be considered too, right? I mean,
if you put that $100,000, $200,000, $400,000 from Denuvo into marketing, would you recoup the sales that you've lost from pirating?
I don't think. I mean, I'm sure they have experts.
I guess. Again, I'm not a financials guy. I'm just here spitballing, but
you can't really tell. I don't think there's any real way to know you can't know exactly how many people are pirating your game. And you can't know where and when and all that. You can guess and have good estimates.
It's not like the crackers are publishing their download numbers, So, but on the topic of Denuvo, as far as it comes to Atomic Heart, it doesn't seem like it. I mean, maybe it is impacting performance, but to Atomic Heart's credit, it does seem to work on a dearth of hardware very well. And seems to be well optimized. It seems like they put a concerted effort into making sure this game was optimized.
Reviews is it runs pretty damn well.
And I'm seeing that. I've been watching lots of it being streamed, and it's working on streamers will often have their setups in chat. It's working on GTX 1660s and 1660 Supers, 1050 Ti's. So you have to set your expectations accordingly for your system settings, but it's playable, right? 100% playable, decent FPS on older hardware. So that I'm a bit of an optimization snob because the longer gaming has been around, the less it seems any developer is concerned with optimization and is only concerned with...
I think it's an exponential problem.
Well, yeah.
The tech is more and more complicated.
Right.
It gets harder, faster, per moment
Yeah.
to optimize
Yeah.
because of the sheer
variety
of hardware
Yes.
and depth of technology.
Yes.
Like we just watched Ant-Man Quantumania that, like, I was talking to my brother, like, the visuals, what we were talking about, like the visuals of the movie, like, you showed me that 15 years ago, blow my fucking mind.
Oh yeah, dude, I would have lost my dick.
Yeah. Where did it go?
Yep.
So, yeah, to Nuvo's side, I think if I was in a general person situation, last thing to say, if I already had Game Pass, I would probably try it. Knowing that there's going to be some really fucking frustrating stuff in the game. It sounds like some of the dungeons and art direction and world setting they do is really, really cool, and that might be worth it. But
well, if you'd like to, come over and give it a shot.
No, I got indie games to play.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I know one of the biggest reasons I'm not playing it already is I'm too busy with Valheim.
Yeah.
On that note, you guys ready to call this an evening?
Mm-hmm.
All right, boys.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody, for listening and watching, swatching and listening.
Listening.
Just thank you for being here with us. Hey, remember, if you want to talk to us, leave us a comment on the website. You can literally leave us a voicemail.
That's true.
I'd love to have another voicemail on the podcast.
It's modern technology.
It'd be my favorite.
Yeah, I want to listen to him personally.
There's no de novo.
There's no. Yep, nothing there.
This week, WB announced that they're taking away multiverses until next year. What are you going to do with that season pass and the DLC you bought until then? The Last of Us Part 1 PC port is a buggy mess. Then, Bobby Kotick shames Sony in the most backhanded, fun way in an open letter. Super Mario 64 speedruns have been perfected. Josh shares his thoughts on Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, and Nick, Russ, and I talk about our experiences playing the indie game Necess.
Nick here, and I have it on very respectable accounts that there is no need to do it twice.
Hi, I'm Josh, and cheese should never be pasteurized.
My name is Andy, and this is Video Game Tango. Welcome back.
I didn't.
We're live!
Yeah, I thought we were canceled.
Look at us.
Eureka.
Dude, so for those that don't know, I did let people know on social media and whatnot, but we didn't have like an official, audio or video release about it. We've been gone for 4 weeks now. We missed an entire month of gaming news, which is fine because it was kind of a dead month as far as gaming news goes. A little bit happened, but
a release here, a sale there, but,
we're gonna catch up a little bit on that. But our previous mixer died, and you may be thinking like, well, like I don't know, figure something else out. You do 4 microphones without a mixer because that's difficult. Anyways, we have a new one. New and improved. It can do
even more LEDs.
It's got so many LEDs and it can make sounds that our old one could, but it can also do things.
Just saying, an atmospheric river kept this from getting here.
Yeah.
So if you want to blame anybody, blame God.
Yeah. What did they call the first one? Something bomb, the bomb cyclone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, bomb cyclones.
Jesus.
Yeah. So shitloads of weather prevented this thing from arriving on time. It was a whole thing.
Our delivery driver fought a frost giant.
Probably multiple. So yeah, it took us a little while to get this back up and running, but we are back for our regularly scheduled 8 to 9 p.m. ish live streams with our
been live for
always on time Friday releases of both the audio portion and the video portion of the podcast. Yeah, we're back.
Our behind the scenes tech
gentlemen.
team works tirelessly to make sure that release happens.
Yes, I do.
It's an entire cast of well-paid interns. No,
you guys get paid? What the fuck? Yeah. So not only do we have the new mixer, I am also working on a whole new layout. It's going to be
snazzy,
hopefully good
and modern.
I'm a bit critical on my own work, but we do have a whole new layout coming. It's going to come with some neat new features. I'm really excited for it.
Everybody loves features.
Hopefully I can get some more chat interaction going on in it. I've made space for that in the new arrangement and layout.
Synergy.
Synergy.
Graph
it. But you know what this podcast is about? It's about video games.
Oh.
So let's talk about those.
Yes.
First up in the news, Warner Brothers is shutting down Multiverses, claiming the open beta is over. So Multiverses has been out for a little while now, mid 2023 or 2022 rather, for its open beta, and people have been playing it quite a bit.
Haven't they released like seasons?
They've released
like
there's been season passes, DLC purchase options. There was even a professional tournament with a paid prize for the beta.
Oh my. August 9th,
like
2022.
Yeah.
I feel like you're using the word beta a lot here. Like that's going to be
that's what they called it.
Yeah, but it's going to be very important for a reason here.
So they're pulling it. You will no longer be able to play Multiverses as it was. During this downtime, Multiverses will not be accessible online, but you'll still have limited offline access, allowing for local matches and the in-game training mode. Warner Brothers says the open beta has been an important learning opportunity for us and a stepping stone to the next phase. So it's getting a reworked progression system and other updates during downtime. The game will go offline on the 25th of June. So that's 2 months from now, with plans to re-release in early 2024.
What a gap. I mean, was that 6-7 months?
Yeah.
The game's been out, which is a long time for AAA games.
Yeah.
Right. And they're going to take it down for a year?
I mean,
like 7-8 months, it looks like probably. Because
early 2024 is vague, but
it is vague.
You
but
can assume probably Q1.
You can assume Q1 when they say early.
That could be March.
Could be
it's March now. That's a year.
Yeah, but it's not going down till June, which is still a few months away.
Oh, okay. So
maybe 10 months of
so
downtime.
Like, yeah, it could be upwards of a year, definitely, towards a year, but probably 7-8 months. But that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If you like where it's at and it needs a little fine tuning, isn't that what patches and updates?
I don't think they like where it's at.
Are for?
But
okay, well, I mean,
PR speaking that article is so vague. I don't know what the problem is. I haven't been following. I'm not a.
Yeah, no, I mean, dude, if I'm gonna play a brawler game, I'm gonna play Super Smash Bros. Sorry, I just there's too much legacy and nostalgia there for me. But like Versus was doing well. I mean,
I don't know. I didn't really follow it after the launch.
I mean, dude, it had Shaggy. I mean, so it was doing well.
So it was doing well, obviously. No, by all accounts, it seems like the game was doing really well. They don't have published stats on concurrent players or anything like that, but based on the news that I've seen, Multiverses was doing really well. Seemed like most reviewers were enjoying the game. Had some balancing issues here and there, but they were also releasing new characters like all the time. So you're always going to have little balancing issues when it comes to like releasing new characters to an already established roster. So that kind of thing is to be expected in a brawler type game like this.
Well, DLCs and season passes and outfits, like, dude, there's people who invested like real money into this, and now you're just not getting your stuff for upwards of a year, maybe.
Yeah.
Welcome to Games as a Service. So it could be something that the net code or underlying structure of the game or the way the user interface or matchmaking or teams or clans work, that they need to rework it. And that's not something where they can leave a live branch of the code up and running, because they need to do some like deep overhaul of the fundamental code.
Yeah,
right?
but I mean, at the same time, like, it's games as a service, so they don't like they can work on the next iteration without making it go live, right? So,
and that's my question: is then like if they're making such a fundamental change, the game's going to need to be taken down for 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
Like, was it really failing that hard, or is it something more like they realized that their games as a service, where they nickel and dime you for characters and skins and cosmetics, wasn't performing well enough? So
I honestly think they just took the money and ran. Like they were probably looking at sometime like a 2024 release and saw an opportunity to make some money in the meantime.
Yeah.
Right. Like I really think that's probably what happened there.
I think there's a small chance and likely possibility it just doesn't come back.
that is a possibility. Games get canceled all the time.
They made their money on all their fucking season passes and skins and battle passes, and it's WB. They don't have the greatest record.
Yes.
Recently, not super.
So, yeah, it's a bit of a shame. My nephew was really liking the game. I played it with him a few times, but at least we got another couple months of playing it.
Another couple months, and hopefully that rounds out the duration of an appropriate duration for a season, because people have already purchased a season pass. So one hopes that you get enough time in a season pass before the game just goes away for a while, before it's closeted for nearly a year. But it's a shitty rug pull.
Yeah, dude, I'd be a little pissed if, like, for example, the game I buy season passes for all the time, Apex, was just like, oh, okay, hey guys, sorry, we're just going away for 8 months. We got to figure some shit out.
This is a lesson you learn as a modern day gamer, that if you're going to give money to a games as a service game, then you should expect at any time to not be able to play it again.
Yeah.
Because it's going to happen. It's going to happen to you at some point in your gaming career if you do it. And you just gotta, if you're going to pay the money, then that's on you. And just accept you get to enjoy it while you can.
Yeah. Well, talking about shitty dev teams and probably should have come out in 2024. Nick, you've got some news for us.
And which one is this?
That's Last of Us.
Last of Us. Wasn't aware I was heading this one, but I do know a little bit about it. So Last of Us port to PC was headed by Iron Galaxy, one of Sony's porting development studios. And it's hot garbage, much like their last few ports. I don't remember which ones they were off the top of my head, but they do not have a good track record. Pretty much Steam reviews and other things are tearing into this. I watched a clip the other day. It's minor, but it was amusing. In the middle of a cutscene, all the characters just became soaking wet. Okay.
Wet?
That's a minor bug and funny if it's the only one. But besides that, stuttering and frame rate issues and crashes and all this stuff.
Shaders taking a ridiculously long time to load up at the beginning of initial startup has been another complaint. One that Naughty Dog addressed actually in their Twitter was the shaders one. And that's just like, honestly, dude, that's just really disappointing because I was straight up going to buy this game on Friday.
Yeah, we were excited about it.
I was going to pay full price for a decade old game.
Mm-hmm. I saw the reviews coming out.
I'm questioning it because of the 10,000 reviews. They're mostly negative on Steam right now.
Yeah.
So
never a good thing.
They did the ports for the Batman games, the Arkham games, to PC, and those were a fucking hot mess.
Hot garbage.
Deleting your registry early on, deleting all of your saves, including cloud saves from Steam. Ruining your fucking computer was what the Arkham games did at launch. So they don't have the best track record. I was checking to see because I thought they might have done the San Andreas port, but I can't see that here. I don't think
some of the third game they did shoddy on, but I mean, Sony also has Nix's and Bluepoint, which I believe Bluepoint was the ones who did the original Dark Souls remastered port, which, I mean, diehard fans aside, pissed that they changed minor things, was a fantastic port from everything I gathered. And someone on Reddit saying, like, they keep using Iron Galaxy to make these ports. Something's telling me they're trying to make bad games on purpose so that people will buy PlayStation 5 to play the game.
That's hard to say because, like, Horizon's port to PC was awesome.
But they ported it.
God of War was really good.
So I don't remember the studios that ported it. God of War was also an excellent port. So it's like, so they're giving good games to good dev teams to port. Like, I don't understand.
So that port was handled by Guerrilla Games and Virtuos. So the question is, why do they keep using Iron Galaxy?
Yeah.
I think this is the third time now that they've released a bad port. And maybe they just have so much money they don't care because people will buy it anyways because of the hype of the TV show.
Yeah.
Right. But they're like, knock this out as fast as you can. We want it to be able to launch. Don't worry about bugs and crashes. We just need to, like, rake in what little money we can based off the hype of the show. That's going to be my guess.
That said, they have also done good ports. Like Iron Galaxy did Overwatch for the Switch, Spyro to PC, Diablo 3 to the Switch. They did Crash Bandicoot to PC to the Steam port. That was bad.
I haven't played any of those.
Fortnite on the PS4, Conan Exiles. Who cares? That was a bad game. Skyrim. They did it looks like multiple ports for Skyrim. Right. Yeah, I know at this point. They also made Killer Instinct, the latest version of Killer Instinct. That was actually really fun. I enjoyed the shit out of that when the Xbox One first came out.
That's fair, but it's one thing to make a game, it's another to port it.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Right. But I mean they do have a track record. I don't know. It's wildly good or wildly bad. Like the Arkham game's wildly bad. While, Diablo 3 to the Switch, people were saying like this is the definitive way to play Diablo 3 because now you have Diablo 3 mobile and it works great. So, kind of weird. They seem to have like a really back and forth track record here.
Inconsistent.
Yes, very inconsistent. But it seems like either wildly good or wildly bad. There doesn't really seem to be much in between as far as Iron Galaxy goes. From the reputation of the games that I know did well or poorly for their respective ports. That said, it looks like for the most part they port to console from PC rather than the other way around. So there could be weird hiccups that we don't understand from that, and maybe they're just not the best people to do it because clearly that seems to be the case.
Well, Sony stopped using them.
Oh, they did?
There you go.
Oh,
no. I mean, like, I'm telling
that was
them.
like a call to action. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because they watch this podcast. Right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, Mr. Sony is watching this as we speak.
John Sony.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, speaking of John Sony,
I was going to say, speaking of John Sony, them and Eric Microsoft are currently in a tussle over Bobby Activision. Oh my God, that's just, okay, we went too far. But no, seriously, it's been a talking point for on the cast a couple of times. And if you're in tech news, we're talking about the Microsoft Activision Blizzard activation. Boy, God, that was a mouthful.
You're preaching to the choir because the amount of times I've had to say that. Boy.
So, I mean, we have in this week, we had video games coming to the forefront of the House with some congressmen talking about Japan's business practices in video gaming as a whole. And then yesterday, Bobby Kotick went ahead and released an open letter both to Activision and then to the whole internet as a whole. Now, I get a lot of the CEOs, they're saying a lot of the same things over and over and over again. That similar message, especially from Kotick and Microsoft, has been made several times. There are thoughtful concessions, generous deals being made, remedies to address all the regulators' concerns. So in this letter that Bobby penned here, so I'm gonna paraphrase part of it here. The good news is regulators who initially had concerns about console competition are starting to better understand the industry. The data and evidence Microsoft has been presenting are tilting the scale. You may have seen statements from Sony, including the argument that if this deal goes through, Microsoft could release deliberately buggy versions of our games. Weird. How we just got a deliberately buggy version on PC, not deliberately, but seemingly deliberately buggy version on a PC. So they're calling that out right off the bat there, right? We all know, we all know, passionate players would be the first to hold Microsoft accountable for keeping the promises of content and quality parity. And all of us who work so hard to deliver the best games in our industry care too deeply about our players to ever launch subpar versions of our games. Sony has even admitted that they don't actually care. They're not actually concerned about the Call of Duty agreement. They would just like to prevent the merger from happening. This is obviously disappointing behavior, given an almost 30-year history and long-term relationship. So PlayStation players know we will continue to deliver the best games possible on Sony platforms as we have since the launch of Sony PlayStation. Now, that's all well and good from Bobby Kotick because, I mean, honestly, fuck that guy. I literally stopped caring about anything he had to say when he called his secretary and threatened to kill her. Mm-hmm. So he can take a road of getting fucked. There are some fair points there. I mean, if anybody else had said it, I'd be like, this would be a wonderful rallying statement. But some of the points are there. Like, Sony doesn't even care about the one thing that they've been making the huge deal about. They don't care. It's really just to stop it up.
No, honestly, he raises good points in that it wouldn't behoove Activision Blizzard or Microsoft in the case that they were to acquire Activision Blizzard to deliver buggy games to Sony just out of spite or whatever, right? Because that impacts their sales. At the end of the day, they look at their bottom line, and that is sales. So, if you were suddenly to exclude one platform by making a buggy trash of a game or a buggy mess of a game, especially the dominant platform in the console space, that would be silly and would negatively impact your profits. And they're of course not going to do that. And that's what he's saying is it doesn't make sense that we would do something malign like that. And especially to our user base. Yeah. He also, in a way, he acknowledges that the users of their software are smarter than that, right? Like they're not going to look at a buggy mess of a game and call it okay at the end of the day. He says that it will impact sales.
It's also pandering.
Oh, 100%.
The passionate players that will tell them when their game's bad make up like 5% of their sales.
Right. Yeah.
95% of people play Call of Duty don't even know this acquisition is happening.
Yeah.
They buy it once a year and they play it.
Right.
Right.
I mean, they might begin to look into it if Call of Duty becomes a buggy mess on PlayStation, right? But yeah, no, you're right.
But then they've already bought
pandering. Yeah, right. No, there's certainly pandering going on there. But another good point that he makes is that Sony has been outspoken about, at this point, they're just trying to get in the way of the merger.
Yeah,
they just don't want it.
They just don't want it to happen, and they're pulling out all the stops. So they're trying to accuse Activision Blizzard and Microsoft now of just doing bad business for the sake of doing bad business, which that wouldn't behoove them. It doesn't. Yeah. There's no logic there.
Right.
So,
well, I mean, honestly, dude, this has been like a hair pulling, eye scratching, nard kicking kind of fucking fight.
Yeah.
Like Microsoft was fucking auditing like business, like the executives of Sony trying getting their, what they've been doing the last 5 years. What are their numbers? So, I mean, they have been on both sides playing dirty here, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're all billionaires. These are all $1 billion companies. It's all more money than any
Way
of us
up above us
can fucking fathom. But it does seem at this point, somebody's just standing in the way to stand in the way.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, if you wanted to buy Activision Blizzard, then you should have offered more money, I guess. I don't like that's,
yeah,
I feel like that's
on you.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: is Sony has been scooping up studios as fast as they can during this acquisition. Mm-hmm. They're like, no, okay, well, if you guys are going to do it, we're going to buy everybody else, right?
A little projection, much.
Yeah, just a little bit. $8 billion to pick up Bungie. Sony now owns Bungie, and they're like, we have the studio that you guys didn't want anymore.
Dude, owning Bungie in this day and age is like a flex.
Owning Bungie in this day and age, it's a fucking bungle.
Right?
They're no longer Bungie.
You
they're
bought
bungle.
Bungie to show off?
Cool. Well, then nobody cares. They don't make Halo anymore, bro.
Yeah.
No, but I guess Destiny 2 isn't going to be in your fucking Blizzard launcher for too much longer, maybe. Oh, who knows? But yeah, no, there's some petty bullshit going on. Something interesting though that I happened upon while I was going through the Activision Blizzard stuff recently was Bobby Kotick has really been outspoken against the Japanese gaming community or the business. Because he is addressing U.S. regulators, and he's talking about how essentially outside of SCEA or Sony Computer Entertainment of America, they're not the dominant platform in Japan necessarily. They're huge in Japan, but Nintendo is also massive in Japan, and nobody's talking about Nintendo in any of these arguments here. So he is starting to drag Nintendo into it as well a little bit, in that he's talking about how not only does Sony and Nintendo have exclusive titles of their own and continue to acquire studios, but they also have country exclusive games.
Yeah.
So Japanese exclusive games. So he's tying that in there as well. And it's interesting because now we have regulators talking about like whether we should be having dealings with Japanese game companies at all. Which I don't think they're going to get touched, but
but
it's bringing it to the conversation, which is
it is raising the point. And when you get, I mean, we have plenty of things that our Congress people could be talking about, but they're talking about video games for right now. Some of them are. So anytime Congress is talking about it, that's kind of something to look at. It's like, what the okay.
No, it's not unimportant considering they are doing their job right now. That's a nice thing. They are looking into whether this would be a monopolization. I mean, they should have done that better in a lot of other circumstances. They seem to be really nailing down the gaming corner.
Picking and choosing what they care about, but
for sure, as far as acquisition goes. But yeah, it's interesting that video games are kind of taking the forefront of our regulators' minds. It's different. It's different. You never thought we'd be getting serious conversations about video games in Congress unless it was the latest Grand Theft Auto, and children on children violence.
Like a satanic panic sort of a kind of a deal,
Seems like a lot of what he's doing is trying to explain to the FTC, the European Commission, and some of these other acronyms that they don't really understand how the video game industry is currently working. He's going on to define things as like how it works in Asia, more specifically China and in Japan, with Tencent and Byteforce and Nintendo and Sony and protected markets and all that. And I'm sure he knows his shit, right? Because the first thing he points out is like phones. Phones are the biggest gaming market.
Yeah.
Like the consoles and PCs don't even come close.
Not even.
Right? Yeah. Just 10, 15 years ago, middle class to lower class families buying consoles was the thing, and that's not the case anymore.
And that only became the thing
with cheap smartphones.
Well, I mean, but before the advent of smartphones, buying consoles, like the console market didn't really get to go huge. Like kids had video game consoles, sure, but you had your Nintendo, right? PlayStation 2, though, you started to actually see consoles in like every living room. Simply because at the time the PS2 was the cheapest way to get a DVD player in the house, right? So we saw a huge expansion in gaming in the PS2, and I'm going on a tangent, but that's where we saw the explosive growth that brings us to where we are today.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was one of the times it was like you could have a PlayStation 2, and that could be the corner piece of your living room entertainment.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't need a stereo because I just pop in CD and listen to music on my PlayStation, and I just watch a movie on my PlayStation, and
Yeah. So, yeah, Russ brings up a good point. He says, it's always bizarre when the arguments are over video games and TikTok when so many other companies are allowed to run rampant. We could use another robust area of antitrust, but the scrutiny should be focused elsewhere. Yeah, that's 100% true.
We have 6 major airlines that all agree on what the prices should be for us to travel. We have 5 major train companies that have daily fucking derailments, and entire communities are fucking displaced. Like...
There's more important things to be worried about.
Yeah, no fucking shit. There are 3 people who sell groceries in this entire fucking country. It's fucking Walmart, Costco, and the Fred Meyer conglomerate.
Yep.
But sure, I mean, I get it. It is a big deal. It's a lot of money. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's because of how much money is being pumped into this industry.
Yeah.
It's the dollar amount that matters here. Because we talked about this privately and not on the podcast.
There's 4 companies that make fucking movies.
Yeah, but we talked about
in America.
But we talked about you and I have had this conversation a few times about the Kroger buying Safeway. That acquisition happened during the Microsoft Activision Blizzard acquisition, and you look at that and you say that's fucking insane. And you look at it as something that is food thinking, okay, that's got to be a huge market. But it's obvious that the regulators are only looking at transaction, like the spending per transaction, because that was a $13 billion acquisition.
Yeah, between somewhere between 10 and 20 billion dollars or something like that.
Versus 69. So it's clear that they're just looking at total dollar amounts, and that's what's on their mind, not necessarily the best thing for the people.
But DuPont Dow Chemicals being bought up, like that you wouldn't even fucking know about it unless you looked for it.
Right. Yeah.
And it was bought for nearly this much. Not as much, but nearly this much.
DuPont Chemical was bought for like 71.
Oh, okay. So just a little over. So it's like, I mean, but then, chat raises, I mean, if we're talking about, again, financial institutions, good God, fucking Merrill Lynch, B of A, Chase, fuck our fuck our economy bank,
Yeah.
I bank at FAF.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fuck our finances.
Fuck our finances.
FAFU.
Well, without getting too much further in the politics wheeze.
Time stuff.
Nick.
Yes.
You want to talk about a very special speed run?
I do. It is worthy of mentioning. The speedrunning community has been brought up a few times on this cast because it is eclectic and exotic and rare, much like a Sasquatch in space. If you're not really big into gaming, you might have heard of speedrunning. And if you're into gaming, you might know a little bit about it. But it's such like a tight-knit, defined community of just hyper-accelerated, amazing people that probably break the laws of reality, that I do my best to keep up on it. A handful of YouTubers that do highlights and whatnot. And we had something that I'm going to have a hard time really implying how crazy this is, but I will do my best. Super Mario 64 is one of the biggest, most sped run games there are. And there are multiple categories, of which are, I believe, 0, 1, 16, and 120 star categories. So getting 0 stars and being in the game, getting 1, getting 16, getting 120. The ones below 120 usually involve glitches and whatnot, right? Because you normally can't beat the game.
Because there's progression.
If you know anything about speedrunning, it's that it goes through cycles. You'll have like any given speedrun for a game might be like, okay, we beat this game in 20 minutes. And then for a few years, someone gets 19 minutes and 50 seconds, and someone gets 19 minutes and 47 seconds. And then a few years later, new techniques and methods are found out that cut like a minute off the time.
Yeah.
Right. And now suddenly that's the new method. Right. So the current methodology is in any game, discussed in the speedrunning community. Here are the newest glitches we found. Some of those take 15, 20 years to find. And in games like this, Mario 64 is ancient, right?
Yeah, it's like 25, 26 years old probably.
Yeah, so they're getting to the edge of like what glitches are possible.
Yeah.
Right? But every once in a while you do get something new. What's crazy about this guy, Green Suigi, like Green Luigi, but with an S. He's young. I'm just given by the feed I can see of him. He recently did something amazing, I believe in the 1-star category. So getting 1 star and then glitching your way to the end. He held second place already, and then he managed to break the 7-minute barrier by like a full 5 seconds or something. Now, there are a lot of speedrun categories in games where you get the person at the top because they did everything flawlessly except for like 1% of the run.
Yeah.
It is almost entirely absent from speedrunning that a given world record doesn't have at least one mistake. That mistake might only cost you 1 second, but you only made one mistake, whereas the other people made 2 or 3 or 4, and they're 4, 5, 10 seconds behind you. Green Suigi managed to do a 1-star essentially with no mistakes. He beat his own second place record by a full like 5, 10, 15 seconds. I think it was. It's like a sub 7-minute run for Mario. And then very shortly thereafter, went on to do a full 16-star run with no mistakes. So this isn't a tool-assisted speedrun. It's not a computer playing the game. A computer could do things faster. But the thing is that when you're doing these runs, you're human, right? That you've practiced the first half of the run a million times, and the second half maybe only a couple thousand, right? So the sweats start happening. This run's going well. You start getting nervous. That didn't happen. And this amazing, beautiful person managed to pull off what amounts to a no-mistake Mario speedrun, which is important because it means it might never be topped.
Yeah, unless there is a new meta discovered for speedrun community, it can't be topped.
So Green Suigi, who has now done 2 what amounts to flawless runs in 2 of the biggest categories, is attempting to do the rest, and he's going to have what essentially amounts to a full house. He's going to hit all the major Super Mario 64 categories. I think he's attempting, not the biggest one yet, not the 120 star one, because like to do like, I imagine that's probably multiple hours.
Yeah,
like an hour or 2.
I'm sure.
Like no one can expect a human to do an hour or 2 hour long speed run without mistakes, because every jump, every bounce, every attack has a potential for messing up, right? And even, it might not sound like much, but to do a 14-minute speed run without a single mistake, watching him play through this, it is so impressive.
Yeah.
And the most beautiful thing is when he finishes
over here on this.
Yeah, they got a heart rate counter. When he finishes, he loses his shit in only the way that like a 17, 18-year-old kid can do. And it is so amazing to watch him just lose it. But yeah, it's this might be it. He's actually probably done it. I don't see it being topped again unless they find some new strategy, which ever so rarely happens in games. But just
unless
shouts out.
Unless it's Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes they do stuff. I mean, we've talked about the half A press in Mario, and the parallel dimensions and all that. These kinds of things can be found, but we're nearing the end for this game. It's been out for like 20 years now, if not longer.
I think Mario 64 was 96.
So yeah, even longer. But yeah, just hats off. It's impressive to do any speed run flawlessly, let alone one that's almost, quarter of an hour long.
Yeah.
It's intense. So 07 to you, sir.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Mario 64 speedrun fan, but I do watch a lot of Ocarina of Time speedruns.
Yeah.
ZFG in particular. He's so good he holds almost all the world records. The guy is insane. At this point now, just for the sake of content and so he can do something new every day, he's been streaming almost every day Ocarina of Time speed runs using a randomizer.
Yeah,
so,
I think you were telling us about that.
Man. So it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
He sets the parameters of the randomizers, but yeah, he switches it up quite frequently, and he's even come out with a few speed run metas. So like metas that he creates the rules, and they do speed run competitions based on that with prizes involved. So yeah, it's awesome. Getting into a speed running community is fun. You should really check them out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. After that, Josh, let's talk about games that we've been playing.
Oh, so recently the Steam Spring Sale went on, and I went ahead and picked myself up the Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy game.
Excuse me for a moment.
No, this was developed by Eidos. Boy, I was wrong on both fronts. Eidos Montreal was the dev, and it was published by Eidos Interactive. This bad boy is a third-person action-adventure game, and it's an original story, and it puts you in as your favorite ragtag superheroes protecting the galaxy. So this was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing the game. Now, there were a lot of things that I liked about it. Visually, it was very pleasing, right on par with the Spider-Man games. So y'all, if you've played the Spider-Man games, you liked how those looked, how those kind of how the button kind of things, like we just, if you're watching, you just saw like button combos, quick time events happened. You're going to dig Guardians. So that was a lot of fun. The soundtrack, if you're a Guardians fan, especially a new one with the MCU, you know how important that soundtrack is. And let me tell you, fam, it was lit on this soundtrack. It was excellent. I loved it. Plenty of 80s jams. And a lot of the times it was I don't know if it's driven for like, they give you a selection of songs per section or whatever, but a lot of the times it seemed just very poignant, the song choice. And I was like, I wonder if this is happening like organic, like if this is, happening written, or if this is just random luck for me.
Yeah.
I don't actually know that, but it was soundtrack was fucking amazing. So there was good, not great, but good character progression. I honestly would have liked to have seen a little bit more with the powers. And that kind of leads into one of my cons. By the end of the game, combat was very predictable. I had a fairly tight routine that I would go in with, lead in with Groot grabbing people up, Rocket exploding them. And so like I kind of used pairs, and it was predictable and systematic near the end of the game. So that was kind of a bummer. Now where the game was a lot of fun again was a lot of side characters and unique takes on the characters. So if your only experience with Guardians of the Galaxy is through the MCU, well, you're going to get a little bit of a different take here. These are more closely aligned with their comic book characters. But we got to see a lot of fun characters like Cosmo, the space dog. He's a telekinetic dog and is the best boy. So enough said. We got a different view of Mantis. Mantis is, again, a fan favorite from the MCU. She has a much different vibe, different feel here. And a lot of, honestly, the main characters they're quintessentially the same because they're the main characters, but again, a bit different of a vibe. So I really enjoyed that. Story was good. A couple of twists, couple of turns, a few things I didn't see coming. Again, another downside here, though, is it is very, very story driven, super linear. I would have appreciated, at least, especially in the early game, having a few more choices of places where I could have gone and seen a bit more of this version of the galaxy. Mm-hmm. But it was very A, B, C, D. Here you go. Now I didn't mind that super, I guess, but I would have liked a little more exploration. And then that leads right into the last little bit is it was a little short. If I had bought this at full price, it would have been $60 and I would have gotten about 20 hours, not super short, but I mean, if I could have had a few more choices, this easily could have been a 30-hour game and 0 complaints on time then. And I would have assumed got a few more powers, but it's overall, if you can pick it up, especially on sale, and you're a big fan of comics, this was a fun play. It was, it was fun. Easy to learn mechanics. Like I said, little boring fights near the end, but easy to learn mechanics, good progression, good story.
Yeah, we're also the kind of crowd that learns how to, as quickly as possible, cheese fights. So sometimes we do that to ourselves, you know?
Yeah, again, it could be me. It's just like, oh, this is just the easiest way to handle. Yeah, that could be a thing that I lumped myself into there.
Sure. I mean, it also depends on how linear it was. If you're just using the latest abilities learned and that turns out to be the best, then, you know, maybe there's something to be said there as far as like the quality of combat. But, you know, if that wasn't the case, then, you know, people's experiences are going to differ.
Yeah, definitely. But it was fun.
Do you have much experience with movie tie-in video games?
Not a super.
Having played a smattering of them over the years, you mentioned its linearity. It's, you know, action oriented. That is one of the building blocks of most tie-in games. Is that they're essentially like, we're going to tell either the story of the movie, like when you think like the Lego games, right? Or like, we're going to follow the general plot, right? Or they're going to do something very similar. And they very, very, very rarely have the means to branch out and have any kind of effect on the story, right? Because you're essentially just experiencing it.
Yeah.
Right? Which is fine.
Sure.
But it would be nice to see these kinds of games potentially do branch out at times. You know, it's not in their wheelhouse. So I'm not surprised that happened.
So I feel like the Spider-Man games, I'm going to go back because I feel like a pretty good thing to compare this game against is the Spider-Man games. Yeah. In both games, as playing as Parker and Morales, I got to explore New York City. I got to see things in it. And like it was a linear story. There's no way to get a surprise secret ending out of either of the Spider-Man games, but I was able to kind of pick in which order I fought some of these dudes. And I was able to, like, time-wise decide it's like, you know, I'm not ready to just kind of push on through. I want I want to spend a little time just exploring. Like I didn't get to go and check out they gave me a fake option. And then it was like, we're just going to this place.
Okay.
And like, I would have liked it like, hey, are we going to Contraxia or nowhere? And then like maybe go back to that location as story.
Just the option to pick which one to do first.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just a little more agency because it's a good story, but you are really on it for the ride, right? Like,
even if it's like a fake agency, like just the ability to choose which planet you go to.
Yeah, exactly. And that would have, I feel like, extended the time frame out a little bit. Like we could also like go with Jedi, like Jedi Outcast, the
Fallen Order,
Fallen Order
Whichever
game,
played,
where it's a fairly linear story, but you go back to a couple of planets as you unlock things. It would have been cool to have to go back to a place because I couldn't get in there the first time, or something. And
a lot of people also don't like that.
Oh, okay.
Like for
fair
as
enough.
far as backtracking, a lot of people don't like that. Like that's one of the biggest complaints for the God of War game.
Yeah, I'm saying backtracking would have been like to have to backtrack at a place once wouldn't have been. Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted the whole fucking way.
I see what Josh is saying,
but
and I think you make a fair comparison in the Spider-Man game on the surface because they are both movie tie-in games. But the Spider-Man game has its bones not only in things like GTA and Crackdown, but going as far back as the much maligned Superman 64 game. The bones of those games are we're giving you a playground to explore in,
Yeah.
Right. You think GTA and what was the ripoff Saints Row? It's like here's a sandbox, and then we've put some story in the sandbox, so certain places have points of interest and things to do. So the Spider-Man game is, as a game built off that notion. Here's a town, a city, right? You go explore, and we will at times give you story beats, and then eventually the story will take over, and you go do these isolated missions in instance areas. This particular the format of this game is heavily reminiscent of a lot of movie tie-in games where like we just need a linear corridor to shunt the player through like they're on a Disney ride taking pictures, right?
See, I'm all about that.
I did enjoy the ride. I did enjoy the ride.
Dated. I think what Josh is saying and what he's getting at is like even if you were on rails, but it's like, okay, the bad guys are on these 3 places. Which planet do we want to hit first? You're going to hit all of them. There's no real gameplay difference in which one you hit first. But it's that kind of soft, false choice that helps, right? Like, oh, I remember this planet from the movie, or I read the comics. I remember this. I want to see how they do that. Those kinds of choices really aren't that hard to implement in a game. Like all the content needs to be there anyways if you're going to all 3 of these planets, and just giving the player the ability to choose which one.
I get personally, I'm just totally okay with like the ultra linearity.
Yeah, it's fine to be okay with it. I just think that they made probably more money if they took the time to put in a little bit of false choice in there.
Yeah, maybe.
Right.
Well, I mean,
if I wanted to watch a movie, I'd watch a movie.
I don't know. For me, I couldn't care less about adding any more open world or agency into a game. A lot of the times it's actually what detracts from a game for me. That's why I can't get into a lot of Western RPGs.
How would you feel if World of Warcraft had you go to specific zones in order every time? You never
got... That would suck, but it's an MMO versus a different experience.
I think they have more similarities than you think, right? Like if it was single player, like Diablo's a good example of a very linear game where it's rare that you get to make choices in where you go. But those zones were so large, like especially like Diablo 2, that within that zone itself, there were choices you could make. I'm going to go to this part. Oh, there's a town over here. I'm going to go to this part. Oh, that's where like that quest is. In games like this where you're literally like almost on rails, the actual places the players can go is a very one-tracked thing.
I guess at the end of the day, I'm okay with both experiences. Like, I like the slightly more open world version of Diablo. I like the open world of World of Warcraft, and I like the linearity of something like a Guardians of the Galaxy, or I'm replaying Final Fantasy VII Remake, and that's a ultra linear, even compared to Final Fantasy VII, the original. So you have less choice and agency in the remake than you did in the original. So and I'm enjoying myself. So I just I just chalk it up to different gameplay experiences, and I'm okay with all sides in that regard. There are game types that I don't care for or prefer. It's open world. So seeing hearing that it's an ultra linear story driven game does not detract anything for me personally.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I see like what I've been watching here. This looks boring as fuck. If this was what I was shown what the game was, I would never pay $1 for it. But that's just me.
Yeah. We know that we have different opinions of games.
Yeah.
Yeah. You definitely play a lot of games that I don't, and I definitely play a lot of games that you don't.
Thank God there is a variety.
Yeah. That being said, unfortunately, the Steam sale is over, so it is back to its full price of $59.99. Well, let's talk about a game that is on sale right now that we are also playing.
Weenie Hut General. No,
I mean, that's a better name than what it's actually got. So we are playing a game called Necess.
I believe it's Necess. If it's something else, it's dumb.
Necesse, Nessie. At any rate, it's spelled Necesse.
Mm-hmm.
It is a
70% Terraria.
Yeah.
And then the rest is filled with a little bit of Minecraft and a little bit of top-down roguelike bullet hell stuff.
Yes.
And on top of that, you do RimWorld style colony management.
Yes. I think
degree.
Let me hear your side. You've played more of it than I have. Like I haven't done any of the RimWorld villager colony stuff yet at all. So I'll let you get your opinion on that. But what are your overall impressions of the game so far?
So my overall impressions of the game is that it's about 40% done. Maybe 60% at most. What is there is fine. I feel like it's like solidly about halfway through its development. And because the developer, I believe is just one person, decided to get, player user interface and readability and all these things done first, the game is in a very playable state.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've enjoyed for the most part what I've played of it. The gameplay loop is pretty standard as far as like Terraria goes. You go into a new zone, you get new resources, use those resources to make better versions of the items you have, then to fight the boss at the end, which unlocks the ability to do the next level of content. We got what I thought was most of the way through the game before I realized there was another like prestige layer. We go even deeper than we were going into like caves. And so each biome essentially has a second layer to go through.
Yeah.
Which we just did the first step of that, the Reaper, I think in the fire dungeon or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's good. It's, I didn't play a lot of Terraria. I played maybe 20, 30 hours, enough to get a feel for it. I like this better. That's all personal preference.
Sure.
I just prefer the kind of top down, bullet heaven style thing. I guess it's more of a bullet hell because you are shooting, but the bosses are very much like
it's a bullet hell scenario. Yeah.
And it's nice, finding new resources. Okay, what can I make with this? And one minor thing I do like, for the most part, is that a lot of the armor and weapon sets, they're side grades. They're not necessarily just make this one and it's better than the last one you had.
It gives you some agency.
There are tiers.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, other than that, when it comes like the RimWorld colony management, I think it's got a good structure there. There's really not much for them to do other than make you better buff food.
Yeah.
You can have them make any item that you could make in the game. You could have them churning out blocks to make different buildings and whatnot. But again, because the game's like 40 to 60% done, in my opinion, 90% of the base building is cosmetic.
Yeah.
I don't even know if like the walls have different hit points depending on their material. Your base does get rated the more colony members you have in your colony and or your progress through the bosses. I'm not sure which is the case, but they have been getting harder.
Yeah.
But again, it's one of those games that if it was a single player, I might have spent 5-10 hours one night, maybe 2 playing it. But because we're playing a multiplayer, which has been working for the most part pretty well.
Yeah.
A few minor disconnects.
Yeah. I'm honestly, I just expect that in multiplayer experiences for the most part.
It's nice. And there is definitely scaling. The bosses seem to just, double their hit points for every other person that joins with 3 people. A 5K boss was at 15K.
Yeah.
And yeah, some of them, they're hard, at recommendation, looking at the Reddit, I did bump up the difficulty in a few areas by 1 level, knowing that they said, if you're competent, like don't play this on normal difficulty. It's going to be too boring. And if it was any easier, I probably would have gotten a little bored.
Yeah.
But yeah, the grind's not super heavy. And again, I feel like really what this game just needs more now is probably a minor overhaul of the gameplay loop. It could use some more variety.
Yeah, sure.
There are some niggling balance issues. Like one of the dungeons I went into recently solo, just grinding out some resources for us. Playing solo, even with the trinkets with reduced mob spawns, you can see them on Twitch here dropping torches. I get like one torch in and have to stop and fight for like 30 seconds as mobs just kept coming out of the darkness. And then I'd get 10 more feet in to drop another torch and more mobs. It was just a grind fest. So, I mean, those kinds of things, they can be fixed. And it's one developer, I think, especially for one developer, one person done a really good job. All parts of this game seem to be kind of equally in step with each other. There's no one area besides maybe the sound could use some work, but honestly, it's not a super pretty game, but it's not. It works for what it is.
I don't have any complaints about the graphics. I did it first. I was like, man, I could have done a better job. But at the end of the day, the style matches throughout. I have a hard time nitpicking when at the end of the day, it is a single developer or a very small developer team.
And have kind of a RimWorld look to it, though.
Yeah, and it's essentially, it's not. Would you? Well, I guess it's 2-dimensional voxel. Yeah.
I mean, if anything, I wouldn't be surprised if someone thought this was a Super Nintendo game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
No,
like it looks like a Super Nintendo game. It almost kind of plays like one.
Yeah,
too.
Definitely. So far, my experience has been that I really do enjoy it. As far as variety goes, there's a few things, and I'm gonna address Russ here in the chat as well. He says more weapon/attack/spell variety per tier and the ability to upgrade the ones you like as the difficulty increases. I think that is needed. As far as variety, I'd like to see more variety in monsters because you can essentially like vampire is 1 AI, zombie is 1 AI, and then like
a lot of them are just simple beeline it towards the player.
Right.
The vampire was a little different, that it kind of flew around as a bat.
Right.
I've noticed some monsters have dashes, which is fine. But like what Russ was talking about, I didn't want to nitpick the game too much, but given that almost every weapon in this game has a unique attack animation, I wish that the base underlying numerics of the weapons, how much damage they did in their DPS and all that, scaled off something entirely different.
Yeah.
I'd love to say like this weapon, animation and its attack pattern that I got early game, I absolutely love. I wish I could just upgrade it and keep it through the game. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
Because I found some weapons, I'm like, this is awesome, but then the damage starts to fall off, and it's like, nah, I got to switch to something else.
No, and well, you're preaching to the choir. I ran into that blood bolt thing. Yeah.
Shoots 3 bolts at home and on targets.
The first one is just a single bolt. It can only bounce off of 2. It can only bounce 2 times off of objects, and it's a homing missile, as long as it's its pathing is near an enemy creature. Then I get an upgraded version of that where it shoots 3 missiles and will also bounce 2 additional times. So suddenly I have this.
You just flood the screen.
I'm flooding the screen with these bolts. And while they were never the most damage out of what we had amongst us in the group, in a group environment, it made a lot of sense because it had solid knockback. It illuminated further through the hallways than our torches did. And it hit multiple creatures. And if every bolt hit a single creature, it did a respectable amount of damage. So essentially we were looking at, like, by the time it got to the front, the front of the party, which is Nick and Russ, these things were like half dead. So they were relatively easy to dispatch and maintain, our health pools. So it while I think it played a role not being the most damage, it did help in like a support capacity. We've gone a couple tiers up since then, and I was still using the same thing. And while, it still played its role, the amount of health that I was, the damage that I was doing to enemies, I just couldn't justify using it any longer. It became, especially when soloing, it became too difficult.
Too much drop off.
Yeah, too much. No, it just wasn't doing enough DPS. At the end of the day, I was having to run around too much, kiting bad guys and stuff. So
I have other things I could say as far as nitpicking goes, but I do want to give it some praises.
Yes.
Off the bat, its inventory management and colony inventory management it's modern. Like they have everything in your inventory that is in a chest nearby. You click a button and it will take all the stuff from your inventory and put it into the chests where they need to go. And vice versa. If you want to restock your food or ammo into your inventory from chests, single button to do that. All kinds of sorting methods, ability to lock stuff. You know, that part of the user interface is really well done.
Really well done.
There's another thing I was going to say. The grind isn't really that bad because there's so many unique areas. It takes maybe an hour or two in one zone before you feel like you've gotten everything you need out of it. Which is nice. And the last thing, the idea of the summons, you can have, there's 4 categories of weapon: melee, range, magic, and summons. We realized pretty quickly that any quote unquote build, if you could call them that, can fit summons in, and you can have, you know, melee summons that fly and swarm a target to summons that are ranged that shoot lasers. I recently got one that goes over and circles a target and just shoots lasers at it. And it's like, that's neat. Give me more of that. I'd love to see a summon that defends you, like a shield or whatnot. Because again, being this is a bullet hell, there are a few active trinkets, dodges, teleports, and the like run fast. There is a shield, which you can activate to take reduced damage all the way up to like the later ones where you take no damage. But you have to be so mobile in this game to not get insta-gibbed that it just works against itself. So more work towards making some kind of melee tanky build, I think, would go a long ways. And the last thing I want to say is all this stuff. I might even throw this into the Discord, the link to this podcast. It's one guy. He says in the game, like, if you have feedback, let me know, because like I can't make the game better if we don't hear it.
Totally.
So I think this could end up being a really good game, given a year or two.
And while it sounds like we've been nitpicking the game, I'm having an immense amount of fun. I think this game is well made.
And it was $7, $6.
When I bought it, it was $1.49.
Okay, yeah,
it was.
I think I bought it for like $6.89.
The winter sale. It's actually on sale again for $6.69 right now, all the way until the 25th, or until the 3rd of April. I say, especially under $10, which is its normal price, $9.99. I think it's a buy. Like at the end of the day,
got 30 hours in it.
Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong with this game. I think at this particular price point, it's a no-brainer. I think anybody can have fun in this game. Let's address Russ real quick, because he's been giving us he's here, he's joining our podcast about Guardians of the Galaxy. He says Josh is wrong. This game didn't need any progression options. Just play a game for the story they intend to tell. Not every game needs open world mechanics. And he says that's kind of my point. Not having open world mechanics shouldn't be considered a negative. It's just a different game. And that was in response to what I had to say about the game and its mechanics. He said shouldn't be considered a negative. It's just a different game. I also think the game length is good, considering it went on too much longer. It wouldn't have been detrimentally boring.
I'm not reading.
Are we talking about Necess now?
Is that on purpose?
No, I mean,
what? Oh, I had to scroll up. Nick has been, or Russ has been talking to us for quite a while.
What was he saying about Necess?
So I read more weapon/attack/spell variety per tier, and the ability to upgrade the ones you like as the difficulty increases. Your beard looks damn fine, Joshua. Good use of my blood. He says, I want to hoover crumbs out of that majestic mane. An additional activated ability would be nice.
Well, I mean, I don't know what my beard can do, but we could try activating it. I don't know that it had one ability, but a second one would be cool.
That was Necess. The ability. That's
and he's trying to confuse us here.
No, you asked for Necess, and I gave you Necess.
Oh, I thought we were talking about my beard still.
No. So the additional activated ability, that's about Necess.
It's not true. Its first power is to tickle thighs.
Okay.
But he also says he is having fun playing.
Yeah. I mean, we've got 4 or 5 nights worth of playing it. So yeah, I mean, again, once you get this cheap, like if it interests you at all and you have the money, just give it a shot. And if you can play it with other people, do it. Like it's one of those games that's a lot more fun multiplayer.
Yeah, definitely.
Under $10, man.
and you guys have what 30, 40 hours into it.
I think you'd really like it. And I kind of wish you'd gotten on the train. I know you were busy, but like the RimWorld stuff, it's there, it's bare bones, but it's kind of nice, like seeing like, oh, I know how to do this.
Yeah.
Right. And so, I set up, okay, go farm the crops, turn that into food and all that. But yeah, they can make ammo for you. And there are also vendors, which I thought was neat that you like your NPC vendors for buying and selling the more rare stuff. It just depends on who you've invited to your
Yeah,
show.
and then villagers, they have their own not only inventory, but they have their own sales. Like they are still vendors.
One other thing is the game's got full fucking mod support apparently.
Oh,
There's
shit.
people making like base defense mods and adding new weapons, and it's like the game's not even out fully, and it's got
That's
full
the
mod support.
lifeblood of any game, y'all. And the number one reason you should switch to PC gaming is the mods.
Yeah.
Consoles are starting to get there, but they're way behind.
They are.
Another 10 years. Maybe.
I mean, at least they're getting marketplaces for them. That's good.
Yeah.
Russ
What else
says
we got?
it's nice that there isn't really a harsh punishment for dying. That would have been less fun. Yes.
I also set that.
Yeah.
There was 4 or 5 options for death. I set it to drop materials, which is like the stuff you gather in the dungeon. I think the default was dropping your inventory.
That would have made this game nearly impossible.
That's Minecraft's default.
Yeah,
and that's
for
what
sure.
they're basing it off of. But having to go get your weapons back,
Yeah.
that would not have been fun.
No.
I don't think it drops your armor,
Okay.
but
Like when you say drops, it mean like you can go
Where
run
you-
over and grab it.
yeah, where you die, all your stuff just
Yeah.
bloops out of you.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
But the way I have it set
inconvenient.
it, the iron ore that you mined gets dropped, but you just go get it again.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I mean, sure.
I think the last thing, praise, I do like the mechanic that if you're fighting a boss, you've activated a boss, if all the players in the arena die after about 3 seconds, the boss despawns.
Yeah.
Which means that there's really no way to easily cheese the boss other than like, I was thinking 2 of us could go in there while a third person waits for one of them to be about to die.
And we can
then
cycle them out.
start a rotation.
Even
But
then,
even that, like,
even then, I mean, we've wiped
kinda did
during
that,
boss encounters. Yeah, we've already done that by one person just staying alive, managing the fight. So, yeah, I mean, I guess we could have a system there, but I think that's just as likely to fail as all 3 of us jumping into the encounter at the same time.
really simple, easy way that they made the bosses ramp in difficulty is their animations and attacks just get faster.
Yeah.
Like they have, a definitely handful of things, but it's nice because it doesn't mean that like if you get hit once, you're going to drop because the boss does more damage. It just means that there's a lot more bullets on screen. So your skill in dodging needs to get up. But again, that gets back to like the melee build. I'd love to see some kind of like reflect shield or, dash to an ally to defend them or something, but that might be too much. I don't know. Anyways,
those are all things to consider, right?
Yeah.
So 100%. So as far as what's next, do we want to talk about Sons of the Forest now? We're running a little bit long already. We're actually running quite a bit long already. Or do we want to talk about Sons of the Forest next week?
I have very little to say about the game. I don't know about you guys, but I could literally sum my opinions on in like 30 seconds.
I think that I could too, but I doubt it. I'm
What do you think?
thinking of more.
I mean, I could say a little bit. I probably accidentally waxed poetic for a minute, but
Yeah.
Let's just wait then.
Yeah, let's wait until next week. We can talk about it next week. It's fine.
I screamed a lot.
You did scream a lot, but we'll talk about that next week.
Yeah.
So, guys, make sure you're here next week. We're going to talk about Sons of the Forest. We'll have, of course, more gaming news for you and etc. Make sure you're here next week. Hopefully by then I'll have the new layout up. I showed chat a little preview of that earlier. I think it's going to be a little bit more fun, visually exciting, and hopefully I'm able to integrate some
Space
fun Twitch stuff for the live stream audience to interact with us with. So
That'd be neat.
hang on tight for those things to be implemented. At the very least, I plan to have the new layout set up for you guys. So we're also going to have new stuff in the merch store. Make sure you check out, whether you listen to it in audio or video, check out podcast players. We're everywhere. We're on Twitch Wednesday nights, 8 or later PM Pacific.
PM.
Check out the YouTube channel at Video Game Tango and check out videogametango.com. All of it's there. Everything that's Video Game Tango related happens to be at videogametango.com. So check all those things, click like stuff, subscribe stuff, and do other stuff. And we really appreciate you guys for being here and listening to us. You guys want to say something before we go?
Something before we go.
We're glad to be back.
We're glad to be back. Tonight, we discuss the new RTS Beyond All Reason, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Dungeons & Dragons Minecraft, and Everspace. Then I do a clumsy deep dive into handheld consoles, their future, their new competition, and we share opinions on who wins out in this new frontier of gaming.
I'm Nick, and hot take, Twitch is just YouTube that you can't control and watch at your own pace.
Hi, I'm Josh, and since DOA Beach Volleyball came out, I know which handheld gaming device is best.
And I'm Andy. You are watching Video Game Tango. Alrighty.
Could have joined us, Josh.
Nope. I almost did a skibbity bap.
And this is where the intro ends. Hey!
Hello.
Video games!
Skiddly bop!
Bop-a-doo bop. Hey, we're back. It's another Wednesday.
Where did we go? I just
well,
went unconscious at the end of the last podcast, and I woke up and I was here again.
Yeah, I hit the end stream button, and then it goes black for a while, and then we hit go live, and it's not.
Boy, well, we power you down, and we turn you on when it's time for D&D and podcasts.
Yeah,
otherwise, you know.
As long as I don't remember what happens in the interstitial moments.
Yeah, you know.
Which, dude, this is a D&D week. We're doing D&D. Oh God, yes.
Yeah, dude, we weekend at Bernie's you. Otherwise, the rest of your life is like giving floppy high fives and you know.
This is going to be a week of conflict. That is the word.
Good. So like
unavoidable conflict.
We had kind of a downtime session last session, and that was fine and good because like we've had our sessions have mostly been like kind of high energy and like some real fucking adventuring. So to get like a weekend of respite and just some fucking housekeeping, that was fun. I also love our interactions with like the townspeople and stuff. So like I like the town stuff. Like despite the fact that it's not like your typical D&D combat and stuff like that. I like our interactions with the townspeople because that stuff gets deep sometimes.
You gotta have sauce on your burgers.
Yes.
Right? It doesn't matter how much oxtail you put in the patty. Like if it's a dry burger, it's a dry burger.
Yeah.
Right.
So and especially
town interaction is the creme fraiche.
The creme fraiche.
Tabletop RPGs.
So like especially since last week was kind of a maintenance week, and then we saw the D&D movie, which we'll talk about in the Balcony Time podcast coming out later.
Not a single die roll in that whole movie.
Yeah,
that's true. Not even like an homage to one, really. So yeah, so after having seen that, it's like double invigorated me to be ready for the next session. I'm super ready because I'm enjoying this campaign immensely.
The rails are about to drift into multiple tracks.
Good, multi-track drifting. So guys, this is a video game podcast, and we're going to talk about some video games. Nick, why don't you start us off with some games?
Video games. I play video games.
Do you?
Yeah. I do occasionally.
Oh, you mean like news about video games?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I have recently been watching some random clips of people playing Beyond All Reason, otherwise known as BAR, which is a independently developed spiritual nod successor to Total Annihilation, to Supreme Commander. And this game is looking like it has some clout. On screen here, we're showing some of their new engine upgrades, allowing for literally tens of thousands of units on a screen. So think World of Warcraft, think Command & Conquer if you haven't played Supreme Commander Total Annihilation, but in a sci-fi setting with literal battalions of units. Your economy scales exponentially throughout a match, and you are dealing with entire massive battlefields, not just small skirmishing groups of units. I recently saw, like I said, a couple of people championship playing some PvP 4v4 teams, an 8-player match versus a computer like Swarm. And it is intense. And the game seems to really be trying to do a good job. And that's vague, but what I mean by that is if you go to their website, beyondallreason.info, I think is a base one, they have a full, well-done layout on their plan for the future, their plan for getting onto Steam, because they're not quite on Steam yet. But their whole development timeline is laid out visually there. They have a very granular expectations of what they plan on doing and where they're at. And to top that all off, it being in what they call Alpha Plus, it is currently free. It is free to try. I'm sure there's a little warning that their servers are a bit overloaded because it's doing so well. A lot of people are playing it. But real-time strategy games, RTSs like Command & Conquer, World of Warcraft, they have been a flagging genre, to put it nicely. They were, in some people's view, a precursor to MOBAs, seeing as how MOBAs originated from focusing on single units in RTSs and making them the
at
center
one
of the
point,
story.
man. RTS was that was
it.
that was gaming, like that was team gaming or whatever, right? Gaming championships,
StarCraft, Warcraft, Command and Conquer. There were a few others, but those were the big titans of the industry. And we've had games since then. I mean, Age of Empires is there as well. It recently saw a resurgence when they remastered, I think it was the second or third one. So it's not dead, but it's been a long time since we've gotten, I mean, there's been some attempts, but a long time since we've gotten some really good attempts at the scale of Total Annihilation or Supreme Commander.
Yeah.
And seeing, you know, like one of the matches I watched, in the match, there was, I think, well over 15,000 units on the screen. And the game was chunking, don't get me wrong, but it was still playable. And you remember in StarCraft, the Ghost would call in a nuke and you'd get a nuclear launch detected, right? And you would come down and wipe out half a base. That happens in this. Instead, there's 30 nukes and their explosion radius is 10 times that of what you see in StarCraft, you know? But the game is very well attempting to be balanced. There's over 400 units. Each unit has like good counters or non-counters to other units. So when one enemy starts making literally hundreds of one type, you can attempt to counter. And it's, you know, ever-changing terrain. They've got a kind of neat deal. I think some of the nuclear weapons can actually modify the terrain. Mountains can block radar. I saw one person, there was like a chasm that they were having this just absolute churn. The units were funneling into this canyon and just dying in the middle. And he managed to make a bunch of wall crawlers, big like crab bots that were able to reinforce because they could walk on the side of the canyon and get into range. So he was able to like double his firepower because there was no choke point for those guys, which is really, really cool.
I mean, having terrain deformation in your meta would be super cool.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, I've only watched a few matches. I don't know how in depth it is, but yeah, they're like nuclear weapons leave glowing craters in the map that are dangerous. And I do think heavily modify the terrain. So very, very neat. If you are a PC player, if you have not played Total Annihilation or Supreme Commander and you like RTSs, do yourself a favor and check it out. Again, it's Beyond All Reason. .info, I believe, is their main site.
Yeah, beyondallreason.info, and we'll have it in the podcast notes.
And they do have a path leading up to Steam release, but there's quite a bit of work to be done.
Yes.
I would not be surprised if it didn't come out this year on Steam, just from my initial overlooking of what they need to do. But it very well could. They call it Alpha Plus. It looks like a beta. They're pretty far along, but it's pretty obvious that they're planning on putting a lot of work into this and not leaving it out to dry like a lot of quote unquote early access games do. So with that said, you've been looking at something, Josh.
I have been. For us? So at the end of the month here, guys, the 28th of April. A little Jedi Survivor drops, the sequel to a fan favorite, Jedi Fallen Order.
Yeah.
All right, so I've been replaying Fallen Order to get ready for the game to come out. Now, Fallen Order gets a lot of things right. Now it's
recently on sale, right? Really cheap.
It did. I picked it up on sale for like $6. It
Pretty
was
good deal.
yeah. So I was like, all right, cool. Game's coming out soon. It's going to be awesome. So I'm replaying it, and I'm having a lot of fun replaying it. Now, it's described as like a Souls-like, and I feel it's more of a action platformer. Now, your enemies do come back.
More Uncharted.
Like when you're, a bit more.
Action adventure.
Action adventure. Yeah. And then like you're traversing, you have a little bit of, traversing mechanics. But your enemies do come back, I guess, if you die or you meditate or whatever. But, whatever. Mm-hmm. I'm having a lot of fun playing it, but right away, I'm feeling like I don't need to go down this path because it's just a shitty poncho. So I'm not like going like, there's no real.
The reward is a shitty poncho.
The reward, exactly. The reward for exploring is a shitty poncho or like a slightly
common phrase.
Yeah.
or like a slightly different
It's a side
scheme
grade.
for my it's a crappy cosmetic upgrade. So right away from what I'm seeing from this new game is from Survivor is there are real rewards for exploring. So we're talking like skill points, and skill points is going to be important because they're not restarting Cal Kestis as a Padawan, which was another fear I was going to have. Is I'm going to have to relearn
the whole game
exactly,
over again,
relearn all these powers from scratch. Like you did in Force Unleashed, right?
Yeah.
You had to redo like the first half of the game was redoing the first game in the second game, right?
And to make up some narrative reason why
Exactly why your shit's all gone. Yeah. So out the gate in Jedi Survivor, you're going to be starting with Cal Kestis's full fucking kit right from the get-go, including a third stance right from the beginning. So in the combat, you could get a double-bladed saber. And you had, of course, your single saber. But then there was this cool power move where he would split it and he had two for a second. But now dual wielding is going to be a standard combat stance right from the beginning. But they're also throwing in two more combat stances because near the end of the game, combat got a little dry. So now there's a cross guard stance, which essentially turns your lightsaber into a two-handed one, right? Okay. It's big, it's heavy, more damage, slower. But then they have what I've been waiting to see in Star Wars forever, the blaster lightsaber combo, y'all.
Oh yeah.
And not, not a vis-a-vis Ezra in the handle, but a full-on blaster and a lightsaber. So that's going to be really cool.
To shot and pike as you can get in Star Wars, right?
Now, the other thing that makes the game I found tedious is you have to backtrack because you unlock things, so you have to go to different places at different times on the planets, and it's when you have to just start at the beginning of the planet and like the thing you need is on the opposite side, like in a straight line virtually, and you have to do all this backtracking. They fixed that, guys. There's fast travel. Thank Yoda. The Holy Spirit of Qui-Gon has blessed us and there's fast travel. So I am just really looking forward to this. There's also a fresh variety of enemies. If you're watching live, you're seeing, that's right, Separatist era battle droids there's a whole division of them. So that's going to be a lot of fun. There's new it's not just Empire that we're fighting. There's some sort of pirate robot guild thing that's going to be in there. And then a Jedi from the High Republic era, guys. So they're bringing in all sorts of stuff into this. It's gonna be I'm very excited to play the game. Now there's a bunch of perks for each fighting style. So you're gonna really be able to personalize your combat in this game, much more so than the first one. They kind of took my wish list of everything that was fixed in the first game and kind of did it in this. I am super excited to play. I'm not gonna pre-order it excited, but I'm gonna order it. I'm gonna get it first day.
I mean, even if it was as solid as the first one, you enjoyed the first one.
Yeah. Oh my God, so much.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good sign.
And you're gonna be able to fast travel through meditation points. I think that is going to increase the playability of the game. Like you're going to be able to get multiple playthroughs on this just by having fast travel.
Yeah, that's a nice quality of life thing. It makes it makes backtracking that much easier, or just traversal in general.
Yeah, just traversal in general. And they're also adding, it's near it's the force powers were bitching, but near the end of the game, you're like, okay, so I can slow people down, I can bring them closer, I can push them away. But there's a whole bunch of new force powers, including